Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Instead, he and the workers spread the news that all of Gado's men had been killed by the rebels. The residents of the Land of Waves rejoiced. Hundreds of people armed themselves with whatever weapons they could find, farm tools, sticks, anything, and rushed together toward Gado's residence. Naruto didn't know what happened to Gado, but he noticed that Tazuna returned with more workers than before. While the residents of the Land of Waves were organizing, Naruto sat with his teammates, debriefing the recent battle. Their encounters with Zabuza had exposed some weaknesses. Naruto started. First, our team's sensory abilities are too weak. We were practically blind when Zabuza used the hidden mist jutsu. It forced us to stop him from using ninjutsu at all costs in the second battle. Kakashi-sensei could summon ninja hounds, but they were mostly used for tracking, not combat. He was the only one who could use Earth Style. I'll handle this, Naruto continued. I'm practicing sensory ninjutsu. If it works, I'll gain a powerful new ability. With that, Naruto formed a hand sign, created 30 shadow clones, and sent them off to practice. The clones dashed into the woods, full of energy. After finding a suitable spot, one of them pulled out a small round card, stuck it on his chest, and it read number 001. Number 001 announced, I cleared Elden Ring with only 3 lives, but this time we've got 30. If we can't manage to learn sensory ninjutsu with this many, we'll have no face to show to the original. Brothers, let's start training. Number 001 and the other 28 clones began practicing. Meanwhile, one clone muttered, we're all shadow clones, so why are you the only one being dramatic? That clone then transformed into a blonde, twin-tailed Naruto and began practicing with a smile. Number 001 glanced at Naruto, adjusted the sign on his chest, and went back to training. Naruto had no idea what his clones were doing, so he continued the meeting. Sakura raised her hand and said, explosive tags are really useful, but they're expensive. Isn't it a bit wasteful to use so many? Inner Sakura shouted excitedly, explosions are awesome. It's pure art. Then she calmed down. But yeah, they're too costly. Naruto reassured her, we're just rookies fresh out of the academy. It's worth it if a few dozen explosive tags can hold down a Jonin for that long. Kakashi wanted to protest, how could Naruto still call himself a rookie after that? But he held back. Sasuke nodded in agreement and added, my chakra and stamina need improvement. The tactics we use today are too exhausting, I can't use them often, right? Facing someone like Zabuza isn't common, Naruto replied. For regular shinobi, the strategies we used against Kakashi-sensei during training should be enough. But you should still work on your endurance. Lasting only 10 minutes is too weak. Sasuke glared at Naruto but didn't argue. Not everyone is as overpowered as you, he thought. He continued, the way Zabuza transformed into you and blended in with your clones was pretty clever. When outnumbered, we could consider using a similar tactic to directly target the enemy leader. Naruto wanted to point out that they're rarely outnumbered because of his ability to make so many clones. But he took Sasuke's suggestion. It was risky when Zabuza threw that smoke bomb. We should have countered by blowing up my clone along with him. We'll do that next time if we're in a similar situation. Sakura asked hesitantly, doesn't it bother you? Shadow clones send their memories back to the original when they disperse. Won't it be uncomfortable? It's just a few clones, Naruto said with a grin. Better they take the hit than us. Anyway, when my clones die, they're usually pretty happy about it. Kakashi couldn't help but interject, speaking of which, I've been wondering. Normally, shadow clones share the same memory and thought process as the original. But your clones act like they have their personalities. Maybe you should visit the Yamanaka clan for a checkup. The Yamanaka clan? Isn't that Hidden Leaf Village's psychiatry? Naruto stared at Kakashi, thinking, I treat you like a brother, and you call me crazy? If the Yamanaka clan saw what was in my head, they'd go mad before I did. Deciding to let it slide, Naruto explained, I'm perfectly sane. If I hadn't, my mom would have taken me to Yamanaka ages ago. It's probably just because my mind is so full of thoughts because of that when I make clones, some of them come out with exaggerated personalities. His teammates didn't ask about the clone that liked to transform into Naruto. They just sighed in relief, knowing Naruto wasn't sick, and continued to discuss battle strategies before starting their training. Naruto focused on his sensory ninjutsu training, aiming to master Kaguru's mind-eye quickly. Sasuke intensified his physical and chakra control training to boost his stamina. Sakura continued studying her medical scrolls and added survival training, learning to dodge various attacks from Naruto and Sasuke. After all, according to the rules of the medical ninja, those who can't protect themselves are of no use to the team. Kakashi, as usual, leaned against a tree, took out his favorite book, and flipped through a couple of pages before closing it. My students are working so hard. As their sensei, I should do the same, Kakashi mused. In reality, Kakashi was a bit dissatisfied with his performance today. It shouldn't have taken him so long to deal with a single enemy, causing his beloved students to face such danger. It seemed he needed to step up his training. Maybe he should spar with gay youth. Kakashi shook his head violently. What a terrifying thought. Later, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura occasionally noticed flashes of lightning in Kakashi's direction. This lazy sensei wants to train seriously? The three exchanged glances and smiled, pushing themselves even harder. 3 days later, the bridge in the Land of Waves was officially completed, and the workers cheered and celebrated. With Gato gone and the bridge finished, the Land of Waves finally had hope. Tazuna bid farewell to Kakashi, mentioning that he would visit Hidden Leaf Village soon to finalize the mission details and pay the appropriate compensation. And so, the four of them set out on their journey back to Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 52. Mission completed. The mission in the Land of Waves had finally ended, and Naruto was on his way back to Hidden Leaf Village. Living in the Land of Waves had been uncomfortable, but it wasn't because Tazuna's family hadn't been welcoming. Naruto just felt out of place. There's nothing like returning to your own home and sleeping in your bed. The journey back was much easier than the trip there. Without the responsibility of protecting Tazuna and with no mission hanging over them, there was less concern about ambushes or sneak attacks. As they traveled, Naruto realized he had neglected to bring any souvenirs from his first trip outside of Hidden Leaf Village. He had intended to, but after wandering through the streets, he discovered there was nothing worth bringing home. The Land of Waves was too poor. It was a country in name, but it felt more like a small fishing village. Should I bring back some salted fish? Naruto wondered aloud, glancing at Kakashi, who already had one slung over his shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, will there be more missions like this in the future? Sakura asked, her voice curious. Sakura enjoyed missions away from the village. It meant she didn't have to deal with Ino and their rivalry over Sasuke. Most Geinin missions are in or near the village, Kakashi replied. Especially for you new Geinin. Oh, Sakura said, a little disappointed. When you become Chunin, though, the mission level goes up, and you'll have more chances to leave the village. Naruto perked up. Aren't the Chunin exams starting soon? In about a month, Kakashi said after thinking for a moment. Are you all planning to participate? The three nodded eagerly, each with their reasons. Naruto just wanted to join in on the excitement. With Hidden Leaf Village as current lineup, Orochimaru wouldn't dare attack the village. He thought about Itachi, Sasuke, and Kimimaro. If they were all there, who would Orochimaru target? Maybe it's time to start calling him Anti-Snake. Sasuke, on the other hand, wanted to see how he measured up against other Geinin. Sparring with Naruto every day made it hard to gauge his strength. And of course, becoming a Chunin would mean he was one step closer to catching up to his brother. Sakura had her motivations. She wanted to become a Chunin as soon as possible so she could spend more time with Sasuke without Ino around. She saw these four-person missions as her and Sasuke's little world, with Kakashi buried in his book and Naruto off practicing on his own. Naruto even gave her opportunities to be alone with Sasuke. In her Sakura, as long as I can marry Sasuke. In her mind, becoming a Chunin meant Sasuke was practically hers already. She was determined to take the exam. Alright, I'll sign you up, Kakashi said. But as your teacher, I have to remind you, the Chunin exams can be very dangerous. How dangerous are we talking? Naruto asked. Kakashi hesitated. No matter what, the Chunin exams couldn't be more dangerous than facing Zabuza. He was confident in his students. Even the talented Neji Hyuga, whom Gai was always bragging about, wasn't necessarily stronger than his team. Neji might be gifted, but he was just a Geinin who had graduated a year ago. Had he seen fire jutsu and explosive tags in action? Or an enhanced water dragon jutsu? The four of them chatted as they walked, sharing what they knew about the Chunin exams. By evening, they had returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Izumo, Katetsu, it's your turn to stand guard again? Kakashi greeted them lazily. Naruto perked up. These two were the legendary Hidden Leaf Village gatekeepers who had supposedly scared away pain at the front gate. But no matter how he looked at them, They just seemed like two ordinary Chunin or maybe special Jonin. Kakashi, did the mission go well? Izumo Kamizuki asked. Other than a few surprises, it went fine. Kakashi handed over the mission details and the entry certificates. The process was routine. Kotetsu again looked over the papers. Everything seems fine. Welcome back. See you later. I've got to submit a mission report. Kakashi waved casually. Once inside the village, they disbanded. Sasuke couldn't wait to get home. He hadn't seen his brother in a while and didn't know if he was there. Sakura also hurried home. Despite always complaining about her parents, she still missed them after being away. Naruto wasn't in a rush. He had a few video calls with his parents while in the Land of Waves. Kurama had even helped Kushina call Naruto a few times. His relationship with Kurama was always like that, a pair of happy rivals. Kushina had mentioned that Minato was trying to hack into the chat room, but it didn't go well. Naruto walked slowly, kicking a pebble as he thought about his next plan. Hee. A lewd laugh caught Naruto's attention. No way. Naruto turned his head, and sure enough, there he was. Chapter 53. A pervert sage. Naruto looked up at the figure on the roof, who was laughing strangely. The person had white hair, wore a red shirt, and carried a large scroll on his back. Peeping over the roof, there was no doubt who he was. Isn't this Jiraiya, the pervy sage of the ninja world, always getting into trouble? Naruto's eyes moved from the roof to the door of the women's bathhouse. Yep, it all made sense. In broad daylight, right in the middle of the village, Naruto, as a responsible young ninja, couldn't let such bad behavior slide. But going over there directly might make him look guilty by association, so he hid in a corner, created a shadow clone, and pointed at Jiraiya. Go get him. Yes, sir. The clone saluted, then transformed into Naruto and walked away. Hey, Naruto groaned. Do you have to transform like that? Naruto smiled sweetly and asked, then who do you want me to be? Sakura? Tsunade? Don't tell me you want Sasuke? Naruto slapped his forehead. It doesn't matter who you turn into. Just, can you change your clothes? Naruto looked down and noticed her outfit. Oops, my bad. How did I end up in such a revealing outfit? Naruto changed into a cute little skirt and walked toward the bathhouse. When she got to the door, she screamed, "Yeah! A pervert is peeping." Naruto winced. That scream. Do I have a talent for dolphin sounds? Oops. Jiraiya was startled by the sudden scream, slipped, and rolled off the roof. But he quickly jumped back up as if nothing had happened, as expected from someone who could survive a punch from Tsunade. Soon, the bathhouse was filled with screams and shouts. Jiraiya, about to run away, suddenly stopped when he saw Naruto. His eyes widened. Oh, this. Naruto shot him a look of disdain, formed a Rasengan, and happily knocked herself out of existence. Did she just knock herself out because I was staring? Jiraiya froze as if hit by a huge blow. He stayed like that until a wooden tub from the bathhouse hit him on the head, snapping him back to reality. He quickly ran off. Out of danger, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. That move. Was that Minato's Rasengan? And that hair color? Could Minato have had another daughter? Jiraiya hopped lightly to dodge a leg that tried to trip him. Oh ho, the old pervert is pretty quick. Naruto remarked playfully with his arms crossed. Jiraiya looked Naruto up and down. The blonde hair, blue eyes. It was like seeing Minato as a kid. And with that bright chakra, this kid is Minato and Kushina's child. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. It was your shadow clone messing with me, wasn't it? Using the transformation jutsu and shadow clone jutsu like that. Really? Then Jiraiya's face lit up with excitement as he grabbed Naruto's shoulder. That's awesome. How did you come up with that? Also, what's your name? Ah. Naruto pushed Jiraiya away, feeling annoyed. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Good point. Jiraiya jumped back and slapped the ground with his hand, and a large toad appeared under his feet. Jiraiya spun his long hair around, stepped forward, and struck a pose. I am the Toad Sage, master of the Toads of Mount Myabaku, and my name is Jiraiya. Naruto quietly watched him perform, unsure whether to run away. Jiraiya had brought many smiles to Naruto's face in his previous life and had also made him cry a lot. He always felt that Jiraiya was a mix of contradictions. You could say he was a bad guy, but he was kind and brave, always willing to risk his life for the village. You could say he was a good guy, but he would happily spend Naruto's pocket money on drinks and women. But he was devoted, he waited for Tsunade for decades and never settled down with anyone else, despite his wandering eyes. You could say he was single-minded, but he still loved to peek in bathhouses and hot springs. You could say he hadn't achieved much, even the title of Sannin was given to him, Tsunade, an Orochimaru after they survived a battle with Hanzo, like a consolation prize. Yet, you could also say he was extraordinary. The students he taught were some of the most powerful in the ninja world. If they stood together, they could shake the entire world. The tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. Now it'll end a bit better, I hope. The final chapter. I'll call it, Frog at the Bottom of the Well Drifts Off into the Great Ocean. That was Jiraiya's final thought about himself. Naruto still didn't know if those words were heroic or just sad when Jiraiya said them. But what made Naruto admire Jiraiya wasn't those words. It was the moment Jiraiya broke a popsicle in half and gave one piece to Naruto. Humans are strange creatures. Sometimes they laugh when they cry, and sometimes they cry when they laugh. Now, with Jiraiya standing in front of him alive, all of Naruto's thoughts boiled down to one simple phrase, "Oh, pervy sage." Bang. The toad disappeared, and Jiraiya stumbled. It's the Toad Sage. The Toad Sage. Then he leaned in again. Naruto, come here, let's talk about your ninjutsu. Hee hee. This old pervert, how could anyone respect him as an elder? Naruto was annoyed. I've heard my parents talk about you. Oh? What did they say? My dad said you were his most respected teacher and an amazing ninja. Jiraiya coughed, trying to look serious. Naruto continued, but my mom told me not to hang out with you. Hey? Why? Jiraiya's jaw dropped. Kushina, you've changed. When you and Minato told me you'd name your child after the hero in my novel, you weren't like this. Because she was afraid you would corrupt me. There must be some misunderstanding. Jiraiya desperately tried to defend his reputation. Yeah, I used to think so too, but after seeing you today, I'm convinced. How is it? Jiraiya asked, hoping for a twist. Naruto shook his head. Turns out, kids should listen to their moms. So, I'm heading home now. Goodbye, pervy sage. Naruto waved his hand, walked past the stunned Jiraiya, and started heading home. Jiraiya quickly turned around and chased after him. Wait, I'm coming too. I was planning to visit your house anyway. Pervy sage. It's the Toad Sage. The Toad Sage. Oh, pervy sage. As the evening sun bathed the streets of Hidden Leaf Village in golden light, the shadows of the old and young stretched long behind them. Chapter 54. Family, I'm back. Naruto exclaimed as he pushed open the door, followed closely by Jiraiya. Kushina came to greet him, her eyes widening in surprise. Welcome back. Jiraiya-sensei. Yo, sorry for intruding. Jiraiya greeted with a wide grin. Kushina asked curiously, how did the two of you meet? Naruto began to answer casually, well, on my way back, I ran into this girl, but before he could finish, Jiraiya quickly covered his mouth, smiling nervously. Haha, nothing to worry about. We just happened to bump into each other. I recognized Naruto right away as Minato's son and decided to come along. Really? Kushina eyed him suspiciously. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, pressing down on Naruto's head. MMPH. Naruto struggled to break free, grumbling, pervy sage, that's enough. Alright, come inside, Kushina sighed, already familiar with Jiraiya's antics. She led them in, adding, Minato will be back soon. Have a seat and some tea. As Kushina turned to prepare the tea, Jiraiya pulled Naruto aside and whispered, Naruto, could you, forget about that little incident? It's kinda embarrassing. Naruto looked unimpressed. Didn't you say you were just gathering research material? Now you're worried about embarrassment? Embarrassment? More like self-preservation. If Kushina found out, especially given her friendship with Tsunade, I'd be in serious trouble. Jiraiya rubbed his ribs, recalling past pains. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Anyway, if you keep quiet about it, I'll teach you a super cool jutsu. Naruto scoffed. Jutsu? I could just learn something from Dad. This one is different. My art of the Raging Lion's mane is unique, and no one else in the entire ninja world can do it. Naruto shrugged. I'm gonna take a shower. As he walked away, he muttered to himself, but that hair jutsu does sound kinda interesting. As he imagined it, Naruto could see his yellow hair growing longer and shining with a golden light, powered by Kurama's chakra. I'd look like a Super Saiyan. After his shower, Naruto returned to find a table full. Dad, Kimimaro, Kakashi-sensei, good evening. Good evening, Kimimaro and Kakashi replied in unison, one with cool detachment, the other with his usual laid-back demeanor. We were just waiting, Minato said, beckoning him to sit down as they all began to eat. Minato and Jiraiya soon fell into conversation. So, sensei, what brings you back today? I've sent messages through the toads multiple times. Jiraiya chuckled. There were always reasons. Naruto rolled his eyes. Reasons, sure. Probably just chasing after Orochimaru and gathering more research material. I can't believe Naruto's grown up so much, Jiraiya mused. And you even adopted a child. Minato smiled proudly. Kimimaro is a great boy. His strength and character are almost flawless. Kimimaro nodded modestly. Thank you for the compliment. Jiraiya, too, was impressed. He's very polite. A good kid indeed, he said, shooting Naruto a pointed look. Naruto rolled his eyes again. Unaware of the tension, Minato asked, so, how's Naruto's ninjutsu training coming along? He's doing alright, Naruto answered. My Kagura's mind-eye technique has improved a bit. The Flying Thunder God is still tough, I feel like I'm just a step away. I also want to learn a more powerful water-style jutsu. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Kagura's mind-eye? What's that? It's a sensory technique, Kushina explained. Naruto likes to call it that because he says it's like having a mini-map in his head. Jiraiya blinked in surprise, then laughed. As expected of your son, Minato. Haha, right? I always knew Naruto inherited my talents. Minato beamed with pride. Jiraiya choked. That's not quite what I meant. Sensei, Minato began, I was thinking of teaching Naruto the summoning jutsu. It's a type of space-time ninjutsu, and it might help him. If it was just a simple summoning, Minato wouldn't have mentioned it. Jiraiya knew he was talking about the Toad contract with Mount Myabaku. Jiraiya smiled warmly. That's a great idea. I'll give you the scroll later so Naruto can sign it. Minato hesitated. Are you sure? Of course. You're my most talented student. It's about time. I won't let you down. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something. Oh, Dad, what happened with Zabuza and Hiku? Minato answered, they're in Hidden Leaf Village. Their movements are restricted for now, but I'll figure something out. Kushina pretended to be angry as she turned to Kakashi. Speaking of which, Kakashi, how could you have Naruto and his classmates face someone as dangerous as Zabuza while you only dealt with Hiku? Kakashi scratched the back of his head, his face half hidden by his mask. Well, at the time, those three kids insisted on going after Zabuza. I didn't have much of a choice. Have you been slacking off again? No. Then why does Kakashi always read those trashy books by certain trashy authors? Kushina glared pointedly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya paused mid-bite. Is she talking about me? My fan just got roasted. Should I step in? But one look at Kushina's fiery red hair made him reconsider. Sorry, Kakashi, you're on your own. Kakashi stammered, well, I've been working on new jutsu. Sometimes, reading helps me relax and inspires creativity. Yeah, that's it. The famed copy ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, stuttering and stumbling over his words, was a rare sight. He'd rather face an Akatsuki member than endure this lecture. Is that so? Kushina's tone was sharp. Well, I've decided. When your team isn't on a mission, you'll be training with us. Yes ma'am, Kakashi replied weakly, the food suddenly tasting bland. Naruto snickered at Kakashi's plight. He nudged Kimimaro, how are your teammates these days? Same as always, Kimimaro replied. Recently, Gai-sensei brought his new student to meet us. Have you ever seen 5 people, all dressed in green, hugging each other and shouting about youth? It's disturbing. Chapter 55. Matchmaking. Speaking of those odd teammates, Kimimaro had a lot to say. Having been with the team for 3 years, he had more or less grown accustomed to his teammates' quirks. But when asked by someone close to him, he couldn't help but vent a bit. The most troublesome thing is that Lee, Ten, and Neji keep urging me to change my hairstyle, change my clothes, and shout slogans. Yes, I admit that Gai-sensei is very powerful, but there's no need to imitate him completely. To keep the peace, I just told them that whoever can beat me can decide my look. Naruto chuckled, intrigued. And then what happened? Then it got even worse, Kimimaro replied, his tone dry. They started challenging me 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. If I lost, they'd train even harder, so I had to keep up. Ha ha ha. Naruto burst out laughing. They're persistent, huh? Even forcing you, the usually stoic Kimimaro, into this situation. Naruto gave Kimimaro a playful pat on the shoulder. Well, it's a good thing your teammates are so energetic. I think they're interesting. Kimimaro remained expressionless. If you like them so much, maybe I'll bring them over to help your team train sometime. Eh? That's not necessary. Naruto exclaimed, a bit alarmed. When did Kimimaro pick up this sly side? Naruto knew well that in pure taijutsu, he wouldn't stand a chance against Kimimaro, fighting him would just be asking for a beating. As the brothers bantered, on the other side, Kushina suddenly thought of something important. Kakashi, Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend yet? Kakashi, caught off guard, replied, well, I'm not in a hurry. You're not getting any younger. What do you think of Anko? Or maybe I could ask Mikoto to introduce you to some Uchiha girls, they're very pretty. Kakashi tried to deflect the conversation. Kushina sighed. It's all Jiraiya-sensei's fault for writing those ridiculous books that corrupted you. Hey, how is this my fault? Jiraiya protested. I'm just a writer. If your kid's picking up bad habits, that's on you. My books are clearly labeled for adults. Speaking of which, Naruto jumped in. Jiraiya-sensei, you're still single, huh? Waiting for Tsunade-sama? Well. Jiraiya stammered. For all his bravado and his famous novels, he was surprisingly shy about his feelings. Naruto, enjoying the chaos, was already planning how he could help Jiraiya and maybe even find a partner for Kakashi. But then, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Listen up, Naruto, Kimimaro, Kushina said sternly. You two better not pick up any bad habits from these guys. This is important. Kimimaro remained silent, but Naruto quickly retorted, Mom, I'm only 12. What's that supposed to mean? Your father was already. Kushina blushed and trailed off, embarrassed. Jiraiya and Kakashi, knowing the story, burst out laughing. Naruto, imagining the scene, couldn't help but think, yeah, my dad was amazing. He was already sneaking around under the moonlight with you when he was 12. The next morning, Minato and Jiraiya headed to the Hokage's office, while Kimimaro went off to meet his enthusiastic teammates. Naruto and Kushina walked to the mission hall together. Someone was already waiting at the entrance. Good morning, everyone, Kushina greeted with a smile. Morning, Akamaru, Hinata, and Naruto's eyes darted to where he instinctively felt was the most unlikely spot, and sure enough. Shino. Good morning, Kushina-sensei. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata greeted shyly. Kiba, noticing Naruto's focus on Akamaru, shouted, Hey, Naruto. You haven't seen me in so long, and you only notice Akamaru? Wow. Akamaru barked happily, his tail wagging. Naruto scooped Akamaru up, petting him with a grin. How can I not notice Akamaru? He's adorable. You, Kiba, are just his sidekick. Kiba, indignant, yelled, You bastard. How can you betray me? Oh, go ask Sasuke to fight you, Naruto responded dismissively. Why fight when petting the dog was more fun? As they waited, Naruto struck up a conversation with Kurama in his mind. Hey, big fox. Can I pet your head? Kurama smiled mischievously. Naruto's eyes widened as a giant tail appeared before him, and then... wham! He was sent flying. Ow! You just wait, Kurama. One day, I'm gonna... Naruto winced, rubbing his head. Kushina, watching her students interact with Naruto, couldn't help but smile. Especially when she noticed Hinata sneaking glances at Naruto, she was even more pleased. Looks like yesterday's decision to train with Kakashi's squad was the right call. I'll keep an eye on both Kakashi and Naruto, two birds with one stone. Alright, let's pick up the mission first. You can do what you like in the afternoon. Yes. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino responded in unison, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Kushina's authority was unquestionable, and even the rambunctious Kiba wouldn't dare defy her. Naruto reluctantly handed Akamaru back to Kiba and continued waiting for his teammates. Sasuke and Sakura arrived on time. Kakashi must have crossed paths with a black cat or something. He was only 10 minutes late today, not too bad. Let's go, Kakashi said lazily. Today's mission was a dog-walking assignment. There wasn't much choice, most missions left to gain in were mundane tasks like finding lost pets, babysitting, pulling weeds, or running errands. Each of the three took a dog, leashed it, grabbed a plastic bag, and set off on their mission. The walk was uneventful. These were just ordinary dogs, not as smart as Akamaru, nor as cute, so Naruto didn't feel the urge to play with them. After submitting the mission, Kakashi reached for some snacks from his ninja pouch but decided against it. Alright, let's go train with Team 8 today. Sasuke didn't care, but Sakura asked curiously, why are we suddenly training with another team? Kakashi sighed inwardly. Do you think I want to? Kushina-sensei gave me orders, and I'm not about to disobey her. But how can I explain that to you? Naruto stifled a laugh, giving Kakashi an out. Maybe he wants us to see how we measure up against another team. Yeah, that's it, Kakashi agreed quickly, relieved. Chapter 56. Naruto's strength. After submitting their assignment, Team 7 hurried to the training ground. Kushina joked, You're on time for once, Kakashi. That's worthy of praise. Kakashi sighed helplessly, Is my image that bad in your mind? Ha ha ha, alright, enough chit-chat. Let's get a match started. Kiba, itching to fight, jumped out impatiently and shouted, "Let's have a showdown, Naruto." Naruto couldn't do much but agree. He knew that if he didn't beat Kiba thoroughly, he'd never stop. Okay, let's fight." As Naruto said this, everyone heard him, and he signaled that he was ready. Kushina excitedly stepped into the middle to preside over the match. The others stepped back to make space. And now, the first friendly match between Team 7 and Team 8, Kiba and Yuzuka vs Naruto Uzumaki. Get ready, start. Naruto and Kiba exchanged the seal of opposition. Kiba didn't miss the chance to talk tough. "Give it your best, Naruto. This time, Akamaru and I will defeat you." "Woof." Akamaru barked in agreement, wagging his tail. "Give it my best? Are you sure?" Naruto asked. Kiba was full of confidence. "Yes, give it your best. I've gotten a lot stronger, don't underestimate me." Sasuke, hearing this, looked at Kiba with pity. Naruto nodded, "Alright, let's do this." Akamaru. "Get ready." "Woof." Naruto thought for a moment. "What's my full power?" He decided to start with 1000 shadow clones. Naruto shouted, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu." As soon as Kiba and Akamaru got into their attacking stance, they were met with bang 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 bang. Countless Narutos filled the field, packed so tightly that even the spectators were nearly drowned in the sea of clones. "Hey, you stepped on my foot, idiot. My arm's about to be crushed, you jerk. Move over, give me some space. Eliminate yourself, hey. Who touched there, are you gay? Are you a bastard?" The clones were noisy and shoving each other, causing chaos that resembled a crowded marketplace, a packed train during rush hour, or a bus during peak hours. Looking around, the entire training ground was filled with little blonde heads. Anyone who didn't know about the fight would think they were in a sunflower field. Kiba was completely overwhelmed by Naruto's clones, he couldn't even move, let alone fight. Akamaru was plucked up by one of the Narutos and passed through the clones back to Naruto. Kushina, who was closest to the battlefield, had a tick mark on her forehead as she found herself surrounded by the clones. Kushina raised a hand irritably, "The match is over. Naruto wins. Now get rid of those shadow clones, right now." Naruto obediently dispelled the shadow clones. Over 1000 of them vanished instantly, and the remaining chakra returned to him. Naruto, feeling a bit drained after having his chakra split into 1000 parts, regained his composure. Though the sheer number of clones looked intimidating, they didn't have much combat power. In the anime, Naruto overwhelmed Mizuki with thousands of clones because he had used the Nine Tails chakra in his rage. But now, Naruto was using only his chakra, so each clone had less than 0.1 of a chakra point. The issue was that even if you combined Kiba and Akamaru's chakra, they only had about 0.23 points of chakra. No matter how much Kakashi was mocked for having low chakra, he was still a Jonin. Kiba, on the other hand, was just one of the better gamen, so he was completely out of his league. After the shadow clones disappeared, Kakashi glanced up at the sky. Was that necessary? Sakura was relieved. She had been squished into Sasuke's arms and apologized weakly. "I'm sorry, Sasuke, I got pushed over accidentally." Inner Sakura, however, was punching the air. "Nice job, Naruto." "It's fine," Sasuke muttered, rubbing his chest, feeling a bit sore. Hinata's face was red, her fingers twiddling together, and her head was almost steaming. She had been too close to Naruto. As for Kiba, he was crushed. He slumped to the ground as if he had lost all hope. What just happened? Wham! Kushina punched Naruto on the head. "That was too much. He told me to do my best." "Sorry," Naruto apologized sincerely, realizing he might have overdone it. Kushina noticed Kiba was feeling down and quickly went over to comfort him. "Actually, in a real battle, you just have to outlast him until he runs out of chakra. This tactic isn't practical in a real fight." Of course, Kushina didn't mention that there are other ways to counter this, such as using large-scale ninjutsu to clear the field or creating the same number of shadow clones to counter him, but with Naruto's growth rate, this move might become useful in the future. Akamaru jumped out of Naruto's arms, whimpered, and licked Kiba's hand, trying to cheer him up. Being a hot-blooded kid, Kiba quickly regained his spirit. "Naruto, I lost this time, but the next time. Sasuke looked at him with pity once again. "So naive. I thought like you when I was 4. Now I'm 12. Naruto and Kiba left the stage after exchanging the seal of reconciliation, and Kushina shouted, "Next up, Hinata Hyuga vs Sakura Haruno." The two girls walked to the center of the field, exchanged the seal of opposition, and faced each other. Hinata didn't know much about Sakura, but she had always envied her for being on the same team as Naruto-kun. She also admired Sakura for having the courage to confess to the one she liked. "But even though I admire you," Hinata thought quietly as she glanced to the side where Naruto was watching. I want to win. Sakura didn't know much about Hinata either. All she knew was that Hinata was a shy, introverted girl. She always thought of Hinata as a good person. Any girl who didn't try to take Sasuke away from her was a good person. But even though you're a good person... Sakura glanced at the sidelines where Sasuke was watching. I don't want to lose in front of Sasuke. Hinata assumed her gentle fist stance, her eyes firm and determined. Sakura encouraged herself quietly, feeling the power surging within her. Sakura made the first move, rushing at Hinata with her fists flying, cutting through the air with surprising speed, and then... she froze. What happened? Why? What is this? Is this Hinata? Under Sakura's shocked gaze, Hinata's Byakugan activated, the veins around her eyes bulging as she effortlessly dodged Sakura's punch. Then, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, Hinata's hands slipped through Sakura's defenses with ease, striking her in rapid succession, hitting her 32 times in an instant. Chapter 57. Hinata's strength. Sakura felt as if her entire body had been struck with countless small hammers, leaving her powerless to fight back. When Hinata finally stopped her assault, Sakura's strength gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. The chakra she usually controlled with ease now refused to respond. What's going on? Hinata, a girl who is usually so quiet and reserved, has become so strong. I lost, Sakura admitted, barely managing to prop herself up as she sat on the ground, her voice filled with disappointment. Hinata quickly trotted over, offering her hand to help Sakura up. I'm sorry, Sakura. Are you alright? She asked softly. It's alright, Hinata. You're amazing. What was that just now? I feel completely drained. Ah, yes, Hinata explained shyly, it's the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. It disrupts the flow of chakra by targeting specific tenketsu points. I just sealed 32 of your chakra points, but I'll unlock them for you right away. Hinata, who had just been precise and decisive in battle, reverted to her usual timid demeanor as she began unsealing Sakura's chakra points. Naruto, watching from the sidelines, was amazed. In terms of coolness, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist is definitely among the best. When Hinata was using the gentle fist, each move was so fluid and elegant, it looked especially graceful. Compared to the slow-motion martial arts films that have been popular in the last few years, this was far more impressive. The graceful young warrior look that Hinata displayed was miles above what anyone would expect. Even Sasuke was taken aback. Is this the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan? Sakura couldn't even put up a fight. Sasuke had always thought of Hinata as just a shy girl who barely made her presence known. Kakashi, however, wasn't particularly surprised. He had seen the gentle fist many times before. Hinata's level is decent among her peers. He couldn't help but wonder how she would measure up against Neji Hyuga, whom Gai often praised. As Hinata helped Sakura off the stage, Kiba rushed forward to praise her, with Akamaru barking excitedly at his side. Hinata felt embarrassed by the praise and occasionally stole glances at Naruto to gauge his reaction. Sakura noticed Hinata's shy looks and smiled knowingly, like an ant who just figured something out. Alright, the third match next is Shinobu vs Sasuke Uchiha. The next battle was incredibly intense, though Naruto couldn't remember much about it afterwards. No one seemed to remember who won. When Naruto later asked Sasuke about it, Sasuke just grumbled, "It's none of your business. I didn't lose, alright?" Oddly enough, no one thought to ask Shino, who was also in the battle. But why not? After the 3 matches were over, Naruto slyly suggested, "How about a battle between the teachers?" Kushina cracked her knuckles and smiled. "I wouldn't mind." Kakashi immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Why does this kid always try to get me in trouble? I'll pass. I have some training to do," he said, slipping away into an inconspicuous corner. Naruto wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that the area where Kakashi was training looked much brighter than usual. Naruto then turned his attention to teammates' training. Hinata is throwing gentle fist strikes at a wooden dummy with a determined expression, though she occasionally seems a bit distracted. Shino is busy practicing his insect manipulation, all while dodging surprise attacks from Kushina. In many ways, the Aburame clan is similar to the puppet masters. They both relied on manipulating something other than their bodies in battle, making their main bodies vulnerable. Kiba's training is the most intense. Not only was he running around on all fours like Akamaru, but his mimicry of Akamaru's attacks was incredibly precise. The most shocking, though, is Akamaru's airborne dynamic marking technique. Akamaru would leap high into the air, spin 720 degrees, and accurately spray his target. It is truly terrifying, a psychological blow more than anything. Naruto silently vowed, "If Kiba ever uses that move on me, I'll end him, and not even Kushina will be able to save him." Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke continued their usual training routines. However, while Naruto is practicing his sensory abilities, he has a sudden, unconventional idea. He remembered how Luffy in One Piece had learned observation haki by being blindfolded and dodging attacks from Rayleigh. Luffy had been forced to develop his ability through sheer practice. So, Naruto gritted his teeth and blindfolded himself, asking Kushina to attack him from different directions so he could sense her movements and evade. As for how Kushina managed to guide teammate while helping Naruto train, Kushina is a master of shadow clones, so multitasking wasn't an issue for her. But that wasn't all. Naruto created 100 shadow clones, scattered them throughout the forest, and had them pull down their headbands to cover their eyes. They played a high-stakes game of blindfolded tag. If a clone sensed another, they would strike, but the challenge was to avoid being detected themselves. One by one, the clones were taken down, except for Naruto, who kept getting pummeled. How was Kushina's punch? Everyone who's experienced it would agree, it was no joke. Naruto's screams could be heard echoing across the training grounds. Meanwhile, Kakashi's lightning was flashing brighter, Kiba's training was more lively, and Hinata seemed to be spacing out more often. After more than 30 clones were killed in the game, Naruto finally managed to dodge one of Kushina's punches for the first time. Feeling proud of his accomplishment, he got excited, only to be hit again. 2 hours later, only one clone remained in the forest. It let out a sigh of relief. This time, the clone didn't disperse on purpose, surviving the game was a reward in itself. Compared to the clone's joyful game, Naruto had to endure not only the painful memories of his clones being defeated but also the physical pain of the punches himself. Kushina is a true mother, serious about anything related to training, and she didn't hold back when it came to disciplining her son. As she put it, it's better to be beaten and cry at home than to be killed outside. Fortunately, the afternoon wasn't wasted. Naruto finally awakened the Kagura mind's eye, though it was still unstable when he got too excited. Naruto felt like a bronze-tier player in some online game, constantly reminding himself to watch the minimap but getting ganked every time he focused too much on one thing. As evening approached, everyone wrapped up their training. Kushina clapped her hands and announced, "Alright, that's enough for today. Hinata, wait a moment. You made some mistakes in your movements earlier, I'll go over them with you. The rest of you can head out." Everyone else dispersed, but Naruto waited around so he could walk home with Kushina. Kushina spent a little extra time coaching Hinata before glancing at the sky. "Oh, it's gotten late. Hinata, it's not safe for a girl to walk home alone at this hour, but I need to stop by the store." Kushina tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Naruto, why don't you take Hinata home?" Naruto blinked in surprise. Huh? Chapter 58. Love War. Naruto and Hinata walked together on their way back to the Hyuga household. Naruto had his hands in his pockets, recalling the ambiguous expression on his mother's face when he left home. He couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. By now, Naruto should have understood what Kushina was implying, no matter how dense he might be. It was challenging for someone like her, who usually acted on her thoughts without hesitation, to start using more subtle tactics. Naruto was also aware that Hinata had a crush on him. As for whether he liked Hinata, a girl with a gentle personality, strong heart, and good looks, it was obvious that he did. Who wouldn't like such a girl? Considering the customs of the ninja world, Naruto had been an official ninja since graduating from the academy, so there wasn't any concern about puppy love. After all, back then, a bunch of 5 or 6-year-old girls were madly in love with Sasuke, which was puppy love. As Naruto realized this, he suddenly thought of his mother setting him up on a blind date. Even though he and Hinata had known each other since childhood and could be considered childhood sweethearts, Naruto felt a bit uncertain and didn't know what to say. Hinata walked just half a step behind Naruto, her head lowered as she played with her fingers. Hinata was caught off guard when Kushina suggested that Naruto walk her home. Her mind is in a whirl, and she agreed before she knew it. Now, as they walked together through the streets, it felt like they were on a date. Hinata was so shy that she wondered if she should say something but worried that it might make Naruto uncomfortable. So, one was too embarrassed to speak, and the other was too shy, leading to a silent walk to the Hyuga household. As they reached the door, Hinata finally gathered the courage to turn around and say, "Naruto-kun, thank you for walking me home today." "It's nothing, Hinata. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Naruto waved his hand and turned to leave, thinking to himself that his social awkwardness was the reason he had only one girlfriend for 20 years in his past life. Behind him, the door that had just closed opened slightly, and a small head peeked out, watching Naruto's back until he disappeared around the corner. After returning home, Naruto was interrogated by Kushina. After he truthfully revealed what happened, Kushina poked him in the forehead with her finger. Sasuke would be familiar with this gesture. Then she grumbled before returning to the kitchen to continue cooking. The next day followed a similar routine. simple tasks in the morning and training in the afternoon. However, the training ground had been changed to a different location. In the evening, Kushina found another excuse to keep Hinata around a bit longer, giving her extra training before instructing Naruto to walk her home again. After leaving the training ground, Naruto realized that this particular training ground was the farthest from the Hyuga household. His mom was being deliberate. The atmosphere today wasn't as awkward as the day before. Naruto tried to initiate conversation. After all, they were both ninjas and could talk about ninjutsu and missions. Although Hinata's voice was as quiet as a mosquito when they talked, Naruto could sense the excitement in her tone. On the third day, Kushina arranged for Hinata and Naruto to practice taijutsu together. The reason was that Hinata wasn't decisive enough in combat. She wanted someone tough who wouldn't mind getting hit to help her train. Naruto was instructed to only dodge and defend, not fight back. As for Naruto's other techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu, and Flying Thunder God, they were left to his clones to practice on their own. Naruto thought to himself, "Mom, you know how to push me." At first, Hinata couldn't bring herself to attack Naruto. Worried about hurting him, she didn't act decisively until she noticed how easily Naruto could dodge or counter her attacks. This made Sakura, who was secretly watching from the sidelines, feel annoyed. She muttered to herself, "Hinata wasn't this hesitant when she hit me the other day. She had me sore all over." Yes, Sakura had been secretly observing Naruto and Hinata. She had felt something was off the day before and was convinced that Kushina was trying to create opportunities for Naruto and Hinata to spend time alone together. Today, seeing Naruto and Hinata exchanging glances, Sakura was certain something was going on. She felt a pang of envy. If only Sasuke's mother would help create opportunities for her. But then Sakura reminded herself that she was in the same class as Sasuke now, which gave her an advantage. She just needed to improve herself, and Sasuke would surely notice her. Sakura clenched her fists in determination and resumed her training with renewed vigor. That evening, under Sakura's watchful eyes, Kushina once again found an excuse to keep Hinata behind. For the third time, Naruto walked Hinata home. Along the way, they discussed the morning's mission and what they had learned during their training. Naruto often caught Hinata giving him admiring looks, which made him feel good about himself. In response, Naruto, a self-proclaimed dense guy, began trying to show concern for Hinata, asking if the training was too hard and such. Naruto's clumsy attempts at small talk made Hinata's heart flutter with happiness. About 20 days passed this way. Naruto's skills with his mini-map technique became more refined, and he could now use his summoning techniques effortlessly. However, he had never tried summoning a large toad yet, especially not the toad that once helped Jiraiya boast about his strength. Currently, Naruto's shadow clones are still focusing on mastering the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, while Naruto continued his taijutsu training with Hinata. At this point, even the dogs could see that something was going on between the two. Akamaru, woof. In recent days, Naruto noticed more people in the village wearing different forehead protectors, signaling that the Chunin exams were approaching. On the morning of June 24th, no team went to pick up a mission. The 6 students and 1 dog waited at the training ground. Soon, Kakashi and Kushina arrived, each holding 3 application forms, which they handed to their students. Kushina spoke, "As you can see, Kakashi and I have recommended you for the Chunin exams. Let me warn you, the Chunin exams are dangerous, so think carefully before deciding whether to participate." Kushina continued speaking, "If you choose to participate, bring your application form to classroom 301 at the academy by 3:00 p.m., 7 days from now. Of course, we're not forcing you to take the exam, we're just giving you the qualification. If you feel unprepared, you can opt out at any time." Kiba was the first to jump up, shouting, "Of course I'm participating." Shino adjusted his sunglasses and said, "Since we have this qualification, we should give it a shot. If you want to know why." There was silence in the air. 3 seconds later, everyone looked at Shino with an expression that asked, "Why?" Shino felt a bit frustrated. Usually, they would interrupt him by now, but this time they didn't. Now he felt awkward. So Shino had no choice but to continue, because... Chapter 59. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Shino continued with his thoughts, because... Forget it, don't talk about it, it's a long story, Kiba interrupted impatiently. "Hinata, what about you?" Kiba asked. "I want to participate," Hinata responded firmly. She remembered Naruto's overwhelming shadow clones, his stunning water-style jutsu, and his powerful summoning jutsu. Hinata felt that if she didn't work harder, she would only fall further behind Naruto-kun. Besides, both Kiba and Shino were good people, and she didn't want to hold her teammates back. Sasuke and Sakura had already decided to participate, so they didn't say much. After expressing their intentions, they returned to training. Around noon, an unnamed shadow clone suddenly succeeded in performing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The unnamed clone was ecstatic. I did it. But then he was surrounded and beaten by numerous clones, led by clone number 001 and Naruto, who shouted while hitting him, "Ugh, it's him again." He was the first to master the Rasengan. He was the first to summon Gamakeki. Get him. Kill him. The unnamed shadow clone was beaten into oblivion. As for why he was beaten after mastering the Flying Thunder God? Well, you'd have to ask the second Hokage, Tobirama-sensei, for that answer. In short, after the unnamed clone dispersed, the other shadow clones received his memories and began trying the technique. For a moment, yellow hair fluttered all around the training ground, golden light flickering. Occasionally, multiple shadow clones would choose the same teleportation point, and unable to adjust their posture in time, they bumped into each other awkwardly, leading to some embarrassing collisions before they suicided out of shame. The other shadow clones also ended themselves after receiving the memory. The reason was simple: if they died, the embarrassment would be left to the original Naruto. Meanwhile, the real Naruto, who is training with Hinata, is too happy to concentrate after receiving the memory of learning the Flying Thunder God. This distraction led to him being smacked hard in the abdomen by Hinata. Ah! Naruto bent over in pain, taking a deep breath. Oh no, Naruto-kun. Are you okay? Hinata hurriedly supported him. Naruto waved his hand. It's fine, just a little pain in my liver. But after absorbing all the clones' memories, Naruto's liver hurt even more. Seeing Naruto's face getting paler, Hinata quickly fetched Sakura. Sakura's hand glowed green as she examined Naruto. She sighed, "Good thing I got here quickly." Hinata was nervous. "Is it because I was too rough? It's all my fault." Relax," Sakura interrupted Hinata's incoherent self-blame. "I meant it's a good thing I got here before he healed on his own. There's nothing wrong with his internal organs, just a minor bruise." Huh? Hinata tilted her head, confused. "Seriously, Hinata, you got all worked up over a tiny hit." Sakura leaned in closer and whispered mischievously, "So, how far have you two progressed? Have you hugged? Kissed?" And no. Nothing like that. Hinata stammered, blushing furiously. "I'm fine now," Naruto reassured Hinata, trying to comfort her. "I just made a little progress with my ninjutsu and got distracted. I'm okay." Hinata nodded, finally relieved. As Sakura walked away with her medical kit, she couldn't help but feel a bit sad, wondering when Sasuke would ever come around. Naruto reached out and patted Hinata's head. "I've got some questions to ask my dad. I'll be back soon." "Okay," Hinata replied obediently. After saying goodbye, Naruto ran to the Hokage's office. "Dad, my shadow clone just successfully used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu." "Oh? You already mastered it?" Minato said, finishing a document and setting it aside as he smiled at Naruto. "No, it was my shadow clone who learned it." "Isn't that the same thing?" Minato asked, puzzled. "If the shadow clone learned it, doesn't that mean the original Naruto also learned it? But I still have a problem. If I don't solve it, I won't dare to use the Flying Thunder God." "What's the problem?" "Well, what would happen if the Flying Thunder God Jutsu failed? If it fails, you'll just stay in place and waste some chakra at most." "Is that the issue?" No, I mean, if it partially fails, could I end up split? Split? Yeah, like if my head teleports but my body stays behind, or something like that." Minato was stunned. After a moment, he explained, "That's not going to happen. When you use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, it takes everything in direct contact with your body or things connected to your chakra. This isn't something the caster controls. For example, if a shuriken is stuck in you, it'll teleport with you when the jutsu is performed. The human body is a single entity, so it can't be split." "Oh, so you're saying there's no way my clothes would stay behind while I teleport, right?" Naruto asked, feeling relieved. Minato chuckled, "Of course not. Why do you have so many strange ideas?" "It's just stuff I've picked up," Naruto replied, shrugging. After reading so much fan fiction in his previous life, all kinds of strange ideas had formed. Some authors even tried to explain the Flying Thunder God as a four-dimensional space-time jutsu. And the worst part? They never finished their stories. One last question. Is it possible to change the style of the Flying Thunder God's mark once it's set? Not exactly. The essence of the Flying Thunder God mark is a chakra-based seal, arranged in a specific pattern to form a symbol or text. You can rearrange it to create a new mark, but any differences might complicate the jutsu's perception. You need to practice the new mark enough to be able to use it instantly in battle. So it's better not to waste energy on creating a second one. Oh, I see. So it's like using different weapons in a game, It doesn't matter if you use different types as long as they're just for teleportation. But the key placement might affect how fast you can teleport. After understanding, Naruto became excited. The marks he'd been practicing with were all swirl patterns, and he felt they lacked uniqueness. Now he could design new marks just for fun. Naruto placed one hand on the desk, letting chakra flow from his palm to create a black seal, slowly forming 3 large characters, request monthly pass. Naruto admired his work and then teleported back to the training ground using the swirl mark left by his shadow clone. In the office, Minato was left scratching his head. What's a monthly pass? Chapter 60. Raza and Orochimaru. Of course, Naruto didn't perform all these elaborate tricks just for fun. Well, it wasn't just for fun. For example, if a mission took him through an interesting place, Naruto could leave a flying thunder god mark on a landmark. Later, he could take Hinata there for a visit when they had some free time. Of course, this kind of behavior falls under the category of uncivilized tourism, so kids shouldn't learn from it. Moreover, Naruto has a bigger plan. He intends to have his shadow clones travel all over the world, leaving flying thunder god marks at intervals and mapping the coordinates. That way, Naruto could create a large-scale teleportation map of the ninja world. When the time comes, with Naruto's Kagura mind's eye for precise positioning, wouldn't he be able to start a logistics company? Uzumaki Express, mission guaranteed. The art of sealing is perfect for you. The flying thunder god jutsu enables ultra-long distance delivery, and the Kagura mind's eye ensures last-mile accuracy. Uzumaki Logistics is the best choice in the logistics industry. Back at the training ground, unexcited Naruto increased his weight to 100 kilograms and started running laps around the area. In the sealed space, Kurama yawned out of boredom. He used to think Naruto was an interesting kid. Later, when Naruto learned the shadow clone jutsu, Kurama was amazed. It turns out humans can die so happily, they can even exhaust themselves over trivial matters, and they can pose in such bizarre ways. This kid, so small and determined. I can feel his strength growing, even though he doesn't realize it yet. Despite everything, he keeps moving forward. It's almost admirable. No, it's inspiring. I never thought I'd see a human like this. There's something special about him, something that makes me think. Maybe, just maybe, he could be the one to change everything. I never thought I'd trust a human, but with him, I think I might finally be ready to believe. After a while, Naruto, having finished his laps, drenched in sweat, took a few deep breaths, and hurried off the training ground. He needed to order some special kunai. Naruto looked around Hidden Leaf Village's largest ninja tool shop but didn't see the girl with the bun hairstyle. He wondered if this shop was owned by Tenten's family. Naruto took out one of Minato's kunai as a sample and requested an order of 100, urgently needed. The shopkeeper grinned. He recognized it immediately. Wasn't this the special kunai used by the 4th Hokage? He had made these many times and was quite familiar with them. As Naruto left the shop, he touched his shrunken frog wallet and couldn't help but sing, I see this life like a swinging vine, swing my heart across the line, and in my face are flashing signs, seek it out and ye shall find. As expected of the arms business, it's so expensive. Kid, you've got the scent of Shukaku on you. Huh? Naruto stopped and opened his internal map. About 2 streets away, 4 chakra signatures were moving together. It was a team of Hidden Sand Village shinobi. Kurama sat up with interest. Go fight him. Naruto refused. Don't cause trouble. They're here for the Chunin exams. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to beat them up without reason. It might even lead to a diplomatic incident. You think about stuff like that? Kurama was surprised. This kid used to be so impulsive. What changed? Being reckless isn't a good thing. We can't go around causing problems like Boruto. Boruto is truly Sasuke's apprentice, doing whatever comes to mind without thinking. As long as it's on a whim, my dad can never guess what I'll do next. Who's Boruto? Kurama asked, sensing something off. It's said to be an unflammable material. Throw it into Amaterasu, and Amaterasu will go out, Naruto explained with a straight face. Kurama glared at him, grumbling something the fox didn't understand. Naruto steered the conversation back on track. That's not important. Anyway, when the exam starts, I'll have a legitimate reason to fight Shukaku. Kurama, who couldn't fight Shukaku for now, lay back down out of boredom. I want some barbecue. Naruto pulled out his deflated wallet, and with tears in his eyes, he created a shadow clone, handing it the last few bills. Kurama took control of the clone and happily headed to the barbecue restaurant. Naruto watched his clone's cheerful retreat and concluded with a life lesson. Without money, you're not worthy of raising a fox. Back at the training ground, Naruto told Kushina about the news that the Jinchuriki of the One Tail was coming to take the Chunin exams. Kushina's expression turned serious. If it were just the One Tail, she was confident she could handle it herself. The problem was, if Hidden Sand Village had any intentions, it couldn't be as simple as sending just the one-tailed Jinchuriki. In that case, Hidden Leaf Village could suffer significant casualties, and this needed to be discussed with Minato. Naruto's face also turned serious. He couldn't figure it out. How could this Kazekage dare to make a move? He wasn't sure if Orochimaru was involved in this, but even if he was, would he dare to come to Hidden Leaf Village? The Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out, both the third and fourth Hokage were around, and Jiraiya had returned to the village. Was he looking for his death? Did he think he could take on the village? Naruto couldn't understand because he was thinking clearly, but Raza wasn't. Raza only knew that Hidden Leaf Village was strong and that a real fight would likely result in a loss, but he didn't know just how strong they were. In reality, Raza was desperate and didn't want to take any extreme measures. If he could develop his village smoothly, who would want to risk their life in a fight? But Raza was under immense pressure. Hidden Sand Village is already poor, the desert lacked everything except sand, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind had little interest in funding their village. As a result, Raza, the fourth Kazekage, had to personally use his gold dust technique to subsidize the village by panning for gold. The fifth Kazekage, Gaara, controls ordinary sand, the third Kazekage controls iron sand, and the fourth Kazekage, Raza, has the powerful ability to control gold dust. When this guy fought, wealth and riches were scattered all over the battlefield. If someone were killed by him, it would certainly be called a glorious funeral. But panning for gold could only be a temporary measure. Over time, gold would become less valuable. To secure some benefits, Raza had to take the risk, hoping that everyone would be satisfied. Hidden Leaf Village is so strong, yet you still withhold our funds. What if the Land of Fire decides to go to war in the future? Anyway, at most, some lives would be lost, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Just when Raza was formulating a plan, a notorious figure in the ninja world, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, betrayed the village and came to him, seeking revenge on Hidden Leaf Village. It was a case of opportunity knocking at just the right time. As everyone knew, Orochimaru was once pursued by Hidden Leaf Village, and his desire for revenge was understandable. So, the two struck a deal. This was the first encounter at the entrance to Hidden Sand Village. The moment Raza saw Orochimaru, he knew he was dealing with a snake who had lost his humanity. If you want to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 61. Orochimaru's plan. In the last chapter, we mentioned that the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and Orochimaru reached a preliminary agreement. They want to strike against Hidden Leaf Village, but there is some disagreement on how to do it and to what extent. Orochimaru wants to kill the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and deliver a message to his former teacher. Raza disagrees, as killing a Kage is too extreme. He only wants to weaken Hidden Leaf Village, not provoke a full-blown conflict. There is no need to go that far. Orochimaru agrees on the surface but insists that his deep-seated hatred requires a more severe blow against Hidden Leaf Village. Raza concedes that it makes sense. In negotiations, when one party steps back, the other should also compromise. As a gesture of sincerity, Raza offers to use the village's most powerful weapon, the one-tail Shukaku. Orochimaru appears satisfied but secretly makes other plans. Thus, a superficial alliance forms, and the two further discuss the so-called Crush Hidden Leaf Village plan. At this time, news of Jiraiya's return to the village hasn't yet spread. However, Orochimaru understands that, given Hidden Leaf Village's current strength, relying only on himself and the alliance with the Sand Village won't be enough to achieve his goal. He needs additional resources, but there is no need to inform Raza about this. It's alright to tell you, Minato says at dinner, responding to Naruto's question. Jiraiya-sensei went to find Tsunade-senpai, which is why you haven't seen him lately. Tsunade? Yes. Even though we suspect that the Sand Village might be planning something big, they haven't made any overt moves yet. All we can do is take precautions. If Tsunade-senpai returns, even if war breaks out, our losses will be minimal. Naruto thinks to himself, of course. She's the legendary healer who could heal the entire village single-handedly, and she's the one who can rally all of Hidden Leaf Village. But what if she can't be found? Whether or not Jiraiya-sensei succeeds, he will return before the exams start. I won't allow the enemy to make any moves in Hidden Leaf Village, so you should focus on the exam. Until your generation is ready, we elders will handle these threats. Minato smiles warmly. Naruto nods and continues eating, feeling that the food tastes even better. Orochimaru, let's see if you can survive this. By the way, after Orochimaru's betrayal, did he go directly to the Land of Sound to establish the Sound Village? Naruto suddenly remembers that in the original story, Orochimaru betrays Hidden Leaf Village because he is obsessed with immortality, and that's when he begins experimenting on himself. But since Itachi hasn't defected yet, maybe Orochimaru didn't leave the Akatsuki, and he could have even invited Pain to join forces. I'm not prepared for this level of threat. Fortunately, Minato's words reassure him. No, according to Jiraiya-sensei's investigation, Orochimaru did join the Akatsuki to avoid Hidden Leaf Village's pursuit, but he deflected for unknown reasons and was subsequently hunted by members of the Akatsuki. Is that so? One more thing, Dad, when you fought Obito, didn't you leave the Flying Thunder God mark on him? Naruto asks, thinking that the mark is still there. They could gather a team of strong allies like Kushina, Kakashi, Guy, Shizui, Fugaku, Itachi, Jiraiya, and more, and attack them all at once. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about these constant threats. I did, but it wasn't effective after that, Minato admits, a little embarrassed. But the mark was lost during the battle. Can someone erase the Flying Thunder God mark? Naruto is surprised. Isn't it supposed to be permanent? It wasn't erased. My Rasengan was too powerful, and it obliterated everything below Obito's chest, causing the mark to disappear. We still aren't sure how he survived, but someone must have rescued him. Okay, so even if Obito survived, he's not exactly in one piece. Is he even human anymore? Does Pervy Sage know the full details about the Akatsuki organization? Minato doesn't correct Naruto's nickname for Jiraiya and replies, I told Jiraiya-sensei everything I knew, including that this information came from your dreams. He wouldn't do something reckless, like storming into Hidden Rain Village alone, would he? Naruto asks, worried that Jiraiya might feel it is his responsibility to correct the mistakes made by his former students. Even with his strength and intelligence, what would happen to Konan and her 600 billion paper bombs? Don't worry. I've convinced Jiraiya-sensei not to take any immediate action. He won't do anything without discussing it with me first. Alright. Naruto processes the large amount of information he receives today and considers what steps to take next. In any case, strength is the foundation of everything. If there's any doubt, becoming stronger is the priority. Once this exam is over, Naruto decides that he should also start training as a sage. In the following days, Naruto's shadow clones begin practicing ninjutsu related to the Flying Thunder God jutsu, such as the time-space barrier that Minato uses to deflect a tail beast bomb. Meanwhile, Naruto himself continues his physical training, sparring with Hinata, Sasuke, and the ever-energetic Kiba. One difference is that Naruto no longer needs Kushina to make excuses to walk Hinata home. The two are now holding hands freely. One day, a little girl suddenly runs out from the Hyuga clan's gate, pouting and glaring at Naruto before pulling Hinata back inside. Sister, I've been waiting for you for so long. You haven't spent time with me for almost a month. Hinata hugs the little girl and apologizes, this is my sister, Hanabi. She's been very attached to me since she was little. Maybe it's because I haven't had much time for her lately, so. Hanabi struggles slightly but then hugs Hinata tightly as well, thinking happily, it's been so long since my sister held me like this. She turns back to Naruto, almost as if to show off. Unfortunately, Naruto doesn't notice whether she rolls her eyes or not. He thinks this little girl is cute. Even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have minded. After all, if he marries Hinata in the future, he'd have to deal with the whole clan. Who knows, maybe the fox spirit inside him makes him immune to their stares. It's alright, Hinata. Naruto knows about Hanabi. Hanabi seems to be attached to her sister, and Naruto wouldn't get upset over such a small thing. Hinata says seriously, Naruto-kun, please do your best in tomorrow's exam. I'll be doing my best too. Okay. Naruto gives Hinata the same warm smile as Minato. Let's both do our best. Chapter 62. Hinata nighttime in the sealed space. Naruto sat in front of Kurama, patting his massive paw, and spoke in a low voice, Big Fox, I have an exam tomorrow. Yeah, Kurama replied, not particularly interested. He was bored since he couldn't go and brawl with Shukaku. Naruto continued with a mock-serious tone, this exam is tough. Can you help me relax? Kurama eyed him suspiciously. What are you planning? He knew Naruto never had a simple request. I want to do something thrilling. Naruto grinned mischievously, revealing his true intentions. But after hearing him out, Kurama declined, get lost. Just once. Naruto pleaded. How about I help you exit instead? Ah. Your friend Naruto Uzumaki has gone offline. Naruto exited the sealed space, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. In the sealed space, Kurama also closed his eyes and settled down for the night. However, a few hours later, Naruto woke up, sneaked back into the sealed space, saw the sleeping fox, smirked, and started climbing up Kurama's back. Naruto knew Kurama's sleep schedule was almost identical to his own, mainly because Kurama would get bored if Naruto was asleep. So, feeling smug, Naruto picked a tail with a suitable angle and slid down it using his reverse sand sliding jutsu. Wahoo take off. At that moment, all other forms of sliding, like sandboarding and grass sledging, paled in comparison to sliding down a fox's tail. Sliding down from a height of several meters and doing so secretly while Kurama was asleep doubled the thrill. What Naruto didn't realize, though, was at the moment he started climbing, Kurama had already opened one eye but didn't move. When Naruto was about to reach the bottom, Kurama flicked the tip of his tail, sending Naruto soaring 100 meters into the air. Naruto. What's happening? He looked down to see Kurama staring up at him, grinning. Naruto felt a chill down his spine and tried to talk his way out of it. Ha, Big Fox, you're awake? I was just, slipping, and I happened to touch your tail. Believe it or not? The last word dragged out because Naruto started to fall faster. Big Fox, I was wrong. Naruto's earlier laughter turned into screams. Kurama ignored him. As Naruto was about to land, Kurama caught him with his tail and then flung him into the air again. Having fun, are we? Kurama asked with a menacing grin. Ah! Naruto screamed as he rose and fell. Kurama caught and tossed him again. You can play, right? Naruto continued to contribute to the background noise. Ah! You haven't had enough, have you? This time, Kurama stood up, angled his tail, and let Naruto slide down again. Then, using his other tails, he created a roller coaster-like track and let Naruto spin around 81 times. When Kurama finally let him down, Naruto's eyes were swirling. Big Fox, I think I might have developed a fear of heights, Naruto muttered before passing out. Kurama caught Naruto with a tail, preventing him from hitting the ground, and gently placed him on his head. Lying down again, Kurama recalled a prophecy. In the future, there will be a boy who will call out the name of the nine-tailed beast and play with it. It's him. The old man won't recognize anyone else, Kurama grinned, the happiest he had been in 1,000 years. Early the next morning, Naruto finished his breakfast alone. Minato, Kushina, and Kinamaru had already left, leaving a note for Naruto. It was the first day of the exam, and they had much to do. Naruto first went to the ninja shop to collect his custom kunai, then headed to the training ground as usual. His reporting time wasn't until 3 in the afternoon, and he had agreed to meet his friends there. Before everyone arrived, Naruto released some shadow clones to apply a sealing technique to the kunai handles. The clones didn't mess around, as seriousness is in the mood. When Sasuke and Sakura arrived, Naruto handed them each a kunai. Sasuke, familiar with Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, had a good idea of what was going on. Sakura, however, looked curiously at the oddly shaped kunai with a swirling logo on the handle and asked, "What's this?" "Just hold it and stay still," Naruto said, tossing a kunai. As it flew, Naruto instantly disappeared and reappeared in midair, holding the kunai. For a moment, Naruto wanted to blurt out, "This is Flying Thunder God Jutsu." But fortunately, he held back, returning to Sakura. "That's..." Sakura was speechless with surprise. Even with her current dynamic vision, she could see Sasuke's movements when he practiced the Chidori, but she didn't catch Naruto's movements at all. "This is the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. No matter how far away I am, I can instantly appear wherever this jutsu is placed, and I can bring others with me." "That's amazing!" Sakura exclaimed. "Then, let's practice this technique together. With it, we can improve our tactical coordination." 5 minutes later. Ugh. When Hinata and the others arrived at the training ground, they found Naruto tossing a kunai up and down in boredom while Sasuke and Sakura were leaning against a tree, vomiting. After dozens of times experiencing intense spatial disorientation, they had contributed their breakfasts to the forest as fertilizer. Naruto, having experienced this since childhood and played with Shadow Clone's crazy flashes, was used to it. Seeing this, Hinata asked with concern, "Naruto-kun, what happened to them?" "Nothing serious, just ninja after effects," Naruto replied, handing Hinata a kunai and explaining the situation. Hinata accepted the kunai with surprise, realizing that with this, Naruto-kun could visit her at any time. Hinata blushed at the thought. What if Naruto-kun showed up at an awkward time? Oh, where should she keep this kunai? Naruto noticed Hinata's expression and was puzzled. Where did this trouble come from? He gave her the kunai for protection. Having finally found a loyal girlfriend after 2 lifetimes, he had to take precautions. Many eyed her because of her Byakugan. How could he not provide some form of protection? Naruto thought a woman's mind is indeed hard to understand, and girls too. Everyone focused on their regular training. Since they didn't know the content of the afternoon exam, it was wise not to overexert themselves. At noon, Hinata shyly took out 2 bento boxes she had prepared that morning. Naruto was overjoyed and eagerly dragged Hinata to a spot to eat together. Meanwhile, Sakura looked frustrated as Sasuke walked away. She angrily thought, why didn't I think to bring Sasuke a bento? Chapter 63. Nothing after the meal, Naruto holds Hinata's small hand, leading her on a walk to help with digestion. While Hinata's cooking is delicious, Naruto is perplexed, wondering if she has eaten enough. He recalls an episode from the anime where Hinata consumes over 40 bowls of ramen during a big eater competition, not because she can't eat more, but because the time runs out. Naruto can't help but wonder how much she can truly eat in reality, though he finds it hard to ask. He makes a mental note to visit a snack street with her when they have the time so he can observe her appetite more discreetly. After a while, their friends start returning, and it's nearly 2 o'clock. Kiba, the most impatient among them, shouts for everyone to submit their applications. Naruto, still holding Hinata's hand, is reluctant to let go. What's the rush? Even if we go early, we won't get extra points. Besides, we might encounter some clueless candidates. Isn't that even better? Let them see how strong we are, right, Akamaru? Kiba retorts. Woof. Akamaru barks in agreement, wagging his tail. Sasuke is also eager to move. After training intensely for so long, he's itching to show off. Fine, let's go early, Naruto finally agrees, curious about what kind of opponents they'll face. He's particularly interested in seeing the current state of the boy who, like him, lost his parents at a young age. The 6 of them, along with Akamaru, set off for the academy. Naruto finally lets go of Hinata's hand. Naruto doesn't mind holding her hand, but Hinata feels embarrassed, her face almost buried in her chest. Naruto casts a kind glance at Sakura, who is walking ahead of him. He sighs, wondering why they are so different at the age of 12. Naruto lowers his gaze sympathetically. Sakura gets annoyed and feels compelled to punch Naruto. She shakes her head and condemns herself internally, thinking, Naruto is an excellent teammate. Why do I have these thoughts? When they reach the 2nd level, they spot a classroom labeled 301, with a crowd gathered at the door, disputing with 2 Chunin guards. As they arrive, they witness one of the Chunin knock down Rock Lee. Sakura frowns, realizing that the floor is covered with a Genjutsu barrier. When Sasuke notices Lee's appearance, he thinks of the weird members of the Uchiha clan. He becomes enraged and uses his Sharingan, which quickly reveals the illusion. Kiba's nose twitches and Shino examines an insect on his index finger while everyone demonstrates their skills. However, Naruto is listening to Tenten. Tenten is helping Lee with his plan to feign weakness, pleading with the 2 Chunin to let them pass. Her elder brother looks on coldly, seemingly too embarrassed to play along with his comedic teammate. The 2 Chunin sneer, proclaiming that the weaklings present are undeserving of sitting for the Chunin exams. Naruto recognizes the voice. It sounds like Kotetsu again, one of Hidden Leaf Village's infamous pranksters. Have they used the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves? Leave it to those 2 to ditch guarding the village gate to oversee the exam entrance. Kiba can't take it anymore and, with Akamaru's support, speaks up. Hey, how long are you going to keep up this farce? Kotetsu feigns ignorance. Huh? What are you talking about? Sasuke, always eager for attention, walks over with his hands in his pockets. Humphrey, a mere illusion like this can't fool these eyes. Stop embarrassing yourselves. As he speaks, he deliberately flashes his double Tomoe Sharingan. Sakura exclaims, amazing, as expected of Sasuke. It's worth mentioning that the way she pronounces this line in the anime is quite amusing. Kotetsu and Izumo sigh as they remove the Genjutsu. It was only intended to prevent inferior candidates from continuing. The onlookers murmur in admiration. So this is the Uchiha clan? Impressive. Even Tenten can't help but comment, this year's newcomers are quite impressive. Neji, however, is not pleased. The Hyuga clan has a saying, the Hyuga clan is the strongest. Even Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, often declares this after defeating an opponent, a habit that makes people want to roll their eyes. Neji has been raised with this mindset, so he isn't thrilled about the Uchiha clan, though he doesn't provoke them. With his usual good manners, he greets Hinata politely, Lady Hinata. Brother Neji, Hinata replies naturally, indicating they have a good relationship. Tenten, looking Hinata up and down, teases, so this is the little sister Neji always talks about? He always praises you, especially since you graduated, saying you're improving rapidly. Ah, thank you, Hinata stammers, not quite sure how to handle such familiarity. Tenten, don't say too much, Neji scolds her gently. Hee, Tenten giggles, sticking her tongue out at Neji. It is a heartwarming scene, almost like a husband and wife in perfect harmony. Naruto can't help but think he has discovered something, a cold protagonist and cheerful female lead. Rock Lee then approaches Sasuke. You must be Sasuke Uchiha. Hello, I've heard a lot about you from the 3 upperclassmen. They say you're a genius, and I'm looking forward to a match. Sasuke grits his teeth at the mention of those 3 eccentrics. Well, thanks to them, I'll show you the true power of the Uchiha. Sasuke doesn't underestimate Lee despite his earlier disheveled appearance. He knows that these green-clad ninjas are formidable opponents. To take them lightly would be a grave mistake. While they chat, Kiba is fuming. I was supposed to be first. I was the one who stood up and exposed them, but why did Sasuke steal the spotlight? Shouldn't someone ask me how I saw through the illusion? It's the smell, Shino's voice suddenly whispers in Kiba's ear. Kiba jumps in surprise. When did you get here? Shino ignores Kiba's question and continues his speculation. We didn't arrive too early. If this were the real exam room, there should already be candidates inside. You and Akamaru can smell the human scent, whether it's sweat or something else. Shino adjusts his sunglasses and adds, if you want to ask me how I know. Because you know my sense of smell. You're so annoying, Kiba interrupts Shino's long-winded explanation. He turns to the others and calls out, hey, it's time to go upstairs and submit our applications. The group begins to ascend the stairs. Shino, momentarily forgotten, adjusts his sunglasses again, and a mysterious gleam reflects off the lenses. Chapter 64. Chunin exams. 9 of them enter the classroom one by one. Inside, the room is already packed with hundreds of candidates, gathered in small groups. Some are chatting and laughing, while others seem tense and focused. As they settle in, a small figure darts over and latches onto Sasuke's back. Sasuke, you finally showed up. We've been waiting forever. Ino pouts playfully, clinging to Sasuke and shooting a glare at Sakura. Sparks fly between the 2 girls as they lock their eyes. Sakura steps forward and grabs Ino's arm. Let go of Sasuke. No way. Ino tightens her grip. Let go. Sakura's forehead creases in frustration. Not a chance. Ino sticks out her tongue and makes a face. Sasuke frowns and pulls away from the 2 girls, breaking free from their grip. Ino finally lets go, but the argument with Sakura continues right on the spot. Naruto can't help but wonder if Ino's more interested in getting Sakura's attention than Sasuke's. Shikamaru and Choji follow closely behind. The room is filled with experienced ninjas and others from different villages, making the 3 of them feel a bit uneasy. You guys finally made it. This exam is such a drag, Shikamaru grumbles. Choji continues munching on his snacks and offers his bag of chips to Naruto. Want some? No thanks, Naruto replies. It's not every day that someone from the Akimaki clan offers to share their food. Choji must consider him a friend. In return, Naruto rummages through his belongings and pulls out a large package of snacks, handing it to Choji. Since the mission to the Land of Waves, Naruto has made it a habit to carry extra food, water, and other essentials. Whoa, Naruto. You're the best. Choji exclaims, hugging the snack package just as he finishes up his stash. Naruto glances around the room, noting that Hidden Leaf Village has the most participants, followed by Hidden Sand Village. However, aside from Gaara's team, most are just average ninjas. Hey, are all the rookies here to take the exam this year? Tenten asks in surprise. But you guys have some bad luck. This year's exam isn't going to be easy. Sakura and Ino pause their bickering and turn to listen as Tenten continues. This year's Chunin exams have the highest number of participants in years, which means it's going to be tougher. You newbies should have trained a bit more. Noticing that Neji seems close to these Genin because of Hinata, Tenten doesn't mind sharing some advice. Newcomers are often seen as easy targets. They'll likely be picked on right from the start. Sakura and Ino look a bit uneasy, while Hinata silently encourages herself. Kiba, full of confidence, smirks. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Akamaru barks in agreement. Such a hassle, Shikamaru mutters, gazing up at the ceiling, already thinking of a way to opt out. Choji continues eating, unconcerned about the warnings. After all, food is far more important than any intel. Sasuke stands beside Naruto, cool and confident, clearly agreeing with Kiba's attitude. I'm not targeting anyone specifically, but everyone here is just cannon fodder, Naruto thinks, debating whether to voice the insult when a puff of smoke erupts at the front of the room. Ibiki Morino, dressed in a large black trench coat, strides onto the stage with a group of proctors. Listen up, you maggots. Quiet down. The first exam starts now. I'm the head proctor, Ibiki Morino. Submit your application forms, then get your number plates and take your assigned seats. The candidates line up, handing in their forms and receiving their number plates. Naruto glances at Hinata as they both line up, thinking, what is this, some kind of love lottery with these number plates? The 2 end up sitting next to each other, and Naruto can't help but wonder if his mother, Kushina, has somehow threatened Ibiki to make this happen. Once everyone is seated, Ibiki begins explaining the rules. First rule, each of you starts with 10 points, and there are 10 questions on the test. It's a point deduction system, 1 point lost for each wrong answer or unanswered question. Second rule, the test results are calculated as a team. The most important rule, if you're caught cheating, or if the proctor even suspects you of cheating, you lose 2 points each time. You want to be Chunin? Then take this test like real ninjas. If any one member of your team scores 0, the entire team fails. And the final question will be given 45 minutes into the test. The exam is 1 hour long, starting now. The candidates flip over their test papers. Sakura, brimming with confidence, begins writing immediately. As a top student, she believes no written test can stump her. Sasuke and Naruto, who also have strong academic records, feel secure as well. Sakura quickly breezes through the first 9 questions, her speed even surpassing that of some Chunin who already know the answers. She looks up, surprised to see so many others still frozen, not even starting. A moment of realization hits her. These questions are far beyond what any geinin should know. Naruto is also working through the questions. The first one is a coding problem. Naruto examines it closely. It looks like some kind of ancient script, almost like the poneglyphs from One Piece. Do I need to summon Nico Robin to answer this? The second question involves calculating the trajectory of a shuriken thrown by ninja and predicting the characteristics of an enemy who might appear within the shuriken's range. When did throwing weapons become rocket science? Naruto thinks, bewildered. As he continues through the questions, they only get more absurd, like analyzing complex chemical reactions. Naruto finally drops his pen. Sorry to all the geniuses out there. I can't answer a single one of these. Sasuke finds himself in a similar predicament, but then he remembers Ibiki's words, take this test like real ninjas. Understanding the hidden message, Sasuke activates his Sharingan, copying the movements of the candidate in front of him and writing down the answers. The Uchiha clan's trademark technique is perfect for assing tests and copying homework. Meanwhile, the other candidates use their unique skills, some employ Byakugan, others send bugs to gather information, and some communicate with their ninja dogs to get the answers. All in a day's work for a ninja. Chapter 65. Chunin exams. Naruto knows the purpose of the exam is to test their intelligence-gathering skills, but he realizes he doesn't have any jutsu that could help him cheat. Could he use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport to Sakura's side, swap their test papers, and then teleport back? The proctor isn't blind, and that would get him kicked out right away. Maybe he could contact Kurama, the fox spirit inside him. It'd be like phoning a friend on a quiz show. But asking the Nine Tails for help? Forget it. It's better to wait for the 10th question and just turn in a blank sheet. Who knows, maybe he can pass with a blank. For some reason, not writing anything feels like the most Naruto thing to do. Naruto isn't worried, but someone else is. After Sakura finishes answering the questions, she notices Naruto resting his chin on his hand, staring off into space. His pen has rolled to the edge of the table and is about to fall off. Sakura is baffled. Why has Naruto, the strongest student since graduation, suddenly become the weakest link? Inner Sakura, are you kidding me? Sasuke is almost done, and you're just sitting there. Move it, idiot. As time passes, some people get caught cheating by the proctor and are thrown out along with their teammates. The boldest move is by Konkuro's puppet, which has disguised itself as a proctor and even catches a few cheaters without being exposed. Ino, who is sitting behind Sakura, sees that she has stopped writing and assumes she's done. Even though she usually teases Sakura, Ino has to admit she admires her skills. So Ino focuses on Sakura and tries to copy her answers using the mind transfer jutsu, but as soon as she enters Sakura's mind, Inner Sakura punches her right out. You were just trying to steal Sasuke from me, and now you want to copy my answers? Get lost. What? Ino's head spins. How could her jutsu fail like that? Failed once and failed again. Left with no other option, she has to switch targets, still confused. 45 minutes have passed. The students have copied almost everything they need. Now it's time for the final question. First, you need to decide if you want to answer the 10th question. If you choose not to answer, you'll get 0 points, and your teammates will also be disqualified. If you choose to answer but get it wrong, you'll never be eligible to take the Chunin exams again. Ibiki Morino's words create intense pressure on the candidates. Some give up, afraid of losing their chance to become Chunin forever. Naruto, though, thinks it would be fun if he could stay a geinin forever. Then he drags Sasuke around, fighting battles in other countries using a giant robot like a Gundam. If anyone came to investigate, Minato could just step in and say, "Don't worry. It's just these two geinin from our village having a little sparring match." Apostrophe. When Ibiki announces that the remaining candidates have passed, only 20 teams are left out of the original 51. It's even fewer than in the original timeline because Naruto hasn't jumped up to cause a scene. As Ibiki is about to congratulate them with a smile, a black cloth suddenly covers the scene. On the cloth, the words second examiner, Anko Mitarashi are written. When Anko mentions that at least half of them will be eliminated, Naruto sizes her up and down. So, it's you, Antango. I wonder if my mom ever tried to set you up on a blind date with Kakashi. The candidates follow Anko to the site for the second exam. As Ibiki gathers the exam papers, he notices Naruto's blank sheet. The fourth Hokage's son turned in a blank paper. Isn't he supposed to be talented? Should I go after him and disqualify him? Ibiki can't help but laugh at his thoughts. Anko begins explaining the rules for the second exam. Each team will receive a scroll, either marked with heaven or earth. They need to collect both scrolls and reach the central tower within 5 days to qualify. Before receiving the scroll, they have to sign a waiver of liability. After that, whether they live or die is out of Hidden Leaf Village's hands, and the final decision rests with the village. Most candidates hide their scrolls carefully, afraid someone might see which one they have. Naruto, on the other hand, openly holds his heaven scroll. If everyone sees it, maybe half of them won't bother him. As for the other half who decide to target him, Naruto is ready to flip them off and shout, "Come at me." If he can win, he'll fight. If he can't, he'll run. With the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, could he even die in a fight? Naruto even thinks about taking his teammates home for a meal midway through the exam and returning when they're full. He wonders if Minato ever went home for dinner in the middle of a battle, leaving the enemy to wait while he came back and finished them off in one blow. Naruto waves to Hinata and enters the designated entrance with Sasuke and Sakura. Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, is a dense, jungle-like area filled with poisonous insects and wild beasts. Naruto seriously doubts whether this forest is where the first Hokage fought and left his mark. There's no place in all of Hidden Leaf Village with trees as thick and lush as the ones here. What should we do next? Sakura asks. Naruto excitedly pulls out 3 tents from his scroll and says, "Let's set up camp, hunt for food, and light a bonfire." I've never been camping before. Sasuke and Sakura both sweat drop. What about the exam? Couldn't he be more serious? Alright, fine, Naruto says, noticing their annoyed expressions. We'll look for the scroll first. With that, Naruto activates his Kaguru's Mind Eye. His current range is about 5 kilometers, but it can extend up to 10 kilometers. Yes. About 500 meters away, there's one large and 2 smaller chakra signatures. The smaller ones are about the same as Sakura's, and the larger one has several times Kakashi-sensei's chakra. Sasuke? Sakura? What kind of unit is a Kakashi? Oh, 1 Kakashi is the amount of chakra that Kakashi-sensei has, Naruto explains casually. Sasuke doesn't pay much attention to Naruto's made-up unit and says in surprise, is there such a strong presence among the Genin? Having a lot of chakra doesn't necessarily mean they're strong. Naruto thinks of 3 people who might have that much chakra. One is Gaara. If it was him, he would have already started yelling about wanting to beat everyone up. Another is Orochimaru, although Hidden Leaf Village hasn't found any trace of him yet. Naruto isn't sure if Orochimaru is involved in the exams. The last one is Karen. Naruto is thinking about how to convince her to stay in Hidden Leaf Village. After all, she's technically part of the Uzumaki clan. Maybe she's even a distant cousin. He can't just let her go back to Hidden Grass Village to suffer. Let's go take a look, and make sure you have the kunai I gave you, Naruto says as they move forward. Chapter 66. Karen. After walking for a while, Naruto raises his hand. We've been discovered, he says. It's not surprising, given how openly they've been moving. Both Sakura and Sasuke silently grumble to themselves. Sure enough, 2 large men jump out of the bushes the next moment. One of them unsheaths the long knife on his back, eyeing the 3 young ninjas. Oh? Looks like we've run into one of Hidden Leaf Village's rookie teams. We're in luck. The other smirks, just as confident. If you know what's good for you, hand over your scrolls now. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next. Sasuke turns to Naruto. 1 each? Sure, Naruto replies casually. I'm not in the mood for a fight, but since you're being so polite, I guess I'll oblige. The man with the knife can't hold back any longer. How arrogant. You 2 brats. The other one chimes in. You won't even know what hit you. Naruto wants to laugh but holds it back. For a fight, it's better to be serious. Sasuke throws a kunai, and Naruto follows suit. The 2 grass ninjas dodge and are about to sneer, newbies will be newbies. Is this all they've got? But before they can finish, lightning crackles around Sasuke's body, and his left hand has already pierced one of the men's chests. Naruto vanishes in an instant, reappearing at the spot where he threw his kunai, and slams a Rasengan into the other man's skull. In truth, defeating these two doesn't require much effort, but both Naruto and Sasuke want to test out their new techniques. For Sasuke, it's the first time his Chidori strikes a person, and for Naruto, it's the first time he uses the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in combat. Besides, these two Kuzen-ninja aren't good people. Their intentions were lethal, so there's no guilt in taking them down. The two Kuzen-ninja collapse and Sasuke coolly shakes the blood off his hand. Naruto pulls out a canteen from his scroll and tosses it to Sasuke to wash his hands. Reflecting on his actions, Naruto thinks the move looked pretty cool. Sakura, check their bodies. I'll scout ahead to see if there's anything left, Naruto says. Sasuke follows without a word. These two weaklings were the ones Naruto sensed earlier. He is curious to see how strong the third one might be. Sakura quickly searches the bodies of the two Kuzen-ninja. It's not that Naruto doesn't care about her, but as a ninja, she wouldn't be squeamish about corpses. Moreover, Sakura is studying medicine, so examining bodies is no big deal for her. Naruto and Sasuke soon find the third person's hiding spot. It's a young girl with red hair and red eyes, wearing glasses and a Kuzen-ninja forehead protector. She's about the same height as Sakura and is leaning against a tree, looking at them in fear. Sasuke frowns. Are you sure she's the stronger one? Sakura, who found nothing on the two Kuzen-ninja, looks at Naruto, puzzled. In terms of chakra, yes, Naruto explains casually. But it seems she hasn't learned much ninjutsu, or even had much training. The blonde one is handsome, and the black-haired one behind him is even more handsome, the girl thinks. Sakura, noticing the way the girl is looking at Sasuke, quickly steps in front of him, eyeing her warily. Karen snaps back to reality, realizing now isn't the time to be distracted. She holds out the earth scroll with trembling hands. This is our scroll. Please, don't kill me. Sasuke and Sakura both look at Naruto. She might have relatives from my clan, Naruto says as he takes the scroll. Do you know the Uzumaki clan? Karen is taken aback. Do I have relatives among Hidden Leaf Village as ninjas? But this handsome guy seems approachable. No. I don't know. I see. Naruto muses. It's not surprising. After the fall of Hidden Eddy Village, the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan likely went into hiding. At the time, they probably didn't dare tell their children about their lineage, fearing it would bring disaster. Thinking of this, Naruto says, come with us. With your teammates gone, you probably don't plan on continuing the exam, right? Ah, yes, Karen replies. She had been sent to take the exam by a bald man from Hidden Grass Village, tasked with healing her teammates by letting them bite her. Now that they're dead, there's no point in staying. She could be attacked by wild beasts at any moment. It's better to go with this kind of ninja. If she has relatives in Hidden Leaf Village, it would be better to take refuge there than continue being used by those in Hidden Grass Village. Naruto contacts Kushina via a communication link and asks her to meet them at the Hokage's office. Leaving with someone from another village requires approval from the Hokage. So, Naruto creates a shadow clone. As soon as the clone appears, it sticks a small disc labeled 001 on its chest, seemingly out of nowhere. Naruto resists the urge to punch him and pats the clone's shoulder. Come on, this is serious. Can you act more responsibly? Don't worry, I got this, the clone, labeled number 001, says confidently before placing his hand on Karen's shoulder and vanishing. I trust you as far as I can throw you, Naruto mutters under his breath. Ignoring the clone, Naruto shakes the two scrolls at his teammates. Let's go. Time to head to the central tower. The tower is only 5 kilometers away. It won't take long if they move quickly, though they might encounter other candidates or dangerous creatures on the way. Better to reach the tower early and avoid unnecessary trouble. The other clone arrives at the Hokage's office with Karen in tow. Hey, pervy sage, what are you doing here? The office is occupied by only 2 people, Jiraiya and Minato, who seem to be in the middle of a discussion. Naruto? Shouldn't you be taking the second test? How did you get here? Minato asks, eyeing Karen, who hasn't yet reacted to her surroundings. And who's this? Did you meet a pretty girl during the exam and couldn't wait to introduce her to your parents? Jiraiya quips, noticing Karen's red hair. Oh, as expected, a father and son, similar taste. I'm just a shadow clone, number 001 explains. The real me is still taking the exam. This girl here. Well, she might have ties to the Uzumaki clan. I figured we should let my mom confirm it. The door to the office bursts open, and Kushina storms in. Where is she? Number 001 guides the timid Karen toward Kushina. Mom, is this my long-lost sister? Minato? Karen? Jiraiya. Chapter 67. Trauma. Kushina looks at Karen's red hair, senses the chakra in her body, and thinks, this child must be from my clan. Naruto pushes the timid Karen, who tugs at the corner of his shirt, forward and says, don't be afraid, everyone here is family. Tell us about yourself. How did you end up in Hidden Grass Village? Has everything been okay? Jiraiya, standing nearby, hears Naruto refer to him as family and smiles happily. Kushina looks at Karen with concern. Yes, I might even be your aunt. It has been a long time since anyone has shown Karen such kindness, so she slowly begins to share her story. In her memory, when she was very young, she wandered with her mother, who told her that their homeland had been overtaken by bad people. They end up in the land of grass, where they are taken in by Hidden Grass Village. But outsiders like them aren't easily welcomed, they are grudgingly given a place to stay, and even finding food is a struggle. One day, the shinobi of Hidden Grass Village discovered that Karen's mother has a special ability. Anyone who bites her and absorbs her chakra can heal quickly, even from wounds deemed incurable. From that day on, Karen's mother often goes to the hospital to help in exchange for food. She also begins wearing long-sleeved clothes all the time, even in the hottest weather. Little Karen always thinks her mother is just working hard. This goes on for a long time until one day, when Karen is waiting at home for her mother as usual, what comes instead is her cold, lifeless body. Karen sees her mother's arm hanging off the bed, covered in bite marks. Karen cries, terrified, but the Hidden Grass Village shinobi don't let her go. Instead, they take her to the hospital. Unfortunately, Karen has the same ability as her mother. So, Karen falls into the same fate. Day after day, she is bitten by different people to heal their injuries. Even when she sleeps, she fears someone will come to take her to the hospital, as if she were born for this purpose. The shinobi of Hidden Grass Village tells her, you and your mother are just outsiders. The village has taken care of you for so long, you have to give something in return. Now, Karen's arms, shoulders, and legs are covered with dense bite marks. Karen is deeply scared, with her mother's tragic fate still fresh in her memory. She doesn't know when she will die just as miserably. She hates her abilities. As she recounts these memories, Karen's shoulders tremble, and she begins to cry. Jiraiya looks out the window silently. He has witnessed many tragic things, but to do such a thing to a child. Hidden Grass Village. Minato clenches his fists, his knuckles turning white. Tears well up in Kushina's eyes. She understands the pain and helplessness of living in a foreign land. She has experienced the agony of sealing the night tales when she was young, but now she has her own home and can protect herself. But this child. Kushina embraces Karen and comforts her. Good girl, I'll be your mother from now on, and you'll be my daughter. No one will dare to bully you again. Karen, still terrified of Hidden Grass Village, says, but what if they come for me again? They wouldn't dare. Kushina's red hair flares up. I still have to settle the score with them. If they so much as whisper your name, I'll blow their heads off. Minato adds with a reassuring smile, I'll handle Hidden Grass Village. Don't worry, you're my daughter now, and your father is the Hokage. Looking at Kushina's flowing red hair and Minato's warm smile, Karen suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of security. She throws herself into Kushina's arms. Mom. Wah! Karen cries, releasing all the grievances, pain, sorrow, and fear she has held in for so many years. Kushina holds her close, one arm around her, and gently strokes her red hair, as bright as her own, with the other. Time seems to pass slowly as Karen's voice grows hoarse, and her crying gradually subsides into small sobs. Naruto, watching the scene, turns to Minato and asks, Dad, do you know how many Hidden Grass Village shinobi made it to the second round? Minato looks at the report Ibiki has submitted to him. There are 9 in total, including Karen. So that means there are 6 left. What are you planning? Of course, I'm going to collect some interest. My sister's been bullied, how could I, her big brother, not do anything? However, Minato pulls out a file on Karen from the candidates' materials submitted by Hidden Grass Village and says, but according to this, Karen is older than you, Naruto. Huh? Naruto is embarrassed. So I'm the younger brother? There's one more thing. Minato, trying to lighten the mood, pulls out another report. Care to explain why you got a 0 on the written test? Ah, that, Kushina, noticing that Karen has calmed down, teases Naruto. Getting a 0 on a test, Naruto, now you have to call Karen's sister. I'll let it slide for Karen's sake, but otherwise. Naruto glances at Karen, who has wiped her tears and put her glasses back on, and reluctantly says, Sister, well, little brother with a 0 on your test, please take care of me, Karen responds solemnly, then looks at Naruto's conflicted expression and bursts into a giggle. Ha ha ha. The whole room joins in the laughter, and Naruto's earlier wounds are momentarily forgotten. Well, I should go and report to the main body. Naruto's clone suddenly looks away. We're just a clone after all. Let's make the main body suffer with this, and then resolutely dispels himself. The clone's memory returns to the original Naruto, about an hour later. Along the way, Naruto and the others defeat a team from Hidden Sound Village and take down a tiger and a bear, all while continuing their journey. Naruto, who has just lectured Sasuke on the famous saying, "Set fire to the mountain, sit in the bottom of the prison," suddenly stops and looks up at the sky. So I'm destined to be the younger brother? It isn't so bad with Kimimaro, but even Sasuke is older than him, and now there's Karen, who's also older. Naruto sighs, thinking back to when he was 3 and used to say offhandedly that it would be nice to have a younger brother to boss around, or a younger sister to look after. Sasuke notices Naruto's pensive look and asks, "What's wrong?" Sakura also stops. "Did you sense an enemy?" "No," Naruto snaps out of his thoughts and says determinedly, "I just want to do something." Chapter 68. Sister Naruto briefly explains the situation to his 2 teammates, avoiding too much detail about Karen's past of being tortured in the village. He considers it a personal matter and only mentions that Karen has had a tough time. Sasuke picks up on the key points. "So, Karen is your sister?" "She's your sister too," Naruto replies. "What does that have to do with me?" Sasuke initially brushes it off but then remembers his sensei with fiery red hair. Sakura asks, "So, are you planning to stand up for your sister?" "She will become your sister in the future, too," Naruto says, trying to form a connection. "Huh?" Sakura is momentarily confused. Naruto chuckles and adds, "When you change your last name to Uchiha in the future." "Ah." Sakura's cheeks turn pink as she glances shyly at Sasuke. "Naruto, how can you say something like that?" Inner Sakura, if only you could talk like this more often. Sasuke is bewildered. Why would Sakura change her last name to Uchiha? Could there be some connection between her family and the Uchiha clan? He thinks of Izumi Uchiha, a woman he doesn't particularly like. Although she originally had a civilian surname, her mother was Uchiha, and she later changed her surname back to Uchiha after awakening her Sharingan. Sasuke has always been cautious around her, not because he could tell she had intentions toward his brother. Could it be, she wants my brother to teach her how to train? Absolutely not, my brother already has so little time to train with me, I can't let her take even more of it away. Ignoring Sasuke's paranoid thoughts, Naruto summarizes that 20 groups have advanced to the second round, and after excluding his group and the 3 groups he has already dealt with, there are 16 groups left. Naruto creates 16 shadow clones, waves his hand, and says, "Each clone will confirm a group, open a small map, and search the area thoroughly." "Yes, sir." The 16 clones scatter and quickly leave Naruto's sight. One of the clones pins the number 001 card to its chest, another transforms into Naruto, and a third clone's cheerful expression turns into a blank stare. Naruto says, "Let's keep moving toward the tower. If the clones don't find anything, they can also block the entrance." Sasuke and Sakura have nothing to say, helping their sister is now their duty. The Kagura mind ability used by the clones might be slightly weaker than the main bodies, but it is sufficient, and the forest of death isn't particularly large. Since the exam has just started, the groups entering from different entrances are still relatively spread out. Soon, the shadow clones locate each group and rush toward them. 13 of the clones are unlucky and don't encounter any grass ninjas. They are initially disappointed because they've lost their chance to take action and rack up appearances. But then they cheerfully choose a method of self-destruction. The unfortunate candidates witness little yellow-haired clones happily running into their line of sight and then, in front of their eyes, either committing suicide with a kunai, using Rasengan on themselves, smashing into a tree, or even grabbing a venomous snake to get bitten. These 13 groups discuss the strange behavior of the suicidal yellow-haired clone. That was a shadow clone, right? Yeah, why did it show up just to kill itself in front of us? You're stupid. The shadow clone is a reconnaissance jutsu. If it destroys itself after seeing us, it sends the information back to the original. That means our location and movements have been exposed. Many teams quickly move and change their routes to avoid ambushes by the yellow-haired team. Of course, some are confident enough not to care, like Gar's team or the Sound Village's Dosakanuda's team. They aren't afraid of being tracked and continue on their original paths. Even the Hidden Leaf Village team assumes Naruto's shadow clone is just there to gather intel. Tenten complains, "What's that guy thinking? Can't he just dispel the clone properly? Why does he have to stick his head into a lion's den? It's creepy." The Inoshikacho team also encounters a shadow clone, and Shikamaru calmly says, "Naruto probably won't bother us, so let's keep our ambush position." Finding another good spot is too troublesome. Choji munches on his snacks and nods, "Yeah, Naruto gave me some precious snacks earlier, so he definitely won't come to steal our scrolls." How about we trade a scroll for some snacks with him? Ino face palms in despair, unable to handle these two lazy and food-obsessed teammates. However, Clone 001 and an unnamed clone get lucky, and each finds a team of grass ninjas. Clone 001 cheerfully blocks their path, wielding a makeshift Zoanhu axe made of branches, and shouts, "I own this road, and I planted these trees. If you want to pass, pay the toll." Meanwhile, the unnamed clone simply but confidently declares, "You're surrounded by me." The luckiest, and unluckiest, clone is Naruko because she encounters Hinata's team. Naruko is initially thrilled. What luck to run into Hinata! Surely, the main body will reward him with a bunch of appearances for this. But when Naruko jumps out to greet them, he notices something is off. Hinata takes 2 steps back, looking shocked and lost. Kiba's jaw drops, and he points at Naruko like he's seen a ghost. You. Akamaru barks in confusion. The scent is right, but the appearance is strange. Shino adjusts his sunglasses, the lens reflecting a calculating light. Naruko is baffled. Is something wrong with me? He strokes his blonde ponytails, then freezes as he realizes he can't see his toes. Crap. I'm done for. Did I turn into a woman? Let the main body explain this to you later. Seeing Hinata's wide-eyed shock, Naruko manages a bitter smile. He's probably about to lose his appearance count. Naruko quickly dispels himself. Note to self, what do I do if my girlfriend discovers my hobby of cross-dressing? Asking for advice online, urgently. That's Naruko's last thought. Ha 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 ha. Naruto bursts out laughing while walking with his 2 teammates, leaving Sasuke and Sakura staring at him in confusion. What on earth is he up to? After all this time training together, how could he not recognize Hinata's chakra? And what's with cross-dressing to advance the mission? Chapter 69. Rebellion of the Clones. Big Fox, come out and blow up Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto is tired of it all, he wants to destroy the village. I won't, Kurama responds, uninterested. Why should I destroy Hidden Leaf Village? I'm watching this show with amusement, don't disturb me. Besides, what did Hidden Leaf Village do wrong? It's not like you didn't cause this yourself. This kid is full of violent thoughts every day, he needs to be educated. Isn't peace better? Clone 001 also receives Naruto's memories at the same time. His expression, which had been joyful at unlocking a new jutsu, suddenly turns menacing, all this just to make me lose face in front of my future wife. You guys are dead. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Clone 001 nearly drains all his chakra, and in an instant, a massive wave over 30 meters wide and 10 meters high surges forward, crashing down on the 3 trembling grass ninja. They are tossed around like clothes in a washing machine, spinning and rolling with the waves, their limbs completely unresponsive. Before they fall unconscious, all 3 grass ninjas have the same thought, do you call this a water-style jutsu? When the water subsides, Clone 001 spots a large wild boar nearby and kicks it hard on its rear. The enraged boar charges forward, and Clone 001 runs to where the 3 grass ninja have fallen, stops, and willingly allows himself to be trampled by the wild boar. As for whether the boar stops after hitting him, that's none of his concern. On the other end, another unnamed clone also receives Naruto's memories. His mouth twitches slightly before he regains his usual stoic expression. The 3 grass ninjas who had been mocking the unnamed clone's poor accuracy now laugh even harder. With such a big mouth, I thought you'd be strong. But you can't even throw a kunai properly. Of the 3 kunai thrown, 2 are off target, and the only one on course looks weak. So the grass ninja in the middle casually catches the kunai. The other 2 fly past the grass ninja on either side. What they don't expect is for the 3 clones to suddenly appear right beside them, standing in a triangle formation, surrounding them. Each clone holds a Rasengan and thrusts it forward, forbidden jutsu, instant prison shadow clone jutsu. The 3 grass ninja are sent flying by the impact of the Rasengan, colliding with each other, coughing up blood, and falling unconscious. In the forest of death, the smell of blood will soon attract wild beasts. The unnamed clone doesn't kill them, but he doesn't care about what happens next either. Naruto's real body clutches his chest. The revenge he sought has been achieved, and he's even shown off his Hokage-level skills, but why doesn't he feel satisfied? How will he explain this to Hinata when he gets back? Naruto walks mechanically beside his 2 teammates, like a lifeless body, with a white soul seemingly floating out of his mouth. Sasuke notices Naruto isn't in a good state and occasionally helps lift branches that might scratch him. Sakura looks at Naruto with concern, though she also envies the attention he's getting. Eventually, the 3 of them reach the central tower without further incident. The last part of their journey is surprisingly smooth. Once they arrive, Sasuke and Sakura follow the instructions written on the wall and simultaneously open the scrolls of heaven and earth. By this time, Naruto has nearly regained his strength. He looks at the figure emerging from the smoke alongside his teammates. Long black hair, a forehead protector, a tear mole at the corner of the right eye, a delicate face, and a purple coat. "Why are you here?" Sasuke exclaims, recognizing the person he least wants to see, Izumi Uchiha. "Hello, Sasuke, Naruto, and you must be their teammate, Sakura?" Izumi Uchiha greets them with a smile. "Ah, yes." Sakura quickly responds. Seeing the Uchiha crest on Izumi's clothes, she wonders why Sasuke seems to dislike her so much. "Sister Izumi, why is it you?" Naruto asks. He's met Izumi a few times when visiting Sasuke's house and has once seen her give a dango stick to Itachi, who ate it happily. "I heard from Itachi that you all were participating in the Chunin exams, so I arranged for Anko to be in charge of your group." Izumi can't understand why Sasuke has disliked her since they were kids. But she hopes that with more interaction and care, things will improve. Ahem. Izumi clears her throat. "Now, I'll explain the significance of heaven and earth. This is very important for becoming a Chunin." Sasuke reluctantly listens to her explanation alongside his two teammates. The gist is that a Chunin should be capable of leading a team, needing both brains and brawn, both are essential. That's about it. You're the first team to complete the second round of the exam. Keep up the good work. Izumi bids farewell to the three with a smile and disappears into smoke. "So, what now?" Sakura asks. "We wait here for the other candidates to finish the exam. In the worst-case scenario, it could take up to 5 days. It's so boring. How about I create some shadow clones to take our place, and we can use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to sneak out and come back when it's time." Sasuke thinks it might be better to train outside rather than just wait around. Sakura doesn't mind as long as she is with Sasuke, she can train anywhere. So Naruto creates 3 shadow clones and lets them assign roles among themselves. However, as soon as the first clone appears, it shouts, "Freedom or death," and stabs itself to death. The second clone shouts, "I'd rather be free in death than live in chains," and also stabs itself to death. The third clone begins, "The mere body," before Naruto punches it, finishing the sentence for it. "Would you rather have a seed? Damn it, why are you all rebelling?" Naruto understands what they mean. The main body doesn't want to stay bored here, and neither do the clones. This is a case of what you don't want to do, don't force onto others. Opening parenthesis. Naruto feels like he's on the verge of losing his mind. Sasuke and Sakura watch this scene unfold with barely contained laughter. At first, they find Naruto's clones to be unruly and strange, but after getting used to them, it's quite entertaining. Not many things can make Naruto so frustrated. What is this? The only one who can defeat him is himself. Naruto, now accustomed to his clone's antics, pulls out a deck of cards from a scroll and a bunch of snacks like peanuts and melon seeds. "Forget it, let's just play cards while we wait." Naruto Uzumaki, the man who can pull out anything from his scrolls, from sleeping bags to snacks and cards, is prepared for anything. Chapter 70. Cheating. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are playing cards in the lounge, and the loser has to put a sticker on their face. At first, it's just normal entertainment with winners and losers, but Sasuke usually avoids games like this. He wants to emulate his father Fugaku's serious and old-fashioned demeanor, thinking he wouldn't be playing cards with his two teammates. So, Sasuke ends up losing the most, and the stickers on his face completely cover his eyes. Then something miraculous happens. After that, Sasuke starts winning every game as if he has God's help. Sakura is in awe, unable to believe how quickly Sasuke improves at playing cards, falling into her usual fangirl mode. Naruto, however, senses that something is off. While Sasuke is shuffling the cards, Naruto casually lifts one of the stickers from Sasuke's face. Sasuke's smooth movements halt, and under Naruto's scrutinizing gaze, Sasuke's eyes shift from their Sharingan state back to normal. Caught red-handed, Sasuke feels the tension rise as Naruto's expression turns from suspicion to disgust. "No wonder you've been so eager to shuffle the cards every round. I thought you were just trying to get familiar with the rules or find a strategy," Naruto grumbles. "But you were using your Sharingan to track every card's position. No wonder you were winning." Naruto, now fuming, adds, "When the Sage of Six Paths finds out you're abusing the Sharingan for something like this, you should apologize to every generation of Indra, you bastard." Naruto throws down his cards in frustration. "If I ever play cards with the Uchiha again, I'll be an idiot. That goes for the Hyuga clan too. You guys, with your special powers, have no business in gambling." He continues to rant. "I remember hearing Izumo and Kotetsu joke that the Hyuga clan uses their Byakugan when playing cards, and now it all makes sense. This is ridiculous." Deciding he's had enough, Naruto declares, "I'm done with these trash games." They're ruining my youth. He tosses the cards aside and goes to retrieve some scrolls, eager to study instead. At least learning makes me happy, he mutters, diving into his notes on space-time ninjutsu. Sakura, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, is left in shock. Not knowing what else to do, she decides to join Naruto in studying. She picks up the medical scroll Naruto had given her and Sasuke previously, focusing on how to use it. Now she can carry some medical books with her, thanks to the sealing technique she learned. Sasuke, his face flushed with embarrassment, quickly puts away the cards. The game wasn't the problem, it's getting caught that's truly humiliating. Resigned to his fate, he pulls out some ninjutsu scrolls and starts studying alongside his teammates. Meanwhile, other teams in the forest aren't as relaxed as Team 7. Most are cautiously navigating through the woods, searching for other teams to steal scrolls from while trying to survive the harsh environment. It's not that Naruto doesn't want to help Hinata's team, he does, but in the end, he decides against it. Even after defeating 2 teams from the grass village, he chooses not to take their scrolls. Naruto knows Hinata is stronger than she appears. She doesn't want him to solve everything for her. She wants to become a Chunin through her efforts. Naruto respects that and decides to keep an eye on her from afar, ensuring her team won't be ambushed by someone like Gaara. As for the other teams, Naruto isn't too worried. It's not like Gaara would personally go after Hinata's scroll, especially considering their current relationship. As the days pass, teams gather all their scrolls and make their way to the tower. On the 5th day, Hinata and her team appear on Naruto's minimap. Naruto quietly slips away to meet Hinata. Seeing that she isn't injured, he advises her to rest and then leaves. A few hours later, Izumi Uchiha enters the lounge and informs Naruto that they need to gather. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura follow her. Naruto asks curiously, "Sister Izumi, don't you have to go to the police force?" Izumi smiles and explains, "I switched shifts with some friends. I'm here to watch Sasuke's match for Itachi-kun." Sasuke turns away, sulking. Humphrey, if he cares so much, why doesn't he come himself? Izumi thoughtfully taps her chin. Itachi-kun has an important mission. He said he'll come next time. Sasuke doesn't look pleased. Naruto, holding back his laughter, thinks to himself, "Sure, Sasuke, I believe your brother. He'll come next time." The 3 of them follow Izumi to a large square, where a pair of giant arm statues stand. The leading teachers of each team and all the examiners are present. "Okay, that's it for now. Make sure to perform well in the test." Izumi waves them off and rejoins the examiner's team, chatting quietly with Anko. Kushina smiles, waving toward Naruto and his team. Karen, hiding behind Kushina, clings to her other hand. Karen has been staying at Naruto's house for a few days now. Although Kushina has taken her out a few times, Hidden Leaf Village is still unfamiliar to her, so she sticks close to Kushina. The bond between them has grown strong, they almost seem like mother and daughter. Karen's appearance has changed drastically, her once messy red hair is now neatly trimmed and combed. She wears a Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector, and her clothes and shoes are brand new. Kushina has dressed her just like she dressed herself as a child, except Karen also wears glasses. Nearby, Gay is enthusiastically chatting with Kakashi, striking various odd poses. Lee, with stars in his eyes, admires Gay while Tenten's sighs, rubbing her forehead. "Kakashi, you are not youthful today." Kakashi, appearing distracted, obviously isn't paying much attention to Gay. He resists the urge to pull out his favorite book in front of his sensei's wife, finding the situation rather dull. On the other side of Gay stands Asuma, a cigarette in his mouth, smiling as he watches his students. Naruto scans the candidates who have passed. Among them are 4 teams from Hidden Leaf Village, the famous Hidden Leaf Village 12 inches, a team from the Sand Village, a team from the Sound Village, and a team from the Rain Village. Naruto muses to himself, noting that there are fewer teams than in the original timeline. Kabuto isn't here, having stayed behind at the orphanage where he's happily playing the role of the king of the kids. Suspicious title. In the original story, Kabuto's teammates are spies for Orochimaru. Naruto isn't sure where they are now. Then again, Naruto has unknowingly altered the course of events by intercepting Kabuto's team and changing their route. Unfortunately, they ran into Gaara and are no longer around. As for the Rain Village team, who should have met their end at Gaara's hands, they too have changed their route, surviving and passing the second exam, thanks to Naruto's interference. Once all the candidates have assembled, they line up in front of the stage. The chief examiner, Anko, announces that they have successfully passed the second exam. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminates the stage, and Hidden Leaf Village's most handsome shinobi appears. "Congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. I am Minato Namikaze, The fourth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, Minato announces with a warm smile, congratulating the candidates. The students are in awe. What a fast body flicker. I couldn't even see him move. Is this the power of the Hokage? And he's so handsome. Minato then explains the significance of the joint Chunin exams, emphasizing that the performance of the candidates reflects the strength of their respective villages and could influence the number of missions their nations receive in the future. Alright then, I'll hand it over to you. With that, Minato returns to the stand. Naruto, standing below, is secretly relieved. His father's speech is simple and to the point, avoiding the common pitfalls of long-winded speeches like the Will of Fire. Chapter 71. Naruto vs Hinata. Cough. Hyuga coughed twice, but Naruto couldn't tell if he was clearing his throat or genuinely coughing. I'm the examiner for this exam, Hyuga. Next, I'll be conducting the qualifiers for the third exam, ahem. It's a one-on-one arena. The examiner explained that since the third test would invite important figures from various villages, the competition time was limited. With so many participants, some needed to be eliminated. So the preliminaries for the third test would determine who would participate in the official competition. If any participants are unwell or do not wish to compete for other reasons, they may withdraw now. Since this is an individual competition, withdrawing at this time will no longer affect your teammates. The candidates complained in their hearts, you're the one who should quit if you're not feeling well. Naruto looked at Hyuga's pale face and weak voice. He couldn't help but complain about his father in his heart. This man is so ill, why not let him take a leave and rest instead of making him work overtime? Then, after a moment of thought, Naruto realized, this guy's girlfriend is so pretty, maybe if he goes back on vacation, he'll end up worse. Working overtime might be his only way to rest. My dad is far-sighted. Since no one has withdrawn, the third test qualifier will begin now. The participants for each match will be randomly paired on that screen. As soon as Hyuga finished speaking, the screen on the sidelines began to scroll and finally stopped. Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata. Hyuga. Hinata? Naruto felt the malice of the world. When I used to watch the anime, I always thought the Chunin exam's so-called random matching mechanism was rigged. And today, I finally believe that it is random. Dad wouldn't dare to play around like this. If you could manipulate it, my mom would make you kneel on the ground. Naruto turned his head to look at Hinata. First, I got caught in the forest of death when my clone was dressed as a woman, and now, I have to endure more domestic violence. This day never ends. PFFT, Sakura couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. That's what you get for showing off your love every day. Even the nine tails in the sealed space propped up its chin with its front paws, lying on the ground and watching with interest. Go, Hinata. Kiba, the eternal single, cheered without hesitation. He knew Hinata had little chance of winning, but that didn't stop him from rooting for her. Akamaru barked, woof. Naruto didn't know what to make of Akamaru's support, but it didn't matter now. Hyuga looked at the screen and said, the participants in the battle stay here, and the others move to the viewing area. Sakura and Ino temporarily set aside their differences, chatting about the gossip between Naruto and Hinata, occasionally laughing like ants. Meanwhile, all the Hidden Leaf Village candidates in the stands knew there was a match between the young couple. They all leaned on the railing to watch the spectacle, except for Neji, who wasn't too pleased. He felt his sister was about to be taken away. The candidates from the other villages noticed how interested the Hidden Leaf Village candidates were in this match and assumed these two must be strong. The Hyuga girl had the Byakugan, and the blonde boy looked a bit like the fourth Hokage, so they concluded. The fourth Hokage's son versus the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan? This match must be thrilling. No wonder these Hidden Leaf Village ninjas are so interested. Kushina was scolding Minato while holding Karen, and Minato could only smile sheepishly and wave his hand, probably saying something like, it's just a coincidence. The examiners were intrigued, curious about the strength of the Hokage's son. Asuma, however, was different. He heard someone mention the fourth Hokage's son and looked at Naruto. He felt like he was seeing a reflection of his younger self. Asuma believed Naruto, like him, was the son of a Hokage and would always be expected to be great, no matter how hard he tried. People would think, of course, you're great, you're the Hokage's son. It seemed like Naruto would always live in his father's shadow, just as Asuma had. Naruto must be struggling. So, the thoughtful bearded man decided he would offer Naruto some psychological counseling, sharing his own experiences to help Naruto avoid repeating his mistakes. For a moment, Asuma looked at Naruto with a softer gaze than his girlfriend Kurenai. In the arena, Naruto and Hinata stood facing each other and suddenly felt a chill, as if something terrible was about to happen. Hyuga coughed twice and said, let the battle begin. Both of them instinctively took their stances, but neither moved. Naruto-kun, please be gentle. Hinata was still a little dazed, unsure how things had escalated to this point. Naruto was worried about how to handle the fight. Using Rasengan is out of the question, it's too powerful, and using it would be a death sentence. As for taijutsu, putting a kunai to Hinata's neck and making her surrender? That's not something a decent person would do. The adamantine sealing chains? If I dare to tie her up, I'll be the one tied up in the same position tonight. If none of that works, I could always stall for time. These people love to watch the show, so I might as well give them a good one. Naruto made a decision and performed the hand signs to summon 100 shadow clones. Hinata, don't hold back. Just think of this as actual combat training. Yes. Hinata bit her lip. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I wanted to work hard, pass the exam with Naruto-kun, and become a Chunin. Then, I would muster the courage to tell Naruto-kun those words I've always wanted to say. Even though I can feel Naruto-kun's heart now, and I know Naruto-kun likes me. Even though we can chat and train together like a couple, I can feel his care and attention. But this isn't what I want. I don't want to be a burden to you, Naruto-kun. I don't want to keep looking up at your back. I want to stand by your side with my head held high, just like Kushina-sensei stands beside the fourth Hokage. I never expected to end up fighting Naruto-kun. But since I'm destined to lose. Hinata activated her Byakugan, and her resolve hardened. Naruto-kun, please. Watch me, watch the efforts of Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 72. Naruto vs Hinata. Hinata was ready, while Naruto's shadow clones were still looking at each other. How should we fight her? Clone number 001 asked. The main body forbids the use of ninjutsu, so I also want to know how to fight. Naruto, who is reluctant to be Naruto today, replied. Let's kill her, said an unnamed clone with a sadist smile. Are you crazy? Clone 001 said. The unnamed shadow clone, who was the coolest, said, grab her shoulders and wrists, trip her, whatever you need to do, as long as you can control her. That's it, let's go, everyone. Clone number 001 commanded. 10 shadow clones who didn't deserve names rushed forward. Not because others didn't want to join, but because too many would get in the way. Hinata looked at the 10 menacing, little blondes but remained calm. She moved her feet and struck 2 clones with her hands. Since they often sparred together, Naruto is very familiar with the gentle fist, and Hinata was equally familiar with Naruto's moves. With the aid of her Byakugan, Hinata struck a shadow clone on the chest, making it dissipate immediately. The other palm strike was blocked by a clone's hands, but it, too, vanished. If it were ordinary taijutsu, blocking with hands might prolong the fight, but gentle fist directly infuses chakra into the body to attack. A real person could withstand it, but shadow clones can't. Gentle fist is simply the nemesis of shadow clones. With her 360-degree vision, Hinata wasn't afraid of the shadow clone assault. Her quick palm strikes made dealing with them seem like child's play. The group tactics that had been so effective against Kiba and Akamaru were useless against Hinata. A wave of 10 shadow clones lasted less than 10 seconds against her. Naruto hadn't said anything yet, but clone number 001 was already frustrated, cursing, "You idiots, hold on for at least 3 seconds. Next wave, go." Another 10 shadow clones rushed in, but the result was the same as before. Hinata's palms fluttered, each strike or tap dissolving a clone, and she seemed to be getting more fluid in her movements. After defeating this wave, Hinata didn't stay put. She charged into the crowd of clones, almost like she had activated true Hinata mode. Naruto watched from a distance, captivated by Hinata's agile steps, her flexible form, her dexterous hands, and her serious, determined expression. Hinata's skillful charge against the Naruto clones caught them off guard. Fortunately, they quickly adapted to Hinata's offensive, and under the wise leadership of clone number 001. Wait, when did number 001 die? Then, under the wise leadership of Naruto Uzumaki, the second in command of the clones. Wait, Naruto died too? By the 3rd time. Well, the unnamed shadow clone was gone too. After 4 minutes, all 80 remaining shadow clones were defeated. But they didn't disappoint number 001's expectations. They fought with style and momentum. Most importantly, each one lasted an average of 3 seconds. The audience in the stands was amazed by Hinata's performance. Even though they were just clones, not every genin could handle them so easily. Tenten and Lee, who knew Neji well, exclaimed, "Is this the same gentle fist technique as Neji's?" Neji's eyes were full of pride, and he didn't hesitate to praise Hinata. "Not only is she on the same level as me, but her timing and adaptation are almost better than mine." Neji continued speaking. "I didn't expect her to improve so quickly after just a month of not sparring with her. It seems Hayashi-sama's judgment about Hinata being inferior to Hanabi is completely wrong." Neji recalled his uncle, the clan head, saying that Hinata was weaker than Hanabi, and he found it amusing. With this level of offense, she could easily knock Hanabi to the ground, right? But Neji rolled his eyes toward Naruto. What's with this guy? Can a person have this much chakra? Then, thinking of Kushina, Neji realized some people really can. Hinata was slightly out of breath. She was tired from the intense physical duel and the chakra output needed for Gentle Fist. And Naruto-kun, please continue to attack. Naruto looked at Hinata's serious expression and decided to respect her wishes, so he summoned another 100 clones. This time, no holding back. Don't mess around like you're in some gourd baby rescue mission. The shadow clones surrounded Hinata and swarmed her. Hinata didn't panic. She unfolded her Gentle Fist technique, taking down clone after clone. But eventually, Naruto managed to land a palm strike on Hinata's shoulder, leaving a spiral mark. Hinata staggered from the hit but quickly turned to disperse Naruto with another palm strike. Hinata realized that if this continued, the attacks would become too overwhelming to block. She could only use that technique, even though she hadn't mastered it yet. She wanted Naruto to see it. Hinata took a deep breath and declared, "Protective 8 trigram 64 palms." Hinata's small hands flew up and down, the after-images dancing. Chakra burst from her palms like steel needles, destroying all the shadow clones attacking from all directions, even from above. Naruto watched in surprise as Hinata's arms moved like a thousand-handed cannon. Did she recreate this technique? I've never seen her practice it before. Did she practice after going home? Seeing Hinata going all out, Naruto began to reflect on himself. Had he been too casual about this? Hinata had taken this sparring so seriously, but he had treated it like a game. Hinata, having destroyed all the shadow clones in one go, was gasping for air. She hadn't fully mastered the protective 8 trigram 64 palms yet. Her chakra control wasn't precise enough, so to ensure power, she had to increase her chakra output, leaving her exhausted and barely able to keep her eyes open. Hinata struggled to maintain her Gentle Fist stance, her tone firm. Naruto-kun, please. Please take me seriously. Alright. As Naruto spoke, he instantly appeared behind Hinata, using the mark Naruto had desperately placed earlier. He put his hand on her shoulder, just about to stop her, but then felt a force hit his chest, pushing him back a few steps. Gentle Fist, 1 strike. Hinata turned around and gave Naruto a small smile despite his shocked expression before collapsing. Hinata didn't fall to the ground, though, as Naruto caught her in a princess carry. Naruto felt this was the best and smoothest use of his Flying Thunder God technique yet. Hinata-chan, why are you pushing yourself so hard today? Naruto-kun, I wanted you to see. I wanted to tell you. For some reason, Hinata, now out of battle mode, returned to her usual soft and shy demeanor. As Naruto wondered what Hinata wanted to say, winner, Naruto Uzumaki. The referee, Genma Shiranui, announced out of nowhere. Eek. Hinata suddenly remembered they weren't alone and immediately buried her head in Naruto's chest, refusing to speak. Naruto. Genma, you bastard. Chapter 73. Sasuke vs Sakura. Naruto thought for a moment about the possibility of asking his father to completely stagger the schedules of Hayate Gecko and Yuzuki Yujao as a form of revenge. Hayate didn't notice anything and immediately started the next match. The names scrolled on the big screen and finally stopped. Neji Hyuga vs Ten. Naruto turned his head to look and thought, ah, well done. He hugged Hinata, turned around, and walked to the side of the arena. Seeing the 3 or 4 meter high viewing platform, he decided to take the stairs. Climbing the stairs to the top of the platform would take him only a second at most, but Naruto decided to hold on to Hinata a little longer without getting tired. As they were heading up, they happened to run into Neji, who was coming down the stairs. Humphrey. Neji shot Naruto a disapproving look. Naruto? What's the deal? Didn't we get along well during the first exam? Hinata buried her head even deeper, too shy now that her brother Neji had seen her like this. Kushina watched her son with pride, then glanced at Minato. Like father, like son, she thought. Some things just don't need to be taught, they're inherited. Neji and Tenten walked to the field and got into position. Naruto, still carrying Hinata, also made his way upstairs. Instead of joining the crowd or going to their parents, they stopped in a relatively open spot to watch the match. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out softly. Put me down, Hinata whispered, blushing. I'm not tired, Naruto replied earnestly. But Hinata's face turned even redder as she glanced at the crowd. There were so many people around. Realizing her discomfort, Naruto gently put Hinata down and created 2 shadow clones. Go, bring our sofa here. When the clones vanished, they left behind the Flying Thunder God mark. Moments later, they reappeared, carrying the living room sofa, placing it behind Hinata, along with a small round table set with tea and snacks. Uzumaki Logistics, at your service. Please rate us 5 stars if you're satisfied. The clones gave a playful salute before disappearing. Though they loved to joke around, they knew when it was time to be serious. Naruto pulled Hinata onto the sofa, poured her some tea, and handed a snack to her mouth. Hinata, already accustomed to Naruto's playful shadow clones, took a small bite of the dessert, feeling sweetness not just in her mouth but in her heart. Sasuke glanced over at them, wondering why Naruto hadn't joined him. Sakura looked enviously at Naruto and Hinata, then back at Sasuke, and again at Sasuke. If only Sasuke was half as attentive as Naruto, I'd have 3 kids by now, she thought. The second qualifier, Neji Hyuga vs Tenten. Begin. Tenten jumped back a considerable distance, simultaneously throwing a barrage of shuriken and kunai, trying to create some space. She knew Neji too well, close combat was not an option. Neji also knew Tenten. If she managed to maintain distance, he'd be up against a barrage of ninja tools, risking either getting crushed or exhausted. With the help of his Byakugan, Neji deftly dodged the shuriken and deflected the kunai, all while closing the gap between them. These two were like natural opposites, one excelled at long-range combat, the other at precise positioning. In the end, Neji's superior skills shone through. He fended off an array of Tenten's ninja tools, sickles, machetes, maces, and managed to get close enough to place his finger on her neck. "I surrender," Tenten said. She had anticipated this outcome. Even though she still had her twin rising dragon's jutsu, she knew Neji had his eyes and 8 trigrams 64 palms. "Winner, Neji Hyuga," announced Hyate, declaring the result. Naruto thought the match was thrilling, but lamented the absence of commentary like the kind he used to provide. He took Hinata's hand and silently switched out the tray of snacks. "Wait, I just had 2 pieces from this plate, how did they disappear so quickly?" As Neji and Tenten left the field, the screen began to scroll again. Haruno Sakura vs Sasuke Uchiha, PFFT. Naruto spat out a mouthful of tea. "What is this, some kind of annual blind date event?" "Naruto-kun? It's nothing." Naruto wiped his mouth, then frowned. In his attempt not to spray tea all over the table, he'd ended up soiling the armrest of the sofa. Would he get scolded for this at home? Sakura also frowned, but it was more out of envy for the scene between Hinata and Naruto. She imagined losing a match, only to be carried off like a princess and then cuddling while watching the next fight. But knowing Sasuke's style, she'd be lucky if he held back 30% of his strength for her sake, even if he was in a good mood. Sasuke was a bit surprised by the matchup but didn't say anything, simply leaping off the stand. As everyone knew, in the original story, Sasuke only had 3 categories of people in his life: Itachi, Naruto, and everyone else. Now that his family was still alive, he probably added his parents to the list, but Sakura still wasn't someone he took seriously. Facing off, Sakura and Sasuke waited for the signal. When Hyate announced the start, Sasuke didn't even activate his Sharingan, he just walked forward and slashed at Sakura's neck with a kunai. But Sakura dodged. After training with Naruto and Sasuke for so long, her reflexes and reaction speed were far beyond those of an ordinary Genin. Sasuke continued with a series of Uchiha-style taijutsu, his movements fluid and almost dance-like. With his good looks, it was as if he was performing, truly living up to the Uchiha name. During the battle, Sakura stayed focused, taking it seriously. She utilized substitution jutsu, shadow clones, and shuriken to distract and evade, demonstrating a solid foundation and an incredibly strong will to survive. Sasuke wasn't surprised. Sakura's survival skills had been honed through countless battles with him and Naruto. In the end, Sasuke placed a kunai on Sakura's neck, and she raised her hand to surrender. Naruto realized how naive his earlier thoughts had been. Putting a kunai to his future wife's neck and forcing her to surrender, that's just something only Sasuke could pull off. After changing out another tray of snacks, Naruto thought bitterly, if this guy wasn't so handsome, he'd be single forever. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. The screen started scrolling again and eventually settled on Shikamaru vs Temari. Naruto calmly took a sip of tea and didn't forget to offer Hinata another snack because this was turning into a blind date session. Wait a second, Naruto suddenly noticed a pattern as he reviewed the roster from the previous matches: Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata, Hyuga Neji Hyuga vs Tenten, Shikamaru vs Temari, and then there was the last one, Haruno Sakura vs Sasuke Uchiha. This. Naruto smirked, realizing the truth. Sakura didn't just want to change her surname to Uchiha, she wanted to make Sasuke change his surname to Haruno. Or even if Sakura does take the Uchiha name, she'll probably be the one calling the shots. Ahem. Chapter 74. I'm against this marriage. Back in the stands, Sasuke tried to approach Naruto, but Sakura pulled him back. Sakura did a great job, I'll be your wingman, Naruto thought. Sasuke couldn't spot Naruto, so he had to hold back his urge to act. Naruto took a sip of his tea and continued to watch the battle, only to see Temari stepping on her giant fan and gracefully floating down from the stand. After Shikamaru complained about the trouble, he wanted to raise his hand to surrender, but Asuma appeared in an instant and grabbed him by the back of his collar, pulling him back down. Watch closely. Asuma lit a cigarette. After dragging Shikamaru back, he felt better, and his anxiety about not seeing Kurenai for a day was relieved a little. Shikamaru fell to the ground, lying on his back, doubting his life choices. Only by quietly watching the clouds in the sky could he calm his mood. How long are you going to lie there? Temari said irritably. It was bad enough that he wasn't as handsome as the previous little guys, but now he just looked like a lazy bum, which is annoying. With no other choice, Shikamaru got up with difficulty and walked over sluggishly. With that dazed look, Naruto felt that he might unleash a sleepy attack at any moment. After Hyuga announced the start of the match, the scene could be summed up in one sentence: Temari is showing off with her fan, while only Shikamaru is getting beaten. With a single swing of Temari's fan, she unleashed a powerful wind-style jutsu. Shikamaru could only run around in embarrassment. Before 2 minutes had passed, Shikamaru already had 3 bloodstains on his arm. If it were just wind-style jutsu, it wouldn't be so bad, but the real trouble was Tenten's kunai and shuriken, which added more damage to Temari's attacks. Yes, it was Tenten's kunai and shuriken. When the well-off Kunoichi fought Neji, she scattered her ninja tools all over the battlefield. She didn't pick up any of them, and now they were littered across the square. So Shikamaru was in a tough spot. The heavier weapons, like the maces and machetes, were fine, they just lay on the ground and didn't fly around. But the small ninja tools, like shuriken and kunai, were mixed into the storm and came at Shikamaru like stones in a sandstorm. Shikamaru finally managed to hide behind a statue and took a few seconds to calm down. The statue's surface was also covered with scars from the wind blades. Crouching behind the statue, Shikamaru began to think of a countermeasure, hands forming a circle as he pondered. Naruto couldn't help but want to narrate his thoughts. Get ready, get ready, get ready, Shikamaru. After about 10 seconds, Temari became impatient and was about to go around to deal with him when she saw a sharp shadow stretching out from behind the statue. Although she had never seen this kind of jutsu before, Temari knew better than to let such a strange thing touch her. So, Temari hurriedly dodged sideways, with a shadow following in pursuit. Temari then retreated, and after a few meters, the shadow seemed to reach its limit and retracted. Temari closed her fan and drew a line in the dirt with it, saying, I don't know what that shadow does, but it seems this is the limit of your jutsu's range. Shikamaru stepped out from behind the statue, picked up a bunch of ninja tools scattered on the ground, and with the shadow shuriken jutsu, threw all the tools at Temari. Temari swung her fan, knocking down the tools that could have hit her. She taunted, so, aside from that strange shadow jutsu, you can't even use a shuriken properly? Then she saw Shikamaru's shadow, combined with the shadows of the various ninja tools that had fallen in front of her, stretch forward. Seeing this, Temari hurriedly jumped back a couple of steps, letting the shadow lash out harmlessly in the air. Temari drew another line in the dirt and said, so that's it. You're trying to use the shadows of other objects to extend the range of your attack? Temari turned her fan sideways and said confidently, I won't be careless anymore. You're out of moves at this distance. Then she realized she couldn't move. What? What's going on? Temari's face turned pale. She had calculated the distance. Shadow imitation, successful. Shikamaru controlled Temari's body and looked back. A thin shadow had passed through the ninja tools behind her and connected to her shadow. This. How could it be? Temari said in shock. You. Those shuriken that missed earlier. Yeah, I threw those ninja tools not to hit you, but to extend the range of my shadow from behind through the shadows they created. I knew you were good at analyzing situations and that you'd think you understood everything once you gathered enough information. That would make you drop your guard, allowing me to set up this trap. As Shikamaru spoke, he had already controlled Temari's body, raising her giant fan as if to smash her head with it. Are you still not going to surrender? Temari gritted her teeth and struggled a few times, but found she still couldn't control her body. Finally, with great reluctance, she said, I surrender. The winner, Nara Shikamaru. Naruto smacked his lips. Tacticians always have such clever minds. Looking at his empty plate, Naruto fell into deep thought. Given Shikamaru's family background, his future wife should be able to support him for now. But if his parents retire and he's still just a Chunin, his salary definitely won't be enough, especially with that troublesome woman he has to support in the future. He should think of a way to make some extra money. Maybe writing a novel with Jiraiya. Those zeros on Jiraiya's bankbook are very tempting. However, if Kushina found out he was writing that kind of novel, she'd kill him. Yeah, writing a novel is a dead end. Naruto reached for a plate of fruit this time. Eating just snacks was getting monotonous. The examiners in the stands were amazed. The strength gap seemed so big. In the first half, Temari beat Shikamaru so embarrassingly. How could he still pull off a comeback? Asuma blew up with pride at the perfect time. Shikamaru's IQ is over 200, so it's completely reasonable for him to come up with this kind of strategy. Over 200. Asuma sighed like a bragging parent. It's just his personality. Too lazy. Geniuses, they always have something a little different from ordinary people. For a moment, the scene turned into mutual admiration for Asuma and his student. Asuma thought silently, it's a pity that Kurenai is so focused on her disciple lately that she didn't come to watch with me. I would have loved to show her how brilliant my student is. The big screen in the arena began to scroll again. Gaara vs Yamanaka Ino. What nonsense is this? Naruto stood up abruptly, slamming the table. I'm against this marriage. Chapter 75. Gaara Hinata was taken aback by Naruto's reaction. Naruto-kun? Huh? Naruto suddenly realized this wasn't a friendly gathering but the Chunin exams, and he quickly explained, oh, I mean, that Gaara guy is really strong and cold. If Ino ends up fighting him, it could be dangerous. Hinata, also feeling nervous, looked at Gaara, who is eagerly waiting to enter the arena. He seemed incredibly fierce. What should we do? I hope Ino just forfeits, or the examiner steps in to save her. Naruto wasn't too worried about Ino's life being in danger. With so many examiners present, they probably wouldn't let the heiress of the Yamanaka clan get killed. Besides, his father is still here. No matter how fast Gaara's movements were, they couldn't be faster than the flying thunder god jutsu. Asuma must have realized something too. He exchanged a few words with Ino earlier, then finally nodded, signaling her to enter the arena. Ino's thoughts were simple. If Sakura could last a while against Sasuke, then forfeiting without trying would just let Sakura win by default. Her competitive spirit made her decide to give it a shot. Moreover, she didn't believe a shinobi from San Village could be stronger than Sasuke. She had no idea how much Sasuke was holding back when he fought Sakura. Preliminary match number 5, begin. As soon as Hyuga finished speaking, Ino immediately made a hand sign, preparing her Yamanaka clan's secret technique, ninja art, mind transfer jutsu. Ino's body slumped to the ground as her jutsu hit Gaara. Surprisingly, it worked smoothly. Gaara didn't move, allowing her jutsu to connect. However, Gaara's body trembled slightly, and his expression twisted into something dark. 3 seconds later, Ino's consciousness was forced back into her body, and she scrambled back, terrified. She stared wide-eyed at Gaara. A monster. Gaara, clutching his head, screamed in pain before raising his gaze, his voice filled with malice. I'll kill you. Kill you. Gaara waved his hand, and the cork from the giant gourd on his back popped off, releasing sand that surged towards the terrified Ino. I forfeit. Into managed to shout, her voice trembling. Immediately, a gust of wind blocked Gaara's sand, scattering it. Gaara didn't stop, his bloodlust only growing. He continued to control the sand, trying to push it through the wind. The Sand Village's Jounin, Baki, quickly descended to restrain Gaara. The plan wasn't ready, Gaara couldn't lose control here. Temari also hurried down, grabbing Gaara and trying to calm him down. Konkuro's expression darkened as he followed, ready to assist. Asuma instantly appeared next to Hyuga, his eyes locked on Baki, his hands ready to draw his trench knives. Baki quickly explained, don't misunderstand. Gaara occasionally loses control of his bloodlust. If I'm right, that girl must have used the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu, which might have triggered Gaara. So, Gaara, with his hands still on his head, gradually calmed down, his usual indifferent expression returning. He followed Temari back to the stands. Sakura jumped down to Ino's side, her hands glowing with healing chakra as she checked Ino's condition. After confirming there were no serious injuries, she let out a sigh of relief. Ino still hugged herself, trembling, clearly terrified. Sakura waited for her to calm down a bit before helping her stand. Despite their rivalry, when something serious happened, Sakura cared for Ino more than anyone else. Ino, what did you see? Why are you so scared? Sakura asked, concerned. Monster. Ino. Asuma interrupted her, you mustn't tell anyone what you saw today. Huh? Sakura was curious, but since Asuma had spoken, she didn't press further. Yes. Ino gritted her teeth and, with Sakura's support, slowly walked back up to the stands. Naruto watched Ino's trembling form, wondering if she had seen Shukaku. Incredible, Ino, you almost got hit by one of the Sand Village's deadly weapons. Hey, Kurama, Is Shukaku scarier than you? Naruto wondered if his tailed beast could be that terrifying. Him? Kurama scoffed. That one-tailed bastard is nothing compared to me. Then why was Ino so frightened? Kurama glanced at Naruto, annoyed. You're just as dense as always. When you were 3 or 4, you weren't scared of me. You even dared to talk back. That girl's reaction is what a normal human child should have when seeing a tailed beast for the first time. I guess you're right. Naruto realized he had been taking Kurama's presence for granted. After all, Kurama was lazy, loved stories, and enjoyed watching the chaos unfold. Naruto almost forgot that a tailed beast was one of the strongest forces in this world. He had a perception of Kurama and another tailed beast from his previous world. This was the first time Naruto truly understood the fear that tailed beasts instilled in ordinary people. As he watched Sakura help Ino to a seat, Naruto offered his spot on the couch. Even if you're on a date, you can't ignore someone in need, especially an acquaintance. Thank you, Ino said weakly, sitting down. Hinata and Sakura sat on either side of her, talking softly to ease her nerves. Shikamaru and Choji also came over to check on her. Sasuke looked around. They're all busy. Can I go to Naruto now? What's up with that red-haired guy? Sasuke could tell Gaara is strong, but he didn't understand why Ino was so terrified. I'll explain later, Naruto said with excitement on his face. That guy isn't an ordinary ninja, Shino's voice suddenly cut in. Naruto and Sasuke turned to see Shino standing nearby. When did you get here? Shino, holding a small insect on his finger, ignored Naruto's question. The bugs are afraid of him. Kiba, who had followed Shino, was trying to calm Akamaru, who was trembling in his arms. Oh. Akamaru whimpered, hiding in Kiba's embrace. Naruto gently patted Akamaru's head. He had watched Akamaru grow from a small pup to a dog bigger than Kiba. Seeing him scared like this made Naruto emotional. Shukaku, just wait, Naruto glanced at Gaara. Scaring my dog like that? I'm not letting this slide. Winner, Gaara. The next match will begin shortly, Hi-8 finally announced. The screen displayed the next matchup, Zekubumi vs Shigure. Naruto glanced at the screen. Who are these two? Are they just background characters? There was no sense of anticipation. Chapter 76. Duels. Zekubumi is a ninja from the Hidden Sound Village, with black hair styled in a wild manner. In the anime, Team Danzō traveled to Hidden Leaf Village to participate in the Chunin exams with the secret goal of killing Sasuke Uchiha. Before the exam started, Zeku and his teammates overheard Kabuto Yakushi talking about their village and decided to attack him. After Zeku threw kunai as a distraction, Danzō attacked Kabuto and damaged his hearing. To prevent the situation from escalating, the exam proctors, led by Ibiki Morino, appeared and settled things down. After Zeku passed the written portion of the Chunin exams, he moved on to the second phase alongside his teammates. Zeku has air vents in the palms of his hands, which he uses to unleash wind-style jutsu and sonic attacks. It's rumored that Orochimaru may have modified him. Shigure was a ninja from the Hidden Rain Village, with brown hair, 2 scars on his face, and stitches at the corners of his mouth. He carries 7 umbrellas on his back and has a rather aged appearance. In the original story, Shigure and his 2 teammates were killed by Gaara's Sand Waterfall Funeral Jutsu, which is as deadly as it sounds. These 2 seem much more normal compared to the usual shinobi from Hidden Leaf Village when they first appear, and their meeting is just a series of trash talk. Shigure starts, "Kid, you're out of luck for meeting me. If you know what's good for you, you should surrender." Zeku retorts, "Old man, maybe it's time for you to retire." Hi-8 Gecko waved his hand and announced, "The 6th match of the preliminaries, begin." Shigure pulled out 5 umbrellas from his back and threw them into the air, forming hand seals, ninja art, Senbon rainstorm. The 5 umbrellas spun rapidly, unleashing countless Senbon needles. Under Shigure's chakra control, they surrounded Zeku from all directions and rained down upon him. As the saying goes, when it rains needles, you better find cover. But Zeku wasn't one to sit idly by. Powerful gusts of wind erupted from his palms, blowing the Senbon away as he dashed forward, escaping the barrage from all sides. Of course, Shigure wasn't about to let him off easily and continued to guide the remaining Senbon to pursue Zeku. Zeku charged ahead and closed the distance between himself and Shigure, wind-style, decapitating airwaves. Shigure quickly removed an umbrella from his back to block, but the powerful air current sent him crashing into the wall, knocking him unconscious. Ah! Damn! Zeku was also hit from behind by the remaining Senbon, turning him into a pincushion. Fortunately, the needles weren't strong enough to hit any vital spots. The winner is Zekubumi, Hi-8 announced. Medical staff carried the 2 away for treatment as the screen began selecting the next battle. "The next one is me. It's gotta be me." Rock Lee couldn't help but chant, eager to prove himself. Kakashi watched Lee, reminiscing about a young Gai. Gai seemed to sense this, turning to flash Kakashi a thumbs up and a gleaming smile. Kakashi chose to ignore him. The screen finally froze. Shino Ibarame vs Kentsuchi. Lee deflated like a wilted plant but quickly perked up again, determination burning in his eyes. The next one will be me. Shino and Ken entered the arena. After Hyate announced the start of the match, Ken made the first move, throwing two senbon with bells attached. Shino dodged calmly, and the senbon embedded themselves into the wall behind him. Shino's brow furrowed slightly at the sound of the bells. Ken then threw ordinary senbon. Shino swiftly dodged again, but the sound of bells behind him caused him to freeze. He noticed that the earlier senbon were connected by wires, and with a simple tug from Ken, the bells rang. Suddenly, Shino felt dizzy and fell to his knees, Ken standing triumphantly before him. I used the sound of the bells to cast a Genjutsu. You shouldn't be able to move at all, right? Now, I'll finish you with this. As she prepared to throw another senbon, Ken froze in place. A large swarm of black insects had surrounded her. Ah! What? What is this? Ken screamed. Shino broke free from the Genjutsu and stood up. I'm from the Ibarame clan of Hidden Leaf Village. He pushed up his sunglasses, speaking calmly. Insects aren't affected by Genjutsu. Naruto, as a friend, wanted to remind Shino that villains often meet their end because they talk too much, and explaining your abilities to the enemy during battle is a foolish move. But he decided against it. Shino's enemies probably wouldn't remember anyway. Next, Shino directed his insects to swarm Ken. Ken quickly raised her hand. I surrender. Shino's jutsu is truly terrifying, especially for those with entomophobia. The winner, Shino Ibarame. Shino retracted his insects and casually walked back to the stands with his hands in his pockets. Several of the girls in the audience looked at him with a mixture of fear and awe. Sasuke pondered for a moment. Those insects could be dealt with using fire style, and Naruto could probably handle them with water style. Sasuke felt that the Chunin exams so far hadn't been very challenging, except for Neji and Gaara. There was something off about him, something dangerous. He wondered if there was some hidden power at play. Lee, looking at the scrolling screen, regained his energy. He began practicing headstands, rooster stands, push-ups, and other bizarre poses, praying frequently, choose me, choose me. But once again, he was disappointed. Kankuro vs Tsubame, the preliminaries, match 8, begin. Kankuro unfastened the large bundle on his back and placed what looked like a coffin on the ground. Tsubame wore a bamboo hat with two umbrellas strapped to his back. His ninjutsu was similar to Shigure's, starting with a rain of senbon, though the quantity was far less. Tsubame didn't expect to land a hit with his first move. After seeing Temari and Gaara's performances earlier, he assumed the Sand Village ninjas were all incredibly strong, so he was already planning his next move. But to his surprise, the guy across from him got struck by a few senbon after only dodging a bit. Am I going to win? This guy must be the weak link of the Sand Village trio. I'm so lucky. Tsubame was overjoyed, but his joy quickly turned to dread. Kankuro suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out dozens of senbon that struck Tsubame, who had let down his guard. As Tsubame looked on in shock, Kankuro dropped the sand-covered disguise of a shell, revealing his true form, a puppet. It's a puppet. Tsubame was stunned. It was the first time he had seen a puppet master in action. The real Kankuro emerged from a cocoon-like bandage on the ground. Looking at the now paralyzed Tsubame, he said, my senbon were coated with poison. If you're not treated in time, you'll die. Chapter 77. Gai the mentor I admit defeat, Tsubame said, feeling that he could still be rescued. The winner, Kankuro, I-8 announced. The audience began to discuss, what was that? Is he a puppet master? That's pretty rare. It should be quite common in the Hidden Sand Village. Naruto didn't get involved in the conversation. Instead, he wondered if, in the future, when relations between the villages improved, he could ask Kankuro to perform a puppet show or even make a cool puppet with him and practice his puppet tricks. Only Rock Lee didn't care much about puppet masters. He was only concerned about when it would be his turn to fight. But instead of continuing to pray like he did before, he suddenly figured out a pattern and wanted to try it. He watched the names on the screen flash by until they finally stopped. In Yuzuka Kiba vs Akimeki Choji, as expected. Lee punched his left hand with his right fist, a triumphant expression on his face as if he had seen through everything. Gai is likely on the same wavelength as Lee, as he immediately asks, oh? Did you discover something, Lee? Yes, Gai-sensei. I realized that every time I desperately prayed for my turn in the next match, it would not be my turn. So if I don't pray then maybe it will be? Lee looked like someone who believed in reverse psychology, convinced that his desperate cursed prayers worked. But Gay didn't quite get it. To figure that out, as expected of you, Lee. Sensei. Lee. Inexplicably, the two of them started hugging each other and crying, oh, oh, oh. This is youth. X2 Neji and Tenten slapped their foreheads. Here they go again. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly. Gay and Lee were still the same. Well, as long as they didn't bother him, it was fine. The 9th match of the preliminaries begins. Kiba and Choji were familiar with each other. Choji, Akamaru and I have gotten a lot stronger, so don't be scared. Woof. Akamaru barked fiercely. Choji clenched his fists, steam puffing out of his nostrils. I'm ready, Kiba. Asuma-sensei said if I won, he'd treat me to a barbecue. For the sake of barbecue, I won't lose. Stop boasting, beast human clone. Kiba dropped down on all fours, his fingernails extending like claws, and then he charged, elbowing Choji. Choji blocked with his arms crossed, and Kiba jumped back. Not bad, but try this. Fang passing Fang. Without giving Choji a chance to breathe, Kiba spun like a tornado and charged at him. Naruto wanted to ask Kiba's family if they sold those toy 4-wheel drives, the voice-activated ones. Choji couldn't take it anymore. He got hit in the stomach, flipping several times before he finally got up. Give up, Choji, you can't beat me. I swear on the honor of the Akimaki clan, I will eat the barbecue Asuma-sensei promised. Choji's fighting spirit ignited, and he transformed into a giant ball, expansion jutsu. Akamaru, beast human clone. Woof. Kiba was ready to fight head-on, Fang passing Fang. Human boulder. Boom. Boom. Two white tornadoes collided with a massive rolling meatball. At that moment, countless scientists in the ninja world must have lifted their coffins, ready to shout, now the momentum theorem will apply. Choji, who had the greater mass, gained the advantage, sending Kiba and Akamaru flying, unable to get back up. The winner, Akimaki Choji. Yes. Choji cheered, his joy evident as he trotted up the stairs and hugged Asuma's leg. Asuma-sensei, barbecue. Barbecue. Alright, alright. Asuma wiped away a cold sweat, realizing this would be a pricey meal. This is the power of food lovers. The names on the screen shuffled again, and now only 3 were left, Rock Lee, Daisuke Nuda, and Mizuyomi Tsurugi. Whoever wasn't chosen would get a pass. Mizuyomi Tsurugi was praying for the pass, sincerely hoping for it. Lee was also praying for the pass, but because he was trying to curse himself with his reverse psychology. He even asked his 2 teammates to pray for him to ensure it worked. Neji wasn't interested in Lee's antics and didn't bother. Tenten, unable to refuse Lee's plea, whispered, please let Lee pass, please let Lee pass. So, Lee miscalculated because Tenten was lucky, and under her sincere prayer, Lee got the pass. Daisuke Nuda vs Mizuyomi Tsurugi. When the match was announced, Lee burst into tears, collapsing into an oar posture and pounding the ground. Why? Why? Tenten reached out a hand, unsure how to comfort Lee. She knew he wanted to fight. A bye might be lucky for others, but to Lee, it was disappointing. Just as Tenten was at a loss, a fist suddenly connected with Lee's face, sending him flying into the wall, where he slowly slid down. Lee clutched his face, looking up with tear-filled eyes. Gay-sensei? Gay embraced Lee. Lee. Youth is always accompanied by loss and sadness. You just have to believe in the path you're walking and take big steps forward because hard work will never betray you. How inspiring, Gay-sensei. Lee, your youth is just beginning. Sensei. Lee. Naruto didn't know if it was his imagination, but when Guy and Lee embraced, it seemed like he could hear the sound of waves crashing against rocks and see the afterglow of the setting sun. The wind snapped Naruto out of his thoughts. Winner, Daisuke Nuda. What? What did I miss? Naruto turned his head. Several senbon needles were scattered around Dasu. Did I miss a match because I was watching Gay-sensei and Lee's antics? Was Gay-sensei's shout of youth an illusion? I-8 continued. Now, would the victorious contestants and Rock Lee please come forward? Of the 11 contestants, only 10 gathered. Zeku had gone to get treated and hadn't returned. I-8 looked at the 10 in front of him and said, the preliminaries are over. You will all participate in the final test in a month. Congratulations. After a brief pause, I-8 continued, the reason you must wait a month is that important people from various nations will be invited, and they will need time to travel and prepare. You can use this month to improve your skills and gather information on your opponents. Cough cough. The final matches will also be one-on-one, with opponents determined by drawing lots. Come forward to draw your lots. Chapter 78. Training with Perverted Sage. The result of the lottery has been announced. Naruto only remembered that he was going to fight Gaara, the rest no longer seemed important. 80% of the time, he would face Shukaku, and then, He thought he might have to interrupt the exam. By the time Naruto got home, it was already night. As usual, he had first sent Hinata at home. Of course, the sofa and a small round table had already been returned to their places. Regarding the sofa being soiled, Kushina didn't blame Naruto at all. She even praised him, which was quite inexplicable. Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Kimimaro, Karen, Naruto, a family of 9 had gathered happily. Minato raised his cup, saying, "It's been 5 days since Karen came to our home, but today our family is officially gathered. So to celebrate Karen becoming my daughter, cheers." "Cheers," echoed 6 voices. The 7 cups clinked together, the sound as crisp as the laughter around the table. The adults drank sake, while Naruto and the others had juice. Kushina insisted that minors weren't allowed to drink alcohol. Naruto ate and drank happily. During the 5 days of the second exam, though there was plenty of food and fun, nothing compared to relaxing at home, especially with his family so joyful and the atmosphere so harmonious. Karen is probably the happiest of them all. She remembered how, when she first met Naruto, she thought he was handsome. Later, when she met Minato, who is now her father, she thought he was even more handsome. Then she saw Kimimaro, her older brother, who was also very handsome, and even though her father's student, Kakashi, usually had his face covered like a lazy bum, her woman's intuition told Karen that he must be a good-looking guy too. Oh my gosh, what kind of family of beauties is this? It almost seemed like Naruto, her little brother, was the one holding them back. Ah, no, how could I think that way about my brother? Karen shook her head, appearance was no longer important. Looking at Naruto, who kept teasing Kakashi along with Kushina, at Minato, who always had a warm smile on his face, at Jiraiya, and at Kimimaro, who didn't talk much but kept serving her food, Karen felt like she was probably the happiest person in the world. As dinner came to an end, the last bit of anxiety in Karen's heart disappeared. I, Karen, a genin of Hidden Leaf Village, daughter of the 4th Hokage, from now on, I will help my mother with the housework every day. After dinner, as Karen busied herself with Kushina, the mother and daughter seemed to enjoy chatting together. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Minato, and Kakashi sat in the living room, sipping tea and discussing the plans ahead, while Naruto eagerly listened in, wanting to know more about his dad's ideas. As for Kimimaro, he had been dragged off by 3 younger boys for late-night training. To be honest, Naruto was looking forward to his brother being defeated by his teammates and getting his head shaved like them as agreed. He even thought about secretly giving his brother some laxatives before their match. "Are you leaving tomorrow, Pervy Sage?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, there was some news about Tsunade last time, but it was too late, so I came back before the exam just in case," Jiraiya replied. Naruto thought to himself, I bet you were more eager to see Orochimaru than Tsunade. You probably rushed back because you heard Orochimaru was planning something for the Chunin exams and didn't want to miss out. Minato said, "In that case, can Sensei take Naruto with him?" "Huh?" Naruto put down his cup. "What about me?" "But Naruto need to prepare for the next exam, right?" Jiraiya asked. Minato replied proudly, "Actually, Naruto's ninjutsu is already very advanced. To be honest, he's far surpassed me at his age. I think he needs to go out and learn more ninjutsu. And in terms of training, anything I can teach him, you can teach him too." "That's fine," Jiraiya agreed, putting down his cup. "So, Naruto, will you come with me?" Naruto thought it might be good to go out for a while, but he also wanted to give some benefits to his friends. "Can I bring a few more people?" Jiraiya refused. "You want to bring your little girlfriend?" "No, this is training, not a vacation." Naruto said, "I was thinking of bringing Sasuke and Sakura." "Huh? What for?" Kakashi asked, still considering whether to teach Sasuke something during the upcoming month. "It wouldn't hurt to bring 2 more. It's not like the Pervy Sage hasn't taken a Genin squad before. Besides, I can give Sasuke some pointers, and Sakura's studying medicine, so I could recommend her to Lady Tsunade as an apprentice. The most important thing is, if we all leave, you, Mr. Lazy, can help my dad with more work." Kakashi was speechless. Last month, he'd gone on missions with you every day and trained under Kushina's watchful eye. It was exhausting. "I barely had a few days of reprieve during your exams, and now you're going to cause more trouble for me? Damn it, I haven't even finished reading Lord Jiraiya's new book." Jiraiya appreciated Naruto's consideration for his teammates. "Well, it's not impossible, but it's not mandatory. You'll have to convince them yourself." "No problem." Naruto thought Sakura would be easy to persuade if Sasuke was involved. As for Sasuke, well, he had a plan. Early the next morning, Naruto first went to the Hyuga estate to say goodbye to Hinata. Fresh from her morning training, Hinata is wearing a black training uniform, slightly panting, with a little blush on her face. Hinata felt a little disappointed when she learned that Naruto was leaving, but it was normal for ninjas to go on temporary missions. She said obediently, "Naruto-kun, have a safe journey." Naruto gently hugged Hinata and whispered in her ear, "I'll miss you every day." Me too," Hinata stammered, blushing. It was too close. This was at the entrance to her house, and she was still sweaty. So embarrassing. Inside the estate, Hanabi, who was training, accidentally pierces through a training dummy. "Hanabi, your control is off." Hayashi reprimanded sternly. "Yes." Hanabi bit her lip, eyes wide with determination. After saying goodbye to Hinata, Naruto slipped into Sasuke's training ground. Sure enough, Sasuke was practicing his Uchi hostile shuriken techniques. "Sasuke, I want you to help you train?" Sasuke quickly guessed. He didn't know why, but he always seemed to shout whenever Naruto asked him to train. "No, I want you to come with me to train." "Leave? Where to?" Naruto explained the situation to Sasuke. "So, what do you think?" "Training with the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya." "No, I want to train with my brother," Sasuke replied, unmoved. Training with his brother was more important than with a mere Sannin. "Are you sure Big Brother Itachi will have time to teach you?" Naruto challenged, striking at Sasuke's core. Chapter 79. The legendary sucker Sasuke felt unsettled. He wasn't sure why. His mother had told him that Itachi had been extremely busy since the Chunin exams, and today, he left without even having breakfast. Seeing Sasuke's troubled expression, Naruto decided to stir things up. "My dad is super busy lately, and even Kakashi-sensei got dragged into extra work. There's no way your brother has time right now. Even if you ask him, he'd probably just say, 'Forgive me, Sasuke.' Next time." Naruto, mimicking Itachi's tone perfectly, delivered the final blow by poking Sasuke on the forehead. "You're so annoying." Sasuke swatted Naruto's hand away. He thought about his brother's usual behavior but couldn't find a good comeback. "I get it," Sasuke muttered, saying goodbye to Mikoto with a sense of defeat. After gathering his things, he and Naruto went to find Sakura. "Sakura-chan!" Naruto yelled from below her window. Sakura lived in a small, 3-story building near Ino's house. Naruto had passed by with Sasuke while heading to school, so he knew exactly where she stayed. "What's all this noise?" "It's early." Sakura poked her head out groggily, still in her pajamas. But the moment her eyes locked on Sasuke, she snapped awake. "Sasuke-kun." She quickly ducked back inside, frantically fixing her messy hair. After a moment, she reappeared with a sweet smile. "What's up?" "We've got a mission, and we need to head out," Naruto explained briefly. Now fully awake, Sakura moved with a speed that rivaled Lee in his training. In the blink of an eye, she was dressed, packed, and out the window, shouting back inside, "Mom! Dad! I've got a mission, I'm heading out." Naruto vaguely heard Sakura's mom shouting from inside, "How many times have I told you not to jump out the window like that? You're going to ruin your image as a proper young lady." With their team now assembled, Naruto smiled in satisfaction. Sasuke, still sulking over missing training with Itachi, and Sakura, glowing with excitement, followed Naruto as he led the way to Hidden Leaf Village's gate where Jiraiya was supposed to meet them. At Hidden Leaf Village's village gate. "That guy. Is he Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin?" Sasuke asked in disbelief, pointing at a lecherous old man with white hair. "Yeah, it's him," Naruto sighed, clearly embarrassed. "You'll get used to it." Sakura stared, wide-eyed. "How do you get used to that?" Their surprise was understandable. Jiraiya was crouched in a corner, crystal ball in hand, with a creepy smile on his face. The image in the crystal ball? The women's bathhouse? Drool was almost escaping his lips. "It's not that bad. Kakashi-sensei is kind of the same," Naruto muttered. Naruto's words silenced both Sasuke and Sakura. Did all-powerful ninjas need weird hobbies? Surely not. The Hokages had always been strong, and they didn't seem like the type to have peculiar habits. The two pushed the strange thoughts from their minds, but little did they know they had brushed close to the truth. The first Hokage, revered for his strength, was quite the gambler, the second Hokage had sibling issues, the third was a notorious peeper, and the fourth... Well, his sunny smile concealed a middle schooler's heart. Determined not to let Jiraiya's behavior slide, Naruto called out, "Oi, pervy sage. We're ready." Jiraiya quickly tucked away the crystal ball and stood up, adopting the demeanor of a serious elder. Even Jiraiya had to care about appearances in front of new students. "These must be your teammates, Naruto. They're fine young ninjas." Sasuke observed him thoughtfully. Judging by how fast Jiraiya had hidden the crystal ball, he probably was stronger than Kakashi. Sakura responded politely, "Thank you for your kind words, Jiraiya-sama. Inner Sakura, kind words? I don't want praise from this perverted geezer, ahem, Jiraiya coughed, perhaps out of embarrassment. Well, if everyone's ready, let's head out. Wait a second. Naruto raised his hand. Give it. Give what? Jiraiya feigned ignorance. The crystal ball. That's from the Hokage's office, isn't it? You must be mistaken. Oh? Should I ask my mom if she remembers otherwise? Is that necessary? Yes. As a good young man of the new era, Naruto wasn't going to let such behavior slide. Sweating, Jiraiya finally gave in and shoved the crystal ball into Naruto's arms. Alright, fine. But I picked it up. It's not like Minato would have left something so valuable lying around. Good thing I found it. After Naruto sent the crystal ball back to Minato using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, the four of them officially embarked on their journey to find Tsunade. Naruto was excited to meet the legendary sucker and thought about making some extra money by challenging her to a few bets. Meanwhile, back at the Uchiha compound, Itachi returned home shortly after Naruto and Sasuke had left. Itachi? Why are you back? Mikoto asked, surprised to see her eldest son. Itachi smiled. I managed to take a break this morning. I came back to train with Sasuke and help him get ready for his next exam. Where is he? Mikoto's face fell. Ah. Sasuke left with Naruto. They've got a mission outside the village. Itachi's expression faltered. I see. That's unfortunate. I rarely get time off. Mikoto smiled, trying to reassure him. Don't worry. Sasuke's in good hands with Jiraiya-sama leading them. It'll be fine. True, but I don't have anything else to do now. Maybe I should just head back to work, Itachi said, his sense of duty kicking in. There is something you could do, Mikoto said, suddenly remembering. Izumi has been by the house several times recently, but you were never here. You should go see her, at least as a courtesy. Itachi hesitated. Well, I suppose, but no buts. I know a nice little shop that sells dango. You and Izumi used to go there all the time when you were kids, right? Mikoto knew her son well. After his responsibilities to his clan, his Anbu team, and his family, few people could get his attention. Izumi is one of them. Alright, Itachi sighed and headed out, changing into his casual clothes. As Mikoto watched him leave, she smiled to herself. Finally, with Sasuke out of the house, she could focus on something else. Mother's wisdom at work. Chapter 80. Sir Chum. What kind of person is Tsunade-sama? Sakura asked curiously, now understanding the purpose of their journey. Jiraiya thought for a moment before replying, well, if I had to say it, she's a troublesome woman who loves gambling. Excessively. People in almost every village know about her. Sakura was silent for a moment, confused. Are you sure you're talking about the legendary Tsunade-sama? Jiraiya continued, speaking of which, she's earned a nickname, the legendary sucker, ha ha ha. Are you serious? How could she have such a title? Sakura is struggling to accept the reality as the newly minted medical ninja, like many others, she idolizes Tsunade. It was hard to reconcile that image with someone having such bad habits. There's no mistake about it. She's always loved gambling, but her luck is so terrible that she almost always loses. That's why they call her the legendary sucker. Jiraiya chuckled, clearly entertained by his old friend's misfortune. How could this be? Sakura's idealized image of her idol was crumbling. Then if she's so well known, shouldn't it be easy to find her? Jiraiya shook his head. It's not that simple. She despises aging, so she uses special aging to alter her appearance. Though she's in her 50s, she looks like she's in her 20s. He grinned and continued, plus, when she loses everything, she borrows money and runs off. She'll change her appearance to look like she's in her teens, 30s, or 40s to dodge her debts. Ha ha ha, the old days were something else. Sakura suddenly felt disillusioned. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, is a shameless pervert, and now Tsunade is revealed to be a gambling addict. What would Orochimaru be like? A total madman? Well, about that, even Sasuke is shocked, thinking, the great Sannin addicted to gambling and not paying their debts? How could such a disgraceful person exist? He glanced at Naruto and had a sinking feeling that Naruto could end up the same way if he wasn't careful. So, how do we even find her? Sasuke asked, focusing on the more practical matter. Well, I got a lead on her whereabouts a few days ago. We'll check the next town for more information. As they traveled, Jiraiya shared about his adventures throughout the ninja world. He spoke of the different customs and the political situations in various nations. Occasionally, he'd slip in remarks about the best hot spring inns or places with mixed baths, but overall, he carried himself as a reliable mentor. By evening, they arrived at a small town and checked into a hotel. Jiraiya announced he was going out to gather intel and told the trio to explore on their own. Naruto chimed in, "Actually, there's no need to stay in a hotel. I could just take you all back to Hidden Leaf Village with my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. I've already marked this spot, so I can teleport us back tomorrow." "No, Naruto," Jiraiya said sternly, "from now on, unless it's necessary for combat or training, you are forbidden from using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu." "Huh? Why?" Naruto complained. "There's no cooldown, and I've got plenty of chakra, so why not use it?" Jiraiya raised a finger. "Listen, I brought you out here to train and help you grow. True training isn't just about ninjutsu. It's about strengthening your spirit. Only by leaving your comfort zone and seeing the world with your own eyes can you truly grow. A ninja indoors, if you keep teleporting back home, you'll never grow." Sasuke and Sakura listened intently, feeling a deep respect for Jiraiya. Despite his quirks, there was wisdom in his words. "Oh." Naruto admitted the point but had a nagging suspicion that Jiraiya just didn't want him interrupting his drinking plans back in Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya soon slipped away, and the trio decided to explore the town. This was only their second time leaving Hidden Leaf Village, with their first trip to the Land of Waves being rather somber. This time, they intensely enjoyed themselves in this bustling town, which seemed geared towards travelers and merchants. The streets were lined with hotels, hot springs, shops, and snack vendors. Naruto sampled some snacks, thinking they weren't bad. Quietly, he left a Flying Thunder God mark on the street, planning to bring Hinata here later. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind: why not bring Hinata some snacks right now? Jiraiya might have forbidden him from using the technique to return home, but nothing was stopping him, right? So Naruto packed up a variety of snacks for later. Meanwhile, Sakura was enjoying herself shopping with Sasuke. Although they weren't alone, Naruto was always running around, giving them time to browse together. Despite Sasuke's usual aloofness, he was curious about the various items for sale. However, he seemed reluctant, although he resisted when Sakura dragged him to different stalls to play games like dart throwing and goldfish scooping. Sasuke won a bracelet from the dart game and handed it to Sakura, who was so overjoyed that she had tears in her eyes, wondering how to repay him. "I owe him big time. Maybe I'll repay him with myself?" Sakura's thoughts spiraled wildly. Sasuke felt chills down his spine. "Am I sick or something?" As night fell, the trio returned to the hotel after having a great time. Naruto laid out all the snacks he had packed, guessing that Hinata had just finished her evening training session. In Hinata's room, she and Hanabi were startled by the sound of food bags falling onto the table. The aroma of freshly cooked snacks filled the room. Dong, dong, dong. More snacks appeared one after another. Hanabi was dumbfounded. "Father said there's no such thing as free food, only hard work, but here it is, falling from the sky." Hinata smiled, realizing what had happened. On the table was a kunai that Naruto had given her, marked with his Flying Thunder God seal. Finally, a note appeared, written in Naruto's handwriting. He explained where the snacks had come from, ending with a few words that made Hinata blush. Hanabi saw the note and couldn't help but grumble, "It's that guy again." Though she ate the chocolate banana happily. It's pretty sweet. Chapter 81. Search. Hanabi finally leaves with a satisfied burp, and by the end of the meal, she doesn't dislike Naruto as much. Maybe it's because Naruto has been so generous. Hinata barely eats 1/5 of what Naruto devours, leaving most of the heavy lifting to her stomach. In the end, both sisters are quite satisfied. Naruto, on the other hand, is exhausted. He and Sasuke have been up half the night, unable to sleep because of Jiraiya. The old sage stumbles back in the middle of the night, reeking of alcohol and some stranger's perfume. For a brief moment, Naruto entertains the thought of crashing into Sakura's room. After all, they are teammates, right? It couldn't be that weird. Could it? But he quickly shakes off the idea. "No, my comrade's room is off limits," he tells himself. Luckily, an idea pops into his head: solve the problem using ninjutsu. Sasuke is impressed and silently vows to never get drunk in Naruto's presence. The next morning, Naruto and Sasuke go to get Sakura for breakfast, while Jiraiya is still fast asleep. The sunlight eventually creeps through the window, hitting Jiraiya's face. With a pop, the snot bubble he's been blowing bursts. He blinks his eyes open and yawns, trying to roll over, only to find he can't. Jiraiya. He realizes he's been trapped by his blanket. Looking closer, he sees the intricate sealing techniques on the quilt: sound suppression, immobilization, and something that seems to block the smell. Is this what Naruto's doing? Kid's gotten pretty good at sealing techniques, Jiraiya said with a smile on his face, but there was no time to admire the work. He quickly broke free of the seals without much trouble. Naruto hasn't meant to make them too strong, just strong enough to stop his snoring and the alcohol stench from bothering anyone else. Jiraiya stumbles downstairs, still groggy, and immediately starts digging into Naruto's plate without so much as a hello. Naruto, poking at his chopsticks, raises an eyebrow and asks, "Pervy Sage, what are you doing?" Jiraiya shoots back, "What am I doing? What did you do?" Sasuke, already feeling a bit guilty, looks away. He's been watching the chaos last night with interest and even copied a few of Naruto's sealing techniques with his Sharingan. Naruto defends himself, "What was I supposed to do? You came back reeking of booze and who knows what else. How were we supposed to sleep?" Jiraiya waves it off. "It was just a little alcohol. Naruto isn't having it." "Just a little? That was a stink cloud, not a smell." He adds sarcastically, "Didn't you just tell us yesterday, a ninja must endure? Does that mean we have to endure you?" Jiraiya isn't fazed at all. "Brat, you don't know what you're talking about. I was gathering intel." Naruto smirks and quips, "Oh yeah? So you're telling me your stomach can process info from alcohol now?" Jiraiya grumbles something unintelligible as he continues shoveling food into his mouth. Naruto shrugs and orders another breakfast. Sasuke watches the back and forth between Naruto and Jiraiya with a slight sense of envy. Naruto always seems to get along with everyone. Whether it's his parents, Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru, or even Jiraiya, Naruto has this way of joking around with people without annoying them. Even now, he's stealing Sasuke's fried egg. "Uzumaki." "Naruto." Sasuke says slowly, his voice cold. Naruto looks back, fried egg halfway in his mouth, and blinks innocently. After a brief staring contest, Sasuke sighs and smiles. "Forget it. Enjoy your food." Naruto happily chews the egg. For some reason, stolen food always tastes better. Sasuke turns back to his plate and splits his remaining egg in half, offering the other half to Sakura, who smiles brightly at the gesture. Seeing her so happy makes Sasuke smile even more. He's glad to have been placed on this team. He keeps his eyes on his plate, though, making sure to guard the rest of his food from Naruto's next sneak attack. Meanwhile, Jiraiya watches them batter and thinks back to his teammates. His team had once been just as close. He had been more handsome than Sasuke, more talented than Naruto, and Tsunade. Well, he convinced himself that she'd been as gentle as Sakura back in the day. He shakes his head, his chest tightening. No, that's just the alcohol still messing with him. Tsunade? Gentle? She's worse than Orochimaru in that regard. After breakfast, the group heads to a hill outside the village for some training. Jiraiya wants to see how the three are progressing. First is Sakura. Jiraiya is impressed by her chakra control and medical knowledge. It's like seeing a young Tsunade, right down to her flat chest. Jiraiya isn't skilled in medical ninjutsu, but having trained alongside Tsunade, he gives Sakura some advice based on what he remembers from their younger days. He realizes now that he genuinely wants to introduce her to Tsunade for further training. Sasuke's Sharingan, paired with Chidori, is also impressive. His fire-style jutsu and quick reflexes make him a formidable opponent. Jiraiya shares his insights on using ninjutsu strategically, advising Sasuke not to mimic Naruto's all-out assault style. He also suggests that Sasuke and Naruto try combining wind and fire-style jutsu in the future. This new, knowledgeable side of Jiraiya changes both Sasuke's and Sakura's impressions of him. He isn't just a perverted old man, he is a wise teacher too. Finally, Jiraiya tosses a scroll to Naruto. "Here's that lion's mane jutsu I promised. But don't be greedy. Focus on mastering water style and perfecting the Rasengan." "Got it." Naruto replies enthusiastically, though he secretly plans to learn everything. "Alright, you three train hard. I need to check on something suspicious from my last intel mission," Jiraiya says, his face becoming comically serious as he walks off. The three of them exchange glances, and whatever respect they gained for Jiraiya quickly evaporates. They watch him leave, shaking their heads in unison. Chapter 82. 3 days have passed, and it seems as though Jiraiya hasn't woken up during that time. Every morning, he finds himself tightly wrapped in his blanket, but he is getting better at escaping it with each passing day. On the morning of the fourth day, Jiraiya stops the three kids, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, as they are about to head out. "We should move on to the next location." Naruto looks at him blankly and asks, "Did you find any new leads, or are you just tired of hanging around here? Stop spouting nonsense." "I've been investigating." Jiraiya clears his throat before continuing. "Someone did spot her in this town, but she didn't stick around for long. Probably because this place doesn't have any casinos." Naruto sighs, "So where are we going next?" "To a place called Short Book Street. There's an old temple there, pretty historic." The town is a lot livelier than here, and more importantly, there's a whole street full of casinos. Seeing Jiraiya's gleeful smile, Naruto can't help but wonder if it isn't the casinos, or rather, other services that Jiraiya is truly excited about. With Jiraiya calling the shots, the three of them have no choice but to pack their things and follow him. Not long after leaving town, Naruto suddenly says, "Pervy Sage, we've got two people tailing us. Their chakra is about teacup-sized. Pretty weak." "Oh?" Jiraiya turns around, eyes narrowing as he scans the area. Sasuke and Sakura notice it too. These two aren't skilled at hiding themselves. A couple of minutes later, Jiraiya returns with two men, both sporting bruises and swollen faces. They are dressed like samurai, with hats, bags, and swords at their waists. Jiraiya asks sternly, "Why are you following us? Speak." One of the men stammers, "We don't know who you are, but, then why are you tailing us? Are you trying to rob us? Or did someone hire you?" No. We're looking for Lady Tsunade." "Tsunade?" Jiraiya frowns, a bad feeling rising. "You wouldn't happen to be chasing her for debts, would you?" "That's exactly it. I'm Senta from the Akagi gang, and this is Bunzo. We've been looking for Lady Tsunade for 3 years, but her whereabouts are always unpredictable." This guy is trying to put it nicely, but everyone knows Tsunade's gambling habits keep her constantly on the move. Senta continues, "We heard you were asking around about her recently, so we thought you might have a lead. We followed you in hopes of finding her. We're sorry for being discovered so quickly." Jiraiya believes them almost immediately. This is totally Tsunade's style. "For 3 years, we haven't returned home, all because of her debts. Please allow us to travel with you. We just want to find her," they both plead, bowing deeply. Jiraiya thinks for a moment before agreeing. "Fine. When we find Tsunade, I'll ask her about it myself." "Thank you so much," the two samurai say in unison. Now their group has 2 additional members, debt collectors. Sakura groans internally, already feeling disappointed in Tsunade. Owing debts for 3 years and running away from them. What a shameless old woman. As the group moves forward, Jiraiya suddenly remembers something. "Naruto, what did you mean by teacup-sized chakra?" Sasuke and Sakura are also curious. "Oh, that," Naruto replies. "You know my sensory ability, right?" The 3 of them nod. "I can sense the location of others, but I can also gauge their chakra levels. If chakra were water, then the amount those two have is about the size of a teacup." "Interesting," Jiraiya says, though he can't help but smile at Naruto's odd way of measuring chakra. "Why use that term?" "Well," Naruto scratches his head. "I used to use Kakashi-sensei as the standard, but his chakra has been increasing a lot recently, so he's no longer a good reference. Plus, using him as a benchmark wasn't fair to people with less chakra." Jiraiya can't help but laugh. "It's not that you're unfair to people with less chakra, it's Kakashi who's been getting a raw deal." Out of curiosity, Jiraiya asks, "So, how do we compare?" Naruto thinks for a moment. Sakura-chan is at bathtub level. Sakura's face twitches. Bathtub. She is fuming on the inside. Sasuke is at the small pond level. Kakashi-sensei was a small pond too, but now he's a large pond. Sasuke raises an eyebrow. "So before you changed units, I was just a little puddle? As for you, Pervy Sage, you're at lake level. I'm around the same, and my mom's chakra is at an even larger lake level. If I count Kurama's chakra, then I'm probably at sea level, like the first Hokage." The 2 samurai look on in awe. Are all ninjas this powerful? Jiraiya sighs. Naruto has come up with his system of measurement, and while chakra levels don't always equal strength, a teacup going up against a bathtub definitely isn't going to end well. He has to admit, the kid's system isn't entirely useless. "Your little sensory technique is pretty handy," Jiraiya remarks. "Nah, it's still got a long way to go," Naruto says humbly. "A real minimap should show people's faces or names. I can sense different chakra signatures, but I can't always remember who's who. And I still need to work on sensing intent, whether someone's a friend or foe." After walking for a while longer, the group finally arrives at Short Book Street. "Let's find a place to stay," Jiraiya says. "Then we'll split up to gather information." At that very moment, at the entrance of a nearby casino, a blonde woman dressed in green proudly opens a suitcase full of money. "Exchange all of this for chips. Today, I'll win back everything I lost." Behind her, a dark-haired woman holding a piglet's eyes, while the piglet quivers with dread. The casino guests exchange glances, whispering to each other as they stare at the blonde woman. "If I'm not mistaken. Isn't that? Yeah. The legendary Big Loser." Chapter 83. Everyone has been searching all night, but there are still no results. The two samurai insist on continuing the search, while Jiraiya takes the three kids to eat. Jiraiya randomly chooses an Izakaya, but as soon as Naruto enters, he notices Jiraiya and a blonde woman exchanging affectionate glances. The crowd searches for him thousands of times, and when they look back, the man is in the dim light. This saying might not fit perfectly here, but the mood of the scene certainly does. From her appearance, it's Tsunade, and the flustered woman beside her with a small pig must be Shizune. Jiraiya? Tsunade asks, slightly dazed and blushing from drink, hiccuping. Tsunade? Jiraiya looks equally surprised. Well, since you're here, have a couple of drinks with me. Jiraiya introduces everyone, sits across from Tsunade, and starts reminiscing over drinks. Naruto and Sasuke sit next to him, busy eating the side dishes, while Sakura sits beside Shizune. Sakura is initially very excited. After all, even if her idol gambles, drinks heavily, and is deep in debt, Tsunade is still her idol. As a fan, Sakura forgives her instantly and even wants to say, "Lady Tsunade, you're just too beautiful." But when Sakura sits down, her mood dims as she glances at Tsunade's, impressive assets, and then at herself. She purses her lips, feeling rather disheartened. Sasuke seems oblivious to what's going on, while Naruto, glancing around, appears to understand but doesn't say anything. Poink poink. Naruto, focused on his food, is suddenly distracted by a strange pig's cry and glances at the small pig in Shizune's arms. It has pink, shiny skin, and looks tender, probably not more than 10 kilograms. Naruto, after swallowing his mouthful of greens, turns to Shizune and asks, "Hey, Miss Shizune, this pig looks a little weak. Why don't we just—" Naruto licks his lips, pats Sasuke's shoulder, and adds, "Sasuke is good with fire-release jutsu. He could probably roast it to perfection." Shizune immediately protests, "No. Taunton isn't." "Hahaha, I've always wanted to try." "Taunton does look delicious, doesn't she?" Drunken Tsunade interrupts, trying to reach out and grab the pig. "Hey, hey." Shizune's eyes widen in shock as she shields Taunton. "Lady Tsunade, you've had too much to drink." Oink oink. Taunton squeals in fear, burrowing into Shizune's arms. "I'm not drunk. Kid, you've got a good eye." Tsunade turns to Naruto, her eyes suddenly softening. "Nawaki." Naruto immediately understands. This is his passive ability kicking in, the "I remind everyone of someone" technique. People, especially those emotionally vulnerable or intoxicated, tend to see someone they care about in Naruto. Tsunade sees her younger brother, Nawaki, in Naruto. Jiraiya and Kakashi see Minato in him. Even the villain Zabuza, who attacked the village, saw the shadow of his student in Naruto. Before Naruto can respond, Tsunade grabs him in a tight hug, knocking over the cups and dishes. "Ugh, I can't breathe," Naruto gasps, finally managing to free himself. "Lady Tsunade, I," smack. Tsunade flicks his forehead hard. "Call me big sister." Naruto's head spins. That flick hurts more than his mom's punches. He glances at Jiraiya for help. But Jiraiya, being the rogue he is, simply stares off into space, his eyes occasionally wandering to less appropriate places. Sakura, who has just regained her composure, seems crushed once again, mechanically using her chopsticks to stir at nothing in her bowl. Sasuke shoots Naruto a sympathetic glance. He's sure of one thing, he's going to avoid this type of woman at all costs in the future. Naruto, unwilling to argue with a drunk, sighs and mutters, "Big sister Tsunade." "Good," Tsunade smiles, leaning back and muttering in her sleep, "Shizune, roast the pig. My brother wants some." Jiraiya and Shizune both fall silent. They know how much losing Dan and her younger brother, Nawaki, has affected Tsunade. She's even developed a severe fear of blood. Now, seeing her drunkenly mistaking Naruto for Nawaki, neither of them knows whether it's a good or bad thing. Eventually, Shizune leads Tsunade away. Naruto can't help but throw Jiraiya a look of pure contempt. "No wonder you're still single." The next morning, Naruto and Sasuke leave their room, only to find Tsunade leaning against the doorframe, rubbing her forehead. Naruto politely greets her, "Good morning, big sister Tsunade." "Huh? Who are you, kid?" "Naruto." She hugged him all night, calling him her dear brother, but now that she's sober, he's just a kid. This woman is dumb, Naruto thinks to himself. Sakura, hearing the commotion, steps out and stands beside Naruto and Sasuke, watching their disheveled idol recover from her hangover. Naruto explains, "We came looking for you with Pervy Sage. We met at the Izakaya yesterday." "Pervy Sage?" Tsunade raises an eyebrow, though she instantly knows who Naruto means. "Where is he?" "Hey, is someone missing my handsome self this early?" Jiraiya strolls out of the room across the way. "You haven't changed a bit," Tsunade says. She doesn't recall much from the previous night. "So, why did you come looking for me?" Are these your students? Jiraiya reintroduces Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. So, Kushina's son is all grown up, Tsunade says, eyeing Naruto. She feels a strange sense of familiarity with the boy. Naruto replies, my mom asked me to bring you a message. She said she misses you and hopes you'll visit soon. I see. Tsunade waves her hand dismissively. Kushina is the closest person to the family Tsunade has left, and seeing her reminds Tsunade of her grandmother, Mido. But Hidden Leaf Village holds too many painful memories for her to easily return. Sensing the tension, Jiraiya changes the subject. We can talk about this later. First, I think there's someone here who's been waiting for you. Who? Jiraiya knocks on the door of two samurai who have been looking for Tsunade. The moment they see her, tears well up in their eyes as they exclaim, it's been 3 years. We've been searching for you all this time. Do you even know how we've managed to survive these past 3 years? Chapter 84. You are subordinates of the Akagi gang? Tsunade hesitates for a moment, then recognizes the two figures, vaguely remembering seeing them before, probably during one of her drinking sprees. Exactly. Danzō pulls out the IOU, cutting straight to the point, we're here to collect the debt. Jiraiya, already prepared for a massive financial hemorrhage, makes a mental note, if Tsunade tries to run, he'll help her up first. But Tsunade, crossing her arms, says calmly, I did owe a debt to the Akagi gang's casino 3 years ago, but I settled it last year. Huh? The two debt collectors are stunned, and even Jiraiya makes the same incredulous noise. Have you two been away for a year? Tsunade sighs, looking exasperated. Turning towards the room, she shouts, Shizune. Bring the bill. Shizune quickly brings out the paperwork. After seeing the boss's signature on the bill, the debt collectors turn pale, realizing their mistake. They mutter under their breath, confused about their long absence. Naruto shakes his head at these two hapless debt collectors. You're debt collectors, not runaways. How do you not check back for a whole year? Then, with a sigh, he thinks, in a world where people mostly rely on walking for transportation and shouting for communication, I guess this kind of thing happens. Not everyone has the Flying Thunder God Jutsu or KCN. The two unlucky samurai eventually leave, downtrodden. Jiraiya, feeling sorry for them, hands them some money for travel. Sakura, meanwhile, has a glimmer of hope that her idol, Tsunade, still has some redeeming qualities. It's not that she never repays her debts, she reasons, it's just the timeline for repayment gets a bit stretched. Despite Tsunade's notorious gambling and debt dodging, her character isn't so bad that she refuses to pay entirely. Otherwise, her reputation would be ruined long ago, and no one would lend her money at all. Now that this nonsense is sorted, I'm heading to place some bets, Tsunade says, stretching lazily. Jiraiya's eyes can't help but wander in a certain place. Wait a second, I still need to talk to you. Jiraiya snaps back to reality, stopping her in her tracks. You're annoying, Jiraiya. I don't have time, the games won't wait for anyone, Tsunade huffs and turns to leave. Do you even have any money? Jiraiya smirks, knowing that Shizune told him Tsunade lost all her money yesterday. Tsunade freezes mid-step. That is a serious problem. I'll just borrow from the casino again, she mutters stubbornly. Jiraiya grins. How about this, let's make a bet. I'll gamble with you. Oh? Tsunade perks up, her interest piqued. What's the wager? If you win, I'll lend you the money to gamble at the casino. If you lose, you hear me out. Jiraiya is confident. He isn't a gambler by nature, but to beat Tsunade? He doesn't think much skill is necessary, just having a pulse should be enough. Deal. Tsunade agrees immediately, pulling a deck of cards from somewhere in her clothes. Naruto has no idea how or where she stores all this stuff. It's in her hem. Inside, Jiraiya and Tsunade sit facing each other, with Naruto and the others watching closely. Shizune prays silently for Jiraiya to win. Their wallet is already overflowing with IOUs, and Tsunade simply can't afford to lose again. Naruto, too, hopes Jiraiya will win, worried that if Tsunade wins, things might turn dangerous for everyone in the room. Tsunade skillfully shuffles and deals the cards. The game itself is unfamiliar to Naruto. Each player is dealt 5 cards, then they discard and draw more according to rules Naruto doesn't understand. After a few rounds, they show their hands. Jiraiya's mouth hangs open, and Tsunade trembles slightly. Even Sakura and Naruto can't make heads or tails of the cards. Shizune makes a strange noise, clearly more familiar with the rules. Even Tontin the pig looks confused. Naruto has a sinking feeling. No way. Did Tsunade win? Tsunade's expression turns serious as she throws her cards down. One more game, she demands. Jiraiya sighs but agrees, shuffling again. They switch games and play multiple rounds. Each time, Tsunade wins. Dice games, card games, no matter what they play, Tsunade keeps winning. At last, she crushes the dice cup in frustration, pieces scattering across the floor. She crosses her arms tightly, staring at the floor in silence. Tsunade knows her luck all too well. Whenever she wins at gambling, something terrible is sure to follow. Who will be in danger this time? Jiraiya? Shizune? Or Naruto? Sasuke and Sakura are clueless as to why Tsunade isn't happy about her winning streak. Naruto, on the other hand, is panicking. He knows Tsunade's luck is ominous, more accurate than even the great Toad Sage's prophecies. Whenever she wins, something bad happens, usually to someone close to her. Don't worry, Jiraiya says, trying to comfort her. It's normal to have good luck once in a while. He then pulls out a stack of bills and places them in front of her. I lost, so here's the money. Do what you like. Tsunade glances at the money, bites her lip, and then looks up. Why did you came to me, Jiraiya? Jiraiya's tone becomes serious. It's about Hidden Leaf Village. The Chunin exams are happening, and Minato received intel that Hidden Sand Village might be plotting something. They could be working with Orochimaru to attack Hidden Leaf Village, and if they do, it could turn into another war. We need your help as a medical expert. Orochimaru? Tsunade's expression darkens at the name. If it's him, is it revenge for losing the Hokage seat to Minato? No, he doesn't seem the type to care about such things. More likely, he wants revenge on the third Hokage. And Hidden Sand Village. She mutters in disgust. Another war? Tsunade's memories flash, her grandfather, her lover Dan, her younger brother Nawaki. All lost to war. And now it threatens to start again. Come back to Hidden Leaf Village with me, Tsunade, Jiraiya urges. Naruto can already sense it. If anyone is fated to die in this chaos, it might be the third Hokage. While the old man might want to die in battle, Naruto doesn't want that. If he does, it will create a chain reaction of grief and low morale in Hidden Leaf Village, affecting his family and Minato's leadership. Tsunade has the power to prevent it. But how to convince her? Should Naruto use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport her back to Hidden Leaf Village by force? All he needs to do is touch her. Chapter 85 Go back to Hidden Leaf Village? Tsunade murmurs. Do I have the courage to return to the village that holds so many painful memories? As Tsunade stood at the crossroads of her past and future, a storm of conflicting emotions churned within her. The familiar weight of grief pressed heavily on her chest, Nawaki's innocent face, full of hope, and Dawn's passionate promise to change the village for the better haunted her every thought. How could she, of all people, take up the mantle that had brought nothing but loss to those she loved? Becoming close to her had cost them their lives, and the pain of those memories still lingered like open wounds. What good is power if you can't save the ones who matter most? She had once asked herself, bitterness seeping into her voice. The village had taken everything from her, and for years, she convinced herself that she didn't owe it anything in return. Hidden Leaf Village could burn for all she cared. She would never go back. But then, there is that boy, Naruto. The spitting image of her younger brother's reckless passion, one she had tried to bury. At first, it had infuriated her, how stubborn he was, how naive. But somewhere in those loud declarations and defiant eyes, she saw something else, a glimmer of hope, the same hope she had seen in Nawaki and Dan. Is it possible to protect them? To protect the village? Without losing anyone else? The thought gnawed at her, something she had long given up on. Pavan Naruto doesn't act rashly. There's no way to force her back. If he tries, his house might end up either redecorated or outright demolished. Then, he'd have no choice but to crash at Sasuke's place again, which he's already done more times than he can count. Surely, sleeping over one more time won't hurt, right? For now, Naruto decides to rely on his art of negotiation rather than force. He quips, why is Tsunade-san so upset after winning a bet? Naruto, don't say unnecessary things, Jiraiya interrupts, not wanting Tsunade to relive those painful memories. Maybe if I sweeten things up and call her sis, she won't kill me, Naruto thinks. As for whether it's appropriate to call her that, well, even if Tsunade is tough, very experienced in age, it shouldn't be an issue. Tsunade looks at Naruto, seeing a glimpse of Nawaki. Back then, Nawaki was about the same age, and he used to call her sister just like that. This boy reminds her so much of him. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity when she first saw him. At his age, Naruto should have never even experienced war, yet he might get caught up in one soon. Would his fate end up like Nawaki's? Tsunade tries to calm herself. There's nothing I can't say. Every time I win a bet, the people around me suffer bad luck, so maybe it's just a coincidence, Naruto counters. Things were fine before, and now you've won. Isn't that just luck? How many coincidences can there be? Tsunada's voice is strained. I usually lose every bet, but this time, I won a dozen games in a row. I'll bet with you. Naruto exclaims. Maybe the pervy sage just has bad luck. I mean, he got caught peeping at the women's bath even with all his ninja skills. Sakura, who has been silently watching, takes a few steps back. She silently vows that as long as Jiraiya is in the village, she will never step foot in the bathhouse. Jiraiya braces himself for a punch but notices that Tsunade isn't moving. Honestly, he thinks it might have been better if she had hit him rather than wallowing in sadness. Tsunade stares at Naruto for a few seconds, then picks up the money Jiraiya placed in front of her and slaps it on the table. Alright, let's bet. Where's your wager? Naruto digs into his frog wallet, pulling out a few coins and small bills. He's broke. Before the Chunin exams, he had commissioned a custom kunai and treated Kurama to a feast. He'd also spent most of his pocket money on snacks for Hinata. This is all he has left. He pushes the money forward. I'll bet with these first. Tsunade doesn't mind and randomly grabs a banknote. How do you want to bet? Naruto pulls out a coin. I don't know much about other games. How about a coin toss? Fine, Tsunade agrees, thinking the result will be the same no matter what they bet on. Naruto flicks the coin into the air. Heads or tails? Tsunade watches the coin spin. Heads. Ding, ding, ding. The coin lands, tails. Naruto smirks. He's betting on his good fortune. After all, despite everything, the Kyuubi hasn't wiped out his family. Maybe he can counteract Tsunade's bad luck. Tsunade is stunned. She isn't sure if she should feel relieved or not. She grabs another bill. Again. Naruto gathers up his small change, leaving only the banknotes on the table. The coin flies up again. Heads. Tsunade guesses. Ding, ding, ding. Tails. Keep going. Heads. Tails. Heads. 8 more times, Tsunade guesses wrong. Frustrated, she slams the table. Are you cheating? Naruto's heart is pounding. The odds of guessing wrong 10 times in a row are slim, but he hands the coin to Tsunade. Wanna toss it yourself? Tsunade tosses the coin, and Naruto guesses, heads. The coin lands, heads. Again. Tails, tails, heads. Naruto is enjoying the game. He even considers trying to make the coin stand on its edge just for fun. After several rounds, Naruto realizes the truth. According to probability theory, each coin toss is an independent event. The odds of guessing correctly are always 50%. But under his lucky streak and Tsunade's bad luck, it seems almost natural for him to win repeatedly. Tsunade stares at her last banknote. Normally, losing would leave her feeling miserable, but this time, it feels easier. Jiraiya, your turn. Tsunade hands the coin to him. Huh? Oh. Jiraiya, still surprised at how things are unfolding, guesses, tails. The coin lands, heads. None of them understand what's happening. Could it be, as Naruto suggested, that Jiraiya just has awful luck? Tsunade tries betting with Shizune and Jiraiya again but eventually returns to Naruto. In the end, only Naruto can win against her. What is this? Tsunade wonders. Why is he the only one who can beat me? Naruto places his stack of winnings on the table, flashing his trademark grin. So, Tsunade-san, maybe luck exists, but you shouldn't be too superstitious. Even if you think your winning streak brings bad luck, didn't you lose to me? Maybe I'm here to break your so-called curse? Tsunade looks at Naruto. She hasn't seen such a hopeful smile in a long time. Maybe I should trust this kid. Let's make another bet. Huh? I said, let's bet again. If you win, I'll return to Hidden Leaf Village with you. If you lose, I'll give you all this money. Naruto shrugs, unfazed by the idea. No. If you lose, you have to call me big sister. Naruto meets her eyes with a serious expression. I'm not Nawaki, I'm Naruto. Pretending to be Nawaki, playing on her emotions, that's not something Naruto can do in good conscience. Tsunade smiles. I know. Naruto grins back. Alright, big sister. Chapter 86. Winning or losing the game no longer matters. In the end, Tsunade has a reason for returning to Hidden Leaf Village, and Naruto has gained an older sister. And Jiraiya. By the way, Naruto, didn't you say that you caught Jiraiya peeking at the women's bath? Jiraiya immediately becomes alert, discreetly distancing himself from Tsunade, thinking, this kid promised not to mention this. What is he up to? Yeah, he even taught me a jutsu and told me not to mention it to my mom, Naruto says, completely betraying Jiraiya, though not specifying that he wasn't supposed to mention it to his sister. So, sis, you'll keep this a secret, right? Don't tell mom. Hey, no problem, Tsunade grins, clenching her fist. I'll help him keep that secret. Jiraiya takes a few steps back, sweat forming on his forehead. Wait, I can explain. Before he can finish, Tsunoda's fist slams into his chest. Jiraiya. A human-shaped hole appears in the wall of the inn. Across the street, Jiraiya is embedded in the wall. Tsunoda cracks her knuckles in satisfaction. Much better. Sasuke and Sakura, who have never seen anything like this, stand frozen in shock. Will he die? Sakura asks. Naruto feels a bit guilty. We were just playing around. I didn't want to get him killed. He tugs at Tsunoda's sleeve. Granny, did you hit him too hard? It's fine, Tsunoda says confidently. At most, he'll break a rib. He's not going to die. Wait, what did you just say? Oh. Naruto nods, trusting her expertise as a medic. He grabs the money from the table and waves it to everyone. Let's go. The pervy sage is treating us to dinner. Come here, you brat. Tsunoda shouts in anger. Everyone has a great meal, and, of course, Naruto knocks Jiraiya out of the wall afterwards. The injuries aren't serious, just a fractured rib. In the ninja world, such an injury is nothing, especially considering it comes from Tsunoda. After they eat and drink their fill, and while Tsunoda isn't drunk, Naruto asks, Sis, when are we leaving? As soon as Jiraiya recovers. Don't worry, we'll get back to Hidden Leaf Village before the Chunin exams, Tsunoda assures him, thinking about how there will be fewer casinos once they return. Jiraiya doesn't argue. He merely bandages his chest and applies some medicine. Tsunoda doesn't even bother to use medical ninjutsu on him. Naruto points at Sakura. Since you're not doing anything, why not take on an apprentice? Tsunoda glances at Sakura, who immediately straightens up and looks at her expectantly. No, teaching is such a hassle, Tsunoda replies. After all, it would cut into her gambling time. Come on, Sakura is talented, Naruto insists. She might even master your medical ninjutsu completely. She already has a good foundation. Tsunoda wraps her arm around Naruto's neck and whispers, Naruto, let me tell you something. That girl's mind is clearly on that Uchiha boy. No matter how nice you are to her, it won't change that. Don't tease me, Naruto wriggles free. I have a girlfriend back in Hidden Leaf Village. I'm recommending Sakura because she's genuinely talented. Really? Shizune, test her, Tsunoda relents, deciding to give Sakura a chance. Yes, Shizune says, proceeding to ask Sakura some basic medical questions. Sakura, who has thought all hope is lost, eagerly answers the questions, glad for the opportunity. Naruto, meanwhile, picks up the pig from the table and pets it. It doesn't feel as nice as Akamaru, but it still feels nice to pet it. Naruto switches to play mode. Poyo. The pig doesn't dare resist, fearing Naruto might cook it. At first, the questions are simple enough that even Naruto can understand them. But soon, the conversation between Shizune and Sakura devolves into an incomprehensible medical exam. To Naruto, it sounds like, Shizune, Sakura, apostrophe and %and. What the heck are they talking about? Naruto thinks. I can understand the words individually, but together it's all gibberish. Are all medical students this knowledgeable? 10 minutes later, green chakra glows from Sakura's hand. Tsunoda nods approvingly. Very good. From now on, you're my apprentice. Yes. Tsunoda-sensei. Sakura jumps up excitedly, bowing to her new teacher before turning to Naruto and Shizune. Thank you, Naruto. And thank you, Shizune-sensei. Congrats. Naruto cheers, happy for her. In the ninja world, having a good teacher makes all the difference. Shizune congratulates her new junior as well. Only Jiraiya looks at Sakura sympathetically, knowing how tough being Tsunoda's apprentice can be. Then he thinks, maybe she'll beat me up less in the future. That idea brightens his mood. The next day, the group of 6 heads outside the village to find a suitable training ground. Jiraiya, still nursing his injury, sits off to the side, offering advice to Naruto and Sasuke. Shizune holds taunton and teaches Sakura while Tsunoda. Boom. AHH. Between lectures, there are frequent explosions and screams, most of them are of Sakura's, coming from the training ground. Naruto and Sasuke exchange worried looks. Tsunoda's punches leave forming huge craters, and the ground is riddled with spiderweb cracks. Will Sakura survive this? Sasuke whispers, his eyes wide. He glances at Jiraiya with newfound respect. He took a punch from her and only broke a rib. Truly worthy of the Sannin. Jiraiya, lost in thought, isn't paying attention to Sasuke's gaze. He is remembering a time Tsunoda broke 6 of his ribs for peeking at her bath. Absent-mindedly touching his current injury, he sighs. Youth. So full of regrets. Meanwhile, Tsunoda is explaining the 3 rules of medical ninjas to Sakura. 1. A medical ninja must never stop treatment until their comrades die. 2. A medical ninja must never be on the front lines. 3. A medical ninja must never die before their comrades. The first rule requires cultivating a strong sense of duty. The second depends on the strength of teammates. But the third, Tsunade is training Sakura herself for that one. The training method? Combat. If you can dodge my attacks, great. If not, endure them. If you get hurt, don't worry, I'll heal you. It'll even double as live instruction. Once you can withstand dozens of my moves, you'll be considered qualified. Tsunade's teaching is simple, brutal, and effective. Unlike her previous training with Naruto and Sasuke, this time Tsunade isn't holding back. By the end of the day, the training ground is devastated, filled with deep craters and cracks. Sakura is battered, having fallen countless times, covered in scrapes and bruises. And that is with Tsunade pulling her punches, keeping her attacks within Sakura's reaction range. Tsunade is strict. Today was just an introduction. Tomorrow, I won't go so easy on you. Yes, thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Sakura grits her teeth, determined not to give up. This is the hardest training she has ever experienced, but she has the resolve to push through. Chapter 87. In the days that followed, Sakura endures Tsunade's training and beatings every day while learning medical ninjutsu. However, she grits her teeth and refuses to give up. She truly wants to become stronger, from the bottom of her heart. One night, Naruto knocks on Sakura's door, seeing how exhausted she is, and says, "Let's talk?" Sakura nods and lets him in. The two sit opposite each other at the table. Naruto, without hesitation, pours himself some tea and asks, "Sakura, do you regret it?" Sakura shakes her head, replying, "This is an opportunity you helped me get. I won't give up that easily." "For Sasuke?" Naruto guesses right away. Sakura hesitates for a moment, then smiles. "Maybe at first, but not anymore." Naruto is taken aback. "You don't like Sasuke anymore?" "Of course I do," Sakura quickly denies it. Naruto eyes her suspiciously. "Then why did you say that?" Sakura sighs, feeling the need to talk. "I've realized something lately." Naruto sits up, interested, and pours her a cup of tea. "I'd like to hear more." Sakura, used to Naruto's quirky behavior, begins, "When I first graduated from the academy, I had no real goals. My only dream was Sasuke." She reminisces. Sasuke was handsome, confident, strong. Everything about him seemed perfect. Naruto sets down his tea, interrupting, "I didn't come here to listen to you praise him." Sakura chuckles. Alright. I always admired him, but I never really knew him. To him, I might just be a familiar face. Maybe in his heart, your sneeze would worry him more than me getting injured." Naruto laughs internally, thinking they share a deep friendship and brotherhood, but now he understands Sakura better. Sakura seems like a fan who fell for Sasuke as if he was an idol. Without knowing why, she developed those feelings and suffered for it. She fell in love with someone who didn't reciprocate. Looking at the ceiling, Sakura continues, "I'm like a cherry blossom petal blown by the wind. I saw a tree I liked and wanted to reach it desperately, without ever considering if he liked me back or needed me. I didn't even know if I could get there." Naruto feels a bit out of his depth, sipping tea to cover his embarrassment. His love story was far simpler. He liked someone, she liked him back, and that was it. In that sense, I've been outshined by Hinata. Wait, Hinata? Sakura smiles wistfully. Hinata always had her own goals. She worked hard to become stronger. To be honest, I was amazed by her during the Chunin exams. If I were a boy, I would have liked her too. She's gentle, beautiful, strong, and hardworking. Naruto beams internally, proud to hear those words. But sensing Sakura's regret, he wants to comfort her until she speaks again. "But now I have a new goal." Sakura's voice grows firmer. "I want to become a powerful ninja like Tsunade-sensei. I don't want to be just a petal in the wind. I want to grow into a full cherry tree. If one day, Sasuke stands by my side, I want it to be because I'm worthy of him, not because I waited or because I moved him. I am Haruno Sakura, a strong hidden leaf village ninja first, and then a girl who loves Sasuke." At that moment, Sakura radiates confidence. Naruto is impressed. If Sasuke doesn't appreciate this girl, he'll be single forever. Naruto glances at the door and says, "So, Sasuke, do you understand?" After 3 seconds of silence. "Huh?" Sakura's expression freezes. She slowly turns toward the door, only to find it closed. She turns back, glaring at Naruto, who is laughing awkwardly. Pa. Naruto scratches the back of his head. "Well, I just thought it was too serious, so I wanted to lighten the mood." Boom. The table shatters, spilling tea everywhere. Sakura's forehead bulges with veins, and she seethes, "Naruto." Naruto bolts to the door, opening it just a crack to peek back in. Wait, Sakura. When did you gain superhuman strength? Tsunade-sensei has been teaching me techniques recently. Sakura cracks her knuckles with a malicious grin. Wanna practice with me? No, I have something to do. See ya. Naruto declares, fleeing. 3 seconds later, his head pops back around the corner. Sakura? You broke the table. You'll have to pay for it. Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura yells, shattering the table further, before chasing him to the door. This time, Naruto makes a true escape. Sakura clenches her fists and mutters, how has Sasuke put up with him all these years without killing him? Sasuke, maybe because I couldn't beat him? Sakura calms down, preparing to clean up the room. After venting and sharing her thoughts, the frustrations from the past few days ease. She laughs thinking about how Naruto came to talk to her and lighten her mood. It's nice, she whispers. As time passes, Jiraiya's injury heals, and Sakura's training intensifies. She gets hurt less by Tsunade, who is pleased with her progress, feeling that Sakura is more suited to inherit her techniques than Shizune. Perhaps, after gaining more experience, Tsunade may even teach her the Yin Seal. Jiraiya watches Sakura smash a boulder with one punch, and with her long pink hair, he briefly imagines a younger Tsunade. Wait, pink? Jiraiya looks again, only to see Naruto using the messy lion's mane technique to stretch his hair into 9 strands, looking like Kushina. Naruto gleefully plays with his new ninjutsu and asks Jiraiya, hey, pervy sage, do you think I can pull off something like hair kneel or something like that? Chapter 88. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm being chased by Sasuke Uchiha, but I'm not panicking. Why? Because, believe it or not, I run faster than him. Here's how it all starts. After Big Sister Tsunade heals Jiraiya-sensei's injury, we all head back to Hidden Leaf Village from Tensaku Town. The journey back is smooth with no twists or trouble, much easier than traveling home during a mission. By noon, we reach Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade and Jiraiya go straight to the Hokage office, while Sakura hurries home to report to her family. Naruto, being Naruto, finds out through a phone call that Kushina has led a team on a mission, so the house is empty. With Hinata busy, he decides to tag along with Sasuke and grab a meal at his place. However, once they arrive, Sasuke's mother informs him that on the day he was kidnapped by Naruto, his brother Itachi had taken leave to train with him. But since Sasuke wasn't there, Itachi ended up spending the day with Izumi instead. Naruto senses that things are about to go bad and tries to slip away quietly. Sasuke, on the other hand, doesn't even catch his mom's next remark about Itachi spending more time with Izumi lately. His mind is fully occupied by one thought: he has missed an entire month of training and private time with his brother, all thanks to Naruto. And so, there it is, Sasuke, furious and filled with regret, starts chasing Naruto down with Sharingan flaring red. Feeling a little guilty, Naruto just runs. Why are you running? Why are you running? Sasuke yells, his voice echoing through the streets. Why should I stop when you're chasing me? Naruto shouts while continuing to run. No way is he going to make this easy for Sasuke. If you weren't running, I wouldn't be chasing. And if you weren't chasing, I wouldn't be running. I'm going to kill you. Like you can even catch me. The two shinobi dash through the alleys of Hidden Leaf Village, sprinting across rooftops, circling the village again and again. Sparks fly as their feet hit the ground. Along the way, they run into Gai-sensei's team of 3 and Kimimauro's group, who seem to get fired up by the sight of Naruto and Sasuke's wild chase. Naruto could have sworn he heard Gai shout something about the power of youth. After hours of high-speed pursuit, Sasuke's stamina gives out. He realizes, once again, that no matter how angry he gets, a regular human's endurance can't compete with Naruto's insane chakra reserves. Exhausted and out of breath, he hasn't even noticed that his Sharingan has evolved during the chase. You. Huff. Better. Stop. Sasuke pants, barely able to stand as his pace slows. You done yet? Naruto asks, equally tired but still pushing ahead. He isn't about to stop, not unless he wants to get beat up. I swear, if I didn't feel a bit guilty, I'd have flattened you by now. So Naruto keeps running, not daring to stop in front of those blazing Sharingan eyes. Eventually, Sasuke collapses from exhaustion, leaving Naruto to carry him on his back as they head to Sasuke's house. Naruto, unable to resist teasing his friend, mutters, "Why'd you go nuts? I didn't even know Itachi took leave to train with you." Humphrey, Sasuke grumbles. He knows it isn't entirely Naruto's fault, and as much as he hates it, Naruto has good intentions. And, even if you did catch me, what could you do? I can't time travel, you know. Plus, you've gotten a lot stronger this month. Humphrey, Sasuke mutters again, trying to brush it off. He knows Naruto is right, But he isn't about to admit it. Hey. Are you a girl? It's disgusting if a boy pouts. You know I will kill you next time, Uzumaki. Naruto shakes his head. Man, you are stubborn. You're always picking fights, and then you wear yourself out and make me carry you back. I didn't ask for a ride. Sasuke turns his head, too proud to admit defeat. Naruto almost drops him right there. Seriously? I haven't even carried Hinata yet, but I'm stuck carrying your sweaty, grumpy self. When Naruto finally arrives at the Uchiha compound with Sasuke, they run into Itachi and Izumi, who are just saying goodbye. Brother? Sasuke tries to get down but is too worn out to stand on his own. Naruto has to help him stay upright. Yo, little Sasuke, Naruto. Izumi greets them with a smile. You two seem close as always. What happened to Sasuke? Itachi asks, noticing his younger brother's state. Sasuke turns his face away, too embarrassed to explain. Naruto, ever the bro, steps in. Just some physical training. Pushed himself too hard. Sasuke doesn't argue. After all, long-distance running is physical training, right? Let me take him, Itachi says, lifting Sasuke onto his back without breaking a sweat. Sasuke doesn't resist, leaning against his brother, feeling his anger drain away. Naruto, curious as ever, asks with a grin, you two have been on a date or something? Izumi blushes instantly. No. We just had a meal together. Itachi, always composed, calmly replies, that's all it was. Naruto, channeling his inner Kushina, narrows his eyes at the pair. Really? Kazekage Mikoto told me, you've been spending a lot of time together lately. Flustered, Izumi stammers, we've just been hanging out. Well, goodbye. She says quickly, before rushing off, clearly embarrassed. Goodbye, Sister Izumi. Naruto calls after her. Itachi chuckles and turns to Naruto. Take care, Naruto. Naruto waves and makes his way home. When Naruto arrives home, the place is packed. Tsunade has just finished checking up on Kinamaru's health. Naruto had asked her to take a look at him for signs of his bloodline disease, and apparently, Tsunade had taken it seriously. Jiraiya and Minato are chatting on the couch, while Kakashi is reading one of Jiraiya's books, though not Paradise for once, but a collection of stories Minato has written. In the kitchen, Karen is helping Kushina cook, while Hueco is already setting the table. The atmosphere feels warm and familiar, just like always. But then Naruto does a double take. Hueco? What are you doing here? Chapter 89 Hueco, why are you here? Naruto looks at Hueco, who is helping in the kitchen, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. Did I miss a chapter or two of my own life? Naruto, call him your brother. Kushina corrects him, holding a spoon in her hand. Brother? Naruto raises an eyebrow, feeling a bit confused. Isn't his turning into a strange, extended ninja family? Yes, Hueco officially became my son a few days ago, Kushina says, her face lighting up with happiness. Hueco tilts his head slightly, showing a smile so beautiful it could make many girls envious. Naruto-kun, no, Atudo, please take care of me from now on. Naruto nods, still a bit stunned. Having more brothers is fine, but being called Atudo always reminds him of Sasuke. His mind wanders briefly, imagining them all going on missions together. He pictures them facing enemies, using their various Kekkei Genkai to defeat foes several times their size. The enemy, beaten and lying on the ground, asks in shock, "You're so strong. Who are you?" Kinamaru steps forward and says, "I, Kinamaru, am the son of the fourth Hokage." Hueco follows, "I, Hueco, am the son of the fourth Hokage." Karen steps up next, "I, Karen, am the daughter of the fourth Hokage." And Naruto, of course, finishes, "I, Naruto, am the son of the fourth Hokage." So stupid. Snapping back to reality, Naruto remembers something and turns to Kushina. "Wait, why didn't you tell me about this over the phone? That's kinda important, don't you think?" Kushina chuckles. She doesn't bother correcting him anymore. "I wanted it to be a surprise." "Are you happy?" "Happy?" Naruto mutters. Sure, he's happy, but he's starting to wonder if his spot in the family hierarchy is slipping. "Can you tell me what happened while I was gone? Did Hueco join Hidden Leaf Village for good?" Minato appears at that moment. "Let me explain. Before Zabuza and Hueco were captured, they were both considered rogue ninjas." Naruto notices that Hueco doesn't react at all to the mention of his past. He just smiles softly. Minato continues, "Although I intended to cooperate with them, we had to interrogate them as part of protocol. I apologize for that." "You've apologized enough, Hokage-sama," Hueco says gently. "Zabuza-sama and I understand your position." Minato nods and explains further. Afterward, Kushina learned about Haku's past and insisted that Haku and Kimimaro, both have faced so much hardship, should be part of our family. Naruto already knows Haku's backstory, how his entire village feared and persecuted him for his ice-style Kekkei Genkai. Haku's father killed his mother upon learning of her abilities and was about to do the same to Haku. In his panic, Haku unleashed his ice style, turning the entire house into an ice sculpture. He survived but is later taken in by Zabuza, who treats him as a mere tool, though they eventually grow to care for each other in their way. So, did Haku just agree to this? Naruto asks, turning to Haku. Well, Zabuza-sama was about to leave for a mission and insisted that I stay in Hidden Leaf Village. He told me that he used to see me only as a tool, but after seeing how easily you interact with the Hokage and Jonin here, he realized that Hidden Leaf Village might be a better place for me. You didn't agree right away, did you? Naruto asks. He guesses Zabuza's mission probably has something to do with the Land of Water. His father, after all, is trying to pursue peace across the ninja world. Haku smiles softly. At first, I didn't. I insisted on staying as Zabuza-sama's tool. But then, he gave me one final order as his tool, to become a real person and live for myself. Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. Zabuza, that guy, doesn't seem like such a cold-blooded killer after all. But I wasn't sure how to do that until your parents invited me into their home. I feel something warm here, Haku says, placing a hand on his chest. It's similar to the feeling I had when I was needed by Zabuza-sama, but different. Warmer. Haku smiles again. I'm not sure if I'm a real person yet, but I can tell you this, I like this family. Naruto slowly nods, starting to understand the situation. Not bad, he thinks. So, what happens after Zabuza finishes his mission? Will you go back to him? Hinata ruffles Naruto's spiky blonde hair. Zabuza will become one of Hidden Leaf Village's strongest allies. We won't stop Haku from meeting or even teaming up with him. Oh. Naruto ducks away from Minato's hand. Excuse me. Shizune suddenly bursts in, carrying Taunton. You're late, Shizune. Tsunade throws her cards down in frustration. She has been playing cards with Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Kimimaro. Naruto suspects she lost once again and has used Shizune as an excuse to stop playing. It's not my fault, Tsunade-sama. You left all the work to me. Shizune sits down with a sigh. Oink. See? Even Taunton agrees. Shizune retorts, using her uncanny ability to understand Taunton's language. Tsunade nonchalantly pours herself another cup of sake. Oh, quit whining. Can't you see I'm busy? Shizune makes a dramatic face. Busy drinking? You're supposed to be taking over the entire medical division. Please, take it seriously. Tsunade rolls her eyes, but Shizune isn't wrong. Minato had arranged for Tsunade to take over Hidden Leaf Village's medical affairs, and Jiraiya is being prepared to handle intelligence, slowly replacing the current advisors. As everyone settles down, the table is full of food. The whole family gathers around, raising their cups. Cheers. Chapter 90. The next day, 3 elders gather, but they don't invite the 3rd Hokage to join them. Since the meeting is initiated by Danzō, it takes place at his residence. Koharu Utatane takes a sip of tea and says, "It's been quite a while, Danzō." Hamura Midokado nods, adding, "Yes, ever since the disbanding of Harut, you've become more and more reclusive." Danzō, seated opposite them with his cane in his hand, gazes at his old comrades through his single eye. He speaks gravely. This old man had planned to retire, but over the years, the actions of the 4th Hokage have become excessive. How can a Hokage so freely treat shinobi from other villages as his own children? Hamura, being responsible for intelligence, is somewhat familiar with these matters. I'm aware of those children. They're talented and young. With proper training, they could become Hidden Leaf Village's future pillars. Danzo scoffs, Humphrey. You trust in emotions too easily. Leave them to me, and I'll make sure they're molded into perfect tools. Koharu raises an eyebrow, sensing there is more to Danzo's agenda. Did you gather us here just to discuss this? No, Danzo replies. I wanted to ask, are you really satisfied if you are replaced by others? Hamura adjusts his glasses, wary. What do you mean? Danzo's voice lowers. I suspect that Jiraiya and Tsunade will soon replace you. The two glance at each other but remain silent. Seeing their lack of denial, Danzo presses on. The 4th Hokage is too young and too reckless. It was a grave mistake for Hiruzen to choose him in the first place. Hamura disagrees. But Hidden Leaf Village has grown stronger in recent years. The 4th Hokage has done well. Even the Uchiha clan, superficial strength. Danzo interrupts. The 4th Hokage is too naive. Allowing Uchiha to become the head of the Anbu and captain of the Hokage Guard? If they harbor any ill intentions, Hidden Leaf Village could fall in an instant. Have you forgotten the Nine Tails attack? But the fourth has already proven the Uchiha wasn't responsible for that incident, at least not the Uchiha within the village. The police force is even opening its doors to non-Uchiha now, Hamura counters. Their involvement in the police force is irrelevant. That clan can't be trusted. If it were up to me, I'd have handled them much better, Danzo declares with unwavering confidence. Koharu, growing impatient, asks directly, what are you really getting at, Danzo? After a brief pause, Danzo speaks. If the fourth Hokage's decisions lead to disaster, I hope you'll support me. Danzo, don't do anything rash, Koharu warns. That's right. We've dedicated our lives to Hidden Leaf Village, and we won't let you harm the village, Hamura adds. Both of them suspect that Danzo, having been sidelined for so long, is eager to reclaim power through drastic measures. Everything I do is for Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo replies sternly, as he always has, convincing himself of this truth for years. Let's hope so, Koharu says. Neither Hamura nor Koharu believe their old friend would betray Hidden Leaf Village for power. After all, they are heirs to the Will of Fire. Or so they think. Yet, as they leave, they resolve to keep a closer watch on Danzo. After they depart, a black-haired boy enters the room, kneeling respectfully before Danzo. Danzo-sama, he greets. Danzo looks down at him and orders, from now on, until the mission is complete, your name will be Sai. Yes, Danzo-sama, Sai says, forcing a smile as he raises his head. Danzo scrutinizes him for a moment and says, don't put on that fake smile around me. My apologies. The books say that to win trust, you must smile first, but I can't quite control my expressions, Sai explains, returning to his neutral demeanor. You're still not fully prepared, but... Danzo thinks to himself, I don't have many options left. Aloud, he says, but you are the most suitable for this task. Don't fail me. Understood. Sai stands and leaves. Danzo turns and stares in the direction of the Sarutobi residence, muttering under his breath as he leans on his cane, forgive me, Hiruzen, but if it's for Hidden Leaf Village, I know you'd be willing to make sacrifices. Of course not. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaims, setting down his pipe and looking at the water stains on his robes. Konohamaru, how many times do I have to tell you? You don't need to defeat your grandfather to become Hokage. Konohamaru's head droops in disappointment after his failed ambush. But Grandpa, didn't you say you're the strongest Hokage? If I beat you, I should become Hokage. Hiruzen chuckles, though slightly choked on his pipe smoke. Was it wrong for a grandfather to boast a little to his grandson? After all, Minato wouldn't be around to call him out. He pats Konohamaru's head and says, being Hokage isn't just about strength. It's about protecting the village in its time of need. Where Hidden Leaf Village thrives, before he can finish his lecture, Konohamaru has already run off. Grandpa always says the same thing, the boy grumbles. Something about flames never dying out. But Naruto-ni-san says fire only leads to ashes if you burn down a forest. Maybe Naruto-ni-san makes more sense after all. Ouch! Konohamaru yelps, rubbing his head after bumping into someone. He looks up to see red hair and quickly bows. Sorry, Aunt Kushina. Kushina ruffles his hair. Be more careful next time, Konohamaru. Off you go. Hello, Lord Third, Mrs. Sarutobi, Kushina greets as she steps into the room. Hueco, having just finished cleaning up after Konohamaru's prank, smiles warmly. Kushina, it's been a while. Would you like some tea? Thank you, Kushina replies, sitting down. I've been busy with the Chunin exams lately. I came by to ask some questions about jutsu. Of course. Give me a moment to change, Hiruzen says, pointing to his soaked clothes. Kushina smiles. Another one of Konohamaru's pranks? He behaves so well around me. Hiruzen sighs as he walks into the house. Yeah, but he's quite a handful. I'll be back shortly. As Hiruzen leaves the room, Kushina leans closer to Hueco, her face serious, and whispers something quietly. Hueco's eyes widen in surprise, but she nods solemnly, accepting a small package from Kushina. Afterwards, Kushina asks a few questions about water-style jutsu, then politely takes her leave. Chapter 91 There has to be a limit for messing around. Sakura complained. Yesterday, she had heard about Naruto and Sasuke's latest chase. Sparks and lightning had flown through the air. When Sasuke started slowing down, he activated his Chidori in frustration. If Naruto hadn't been prepared, he would have been injured. Though Sasuke's move was fast, it didn't last long. Exhausted, he hadn't fully recovered until today. Sakura checked Sasuke over several times, finally relaxing when she saw that he was only exhausted with a slight muscle strain. Sasuke resisted for a moment but soon realized that even after she used 70% of her strength, Sakura wasn't even phased. Accepting defeat, he lay flat, giving up. What's the big deal? You know, Sakura, if it were me, this little injury would be healed with just some sleep, Naruto grinned as he bounced around. Today, Kushina didn't have any work, so Team 7 had a day off. Hinata and the others didn't come. Kakashi was finally able to relax, perched in a tree, reading his favorite book. Sakura grew quiet at Naruto's words. She had checked his body before. Since starting medical training, she measured the physical limits of everyone in both Team 7 and Team 8. But Naruto is something else. His limit was beyond reason, and even when he hit that limit, he kept training. At first, Sakura had tried to stop him, but each time Naruto collapsed like a dead man, he'd bounced back the next day, stronger than ever. She even had to adjust her estimate of his limits slightly higher every time. It was absurd. At noon, Naruto invited Sasuke and Sakura to eat at his house. Kakashi didn't need an invitation, he just tagged along without a second thought. In the afternoon, they all headed to the hospital with Kushina. Kakashi decided to take the whole team with him, figuring out that with Sasuke still recovering, they couldn't train properly anyway. Tsunade would be the lead surgeon for Kimimaaro's operation, with Sakura and Shizune assisting her. As for Tsunade's hemophobia, it was psychological. Once she overcame her past traumas and found a new purpose, her fear would gradually disappear. 2 hours later, Naruto was bored out of his mind, slouching to the side at a 45-degree angle, mimicking Brook from One Piece. While he wasn't exactly worried about Kimimaaro's surgery, early detection and treatment by the world's best medical ninja ensured there was no danger. Finally, the light above the operating room turned green, and Tsunade came out with Sakura, smiling. The operation was successful. After a couple of days of rest, Kimimaaro can resume normal activities. Great. Everyone waiting in the hallway breathed a sigh of relief and cheered softly. Even Pac-kun, who had been waiting outside with Naruto, wagged his tail in happiness, feeling more secure now that Naruto had calmed down. Oh! Came the chorus of voices from Kimimaaro's 3 green-suited, melon-headed comrades in the corridor. They hugged each other tightly and sobbed with joy. Let's celebrate Kimimaaro's successful surgery with 1,000 push-ups. Jiro suggested. Yeah. Jen agreed. I'm in too. Ge added. The 3 of them were about to start exercising right there in the hallway when Tsunade, Kushina, and Sakura each grabbed one by the collar and threw it out the window. The hospital needs to be quiet, no matter what. The trio rolled on the ground but sprang up like carp, brushing the dirt off and shouting, since we couldn't complete our push-ups, we'll run 500 laps around the training field. And with that, they ran off. On the hospital bed, Kimimaaro smiled softly, listening to the commotion outside. Afterwards, Tsunade took Kara to another room to work on removing her scars. When it came to skincare and scar removal, Tsunade was unmatched in the ninja world. Even at 50, her skin is better than many women half her age. Despite all the battles she'd been through, she bore no visible scars on her body. Second place in that area would go to Orochimaru, though his methods involved changing bodies, which came with its own side effects. Scars weren't an issue if you could just swap to a new body, but you might lose a few other things along the way. Not long after, Karen and Tsunade emerged with smiles on their faces. The scar on Karen's arm had faded significantly, and a few more sessions would remove it completely. With Kimimaaru and Karen's issues resolved, the group dispersed. Hueco and Karen volunteered to stay and take care of Kimimaaru, while Minato dropped by to visit. It was a happy moment for the family of 5. As for why it wasn't 6, well, that was because Naruto had been kicked out by Kushina. With Team 7 and Team 8 on break, there wasn't much for him to do. Naruto left the hospital feeling dejected as if he was being targeted. He is now waiting outside the Hyuga residence, eager for Hinata to finish changing so they can go out together. Naruto didn't understand why she needed to change clothes so carefully for a casual outing. Her usual mission attire was already pretty. After a while, the door opened, and Hinata stepped out in a light pink shirt, a lavender jacket, and a long white skirt. She walked over to Naruto, who stared at her in awe. Naruto wasn't sure if Hinata had put on makeup, he only knew a girl was wearing makeup if she had lipstick on, but it didn't matter. In his eyes, she is beautiful, and he had been waiting for over an hour. Hinata blushed at his gaze and softly murmured, Naruto-kun. Ah. Oh, Hinata, you look amazing today, Naruto said, feeling like his vocabulary was too limited. Maybe he needed to go back to his dad for more lessons. Hinata hadn't expected Naruto to recite poetry like some eloquent nobleman. A simple compliment was enough to make her heart race with happiness. Hand in hand, they set out, leaving behind a small girl training viciously in the yard. Aside from their usual training sessions, this was their first real date. Naruto hadn't planned anything in particular, but Hinata was happy to follow his lead. Before long, they found themselves at Hidden Lee Village's food street. Naruto knew this place all too well, having visited with his shadow clones many times. It was perfect for their first outing. They started sampling the food, sharing everything. First, she'd take a bite, then he'd take one. Hinata initially tried to eat modestly, worried about her image, but Naruto's act kicked in, and he reassured her by saying, "I like feeding you." Naruto did enjoy it, at least until his wallet was empty. Chapter 92. It didn't take long for Naruto to feel a bit embarrassed as Hinata took out her small wallet and handed it to him. She really is a princess of the Hyuga clan. Under the shopkeeper's knowing gaze, Naruto used Hinata's money to settle the bill, then continued to drag her around for more food and drinks. Instead of being ashamed, Naruto was delighted. He even fed Hinata a snack, thinking, "Envy me, you losers." "Hina, don't you think the street's more crowded than usual today?" Naruto asked. According to info from one of his earlier shadow clones, this street wasn't usually this packed. "It's probably because the Chunin exams are coming up," Hinata replied thoughtfully, tapping her chin with a finger. "I heard that 4th Hokage's son will be fighting in the 3rd stage. A lot of people are coming from far away to watch." "Huh?" Naruto tilted his head, confused. He didn't realize he had so many fans. On second thought, it was likely because of his father's reputation, not his own. Hinata turned to look at him and said softly, "Everyone's looking forward to Naruto-kun's performance." Naruto turned his head towards her. "You too, Hinata?" "Of course." Hinata nodded. In her heart, Naruto-kun could never lose. Naruto sighed dramatically, "But I'm not so sure myself." Hinata looked puzzled. "Why not?" "Naruto-kun is strong. It's Gaara. He's not an ordinary ninja. His chakra alone is more powerful than Kakashi-sensei's," Naruto admitted. "I swear I'm telling the truth, I'd never lie to you, Hinata." Hinata's face clouded with concern. "Stronger than Kakashi-sensei? Isn't that dangerous for you, Naruto-kun?" Naruto smirked. "I'll give him my best shot, but if Hinata can give me a little extra motivation, I'll feel more confident." What kind of motivation?" Hinata blushed, sensing something mischievous in Naruto's tone. "Let's make a promise," Naruto whispered in her ear, causing her face to turn visibly red. "Since Hinata doesn't object, it's a deal." Naruto grinned like a fox who'd stolen a chicken. "Yes," Hinata murmured, still blushing. Naruto happily bought some popsicles, splitting one and handing half to Hinata. It was still her money, after all. Hinata, for her part, was happy sharing food with Naruto, taking small bites of the popsicle and momentarily forgetting her shyness. The two wandered around until evening when Naruto walked her back to her house. Before leaving, he gave her a light hug and went on his way. As he walked, Naruto started thinking about his fight against Gaara. "Gaara, this fight is mine. Not even Shukaku can protect you," he thought confidently. "Hey, Kurama, what stance did you take when you beat Shukaku back in the day?" Naruto asked, patting the nine-tails on the chin excitedly. Kurama shot him a scornful look. "You're just doing this to impress a girl? Come on, don't put it like that. It's not just about impressing her, it's about love," Naruto quipped. Kurama grinned darkly. "Then deal with it yourself. I suddenly don't feel like helping. Hey, come on. It's totally normal to be your bro's wingman. And if you like some vixen in the future, I'll return the favor. Get lost." Okay. Naruto climbed onto Kurama's back and rolled around comfortably. "Alright, I'm done rolling. How about we practice tomorrow?" Kurama's answer was a heavy smack of his tail, which Naruto barely dodged. "You're just like those oxen swatting flies with their tails," Naruto teased. "Oxen? Who are you calling an ox, brat?" And so, Naruto was promptly sent flying by the nine-tailed SWAT. Meanwhile, back in the Hidden Sand Village's desert, things were far more serious. Orochimaru, Giran, and the Sound Four stood in a circle. 6 bodies lay between them, one of them, the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Barely clinging to life, Raza weakly raised his head. "Why?" Orochimaru's long, snake-like tongue flicked out, licking his lips as he answered in a hoarse voice, "I've always been after the life of the 3rd Hokage. Your only interest was personal gain. Our goals were never the same. I merely needed to use the power of Hidden Sand Village. Now that the village's forces have been deployed, your continued existence would be a hindrance." Raza tried to rise but collapsed. "I won't let you." Before he could finish, a red crystal spike pierced his heart. Giran coldly declared, "No one can stand in Lord Orochimaru's way." Giran, a kunoichi with a crystal-style Kakagenkai, could form red crystals to create weapons, or crystallize enemies and shatter them like glass. One of Orochimaru's candidates for a new body, her greatest desire was to merge with him. Another tragic soul kidnapped and brainwashed by the snake Sannin. If this were a video game, an achievement notification would probably pop up. Congratulations to Team Orochimaru for killing the 4th Kazekage. Orochimaru, 4th Kazekage skin unlocked. After taking some samples of Raza's hair and tissue, a large white bird circled overhead before swooping down. Sai jumped off its back and greeted Orochimaru with a smile. Orochimaru-senpai, I've brought a message from Danzō-sama. He handed Orochimaru a scroll. Oh? Danzo's messenger? Orochimaru smiled, but suddenly flung a kunai at Sai, who exploded into a pool of ink, the scroll dropping to the ground. Giran carefully picked it up, inspected it for traps, and then handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened the scroll, and he looked off into the distance. It's rather impolite to use a clone for communication. From a hidden bunker, the real Sai emerged, still smiling. I had to be cautious, considering I'm dealing with the legendary Orochimaru. Lose that fake smile, Orochimaru said coldly as he read the scroll. His smile slowly widened into a smirk. Interesting. Optimizing the village's barrier system to this degree. As expected from the Uzumaki clan. He then added, and Tsunade has returned. It's been a while. Chapter 93. After reading the information, Orochimaru extends his tongue, rolling up the scroll before swallowing it. He licks the corner of his mouth, casting a dangerous look at Sai, who regains his usual expressionless face. Is there anything else? Orochimaru asks with a sly smile. Sai's face remains unchanged, his training as a root operative apparent. His voice is flat and devoid of emotion as he replies, Danzō-sama has ordered me to follow your instructions for the time being and to cooperate with your actions. Orochimaru doesn't believe a word of it. Cooperate with me? It's more like keeping me under surveillance. He'll probably try to have this kid kill me the moment our business is finished. But it doesn't matter to him. He has dealt with such deceptions before. Gesturing to the fallen Kazekage guards on the ground, Orochimaru smirks. So, you're going to disguise yourself as one of them? Yes. Sai immediately transforms into one of the Kazekage's guards. Orochimaru's 4 sound ninjas each select a guard to mimic as well. Giran, head to the designated location as planned. If you don't hear from me within 3 days, return to the base directly, Orochimaru instructs. Understood, Orochimaru-sama. Giran departs swiftly. The group, now in disguise, continues toward Hidden Leaf Village without drawing suspicion. Unbeknownst to them, Baki, unaware of this covert infiltration, has already scouted the area beyond Hidden Leaf Village's patrols for their hidden troops. As for how Baki knows the exact patrol range, that's courtesy of Danzo's dark connections. Morning arrives in Hidden Leaf Village, and the villagers step out to go about their daily lives. Everyone is buzzing with excitement for the 3rd round of the Chunin exams, which feels as momentous as the Olympics being hosted in their own village. The list of participants has been announced, and the villagers are proud that Hidden Leaf Village has the highest number of genin making it to the finals. This boosts their sense of security, as it is proof of Hidden Leaf Village's superiority over other villages. They feel their future will be brighter and safer with such skilled shinobi protecting them. Meanwhile, an influx of wealthy merchants, nobles, and tourists swarms into the village, further benefiting Hidden Leaf Village's economy. Business is booming, well, except for arms dealers like Tenton's family, who don't quite fit into the general commerce of the village. As visitors spend time in Hidden Leaf Village, they start getting used to the village's quirks. For instance, if you see a group of people sporting police armbands marching with stern expressions, there's no need to panic. That's Hidden Leaf Village's police force, known for its impartiality. They don't arrest the innocent, nor do they let the guilty go free. Or, if you notice their strained attempts at smiling, don't be alarmed. The police force has recently initiated a smile training program, though some members haven't quite mastered it yet. And if you witness a group of shinobi in green jumpsuits sprinting through the streets in strange poses, rest assured, those are Hidden Leaf Village's green beasts, and they are as friendly as they are eccentric. All in all, Hidden Leaf Village is a thriving village, a peaceful and hopeful place. At that moment, in the Hokage's residence, Minato Namikaze is deep in conversation with his son. Minato sets down the newspaper he has been reading and looks at Naruto seriously. Naruto, are you sure you want to go through with this training? Yeah, Dad. I think I'll need it soon, Naruto replies with determination. Minato considers Naruto's upcoming opponents and frowns. I don't object to you trying to control that kind of power, but it comes with risks. Dad, if you're talking about the risk of me losing control of Kurama's chakra, don't worry. My relationship with the Nine Tails is solid. Even if I can't control his chakra perfectly, he'll take it back before anything bad happens. Minato seems reassured. That's true. From what you've told me, your connection with Kurama is strong. I remember the time you mentioned that chat room thing you have with him and Kushina. Still can't believe you managed to hack into something like that with Kushina's chakra. Too bad it can't be shared. Naruto grins confidently. No worries, Dad. If it weren't for my promise to give you a heads up before doing anything with the seal, I'd have already started training. No, we'll do this properly. I will guide you, Kushina declares, her voice filled with pride. No one knows the Nine Tails chakra better than me. Kurama, overhearing this from within Naruto, snorts. Ha! I should be the one guiding him. No one understands my chakra better than me. Kushina shoots back, I was a Jinchuriki. You weren't. Kurama growls, I'm the Nine Tails. You wouldn't even be a Jinchuriki without me. Still, you've never been a Jinchuriki. You wanna start something, woman? Bring it, fuzzball. Humphrey. Okay, you two, calm down. Naruto groans. Their constant bickering always gives him a headache. If you're going to argue, do it in your sealed space. Why drag it into the chat room like some rowdy forum thread? Well, since it's decided, let's head somewhere private. Minato places a hand on both Naruto and Kushina's shoulders. In the blink of an eye, three of them appear inside a secluded cave. Naruto and Kushina look around in surprise. Minato. Isn't this? Kushina begins. Yes, Minato says, smiling. This is where Naruto was born. Remember? Yeah. I haven't been back here since that day. Kushina's expression softens with nostalgia, but then, out of nowhere, she punches Naruto on the head. Ouch. Mom, what was that for? Naruto asks, rubbing his sore head. For not coming out sooner when you were born. You caused me so much pain. Kushina huffs, hands on her hips. Ugh. Naruto mutters, completely helpless in this argument. Can't exactly change how I was born. They say a child's birthday is also a reminder of a mother's labor. For Naruto, even though he has no control over his birth, he figures getting hit by his mom every now and then isn't the worst thing. After all, it means she is healthy and full of energy. Minato chuckles, watching his family with a contented smile. He is grateful for the choices that have led him to this moment. Chapter 94. So, are we going to train here next? Naruto quickly shifts the conversation. Minato smiles and replies, that's right. This place is secluded enough, and I've reinforced the barrier. As long as you don't blow up the mountain with a tail beast bomb, we're good. Kushina, full of energy, chimes in, then let's get started. Wait. Minato suddenly raises a hand, his expression serious. Before that, I have something really important to say. What is it? Naruto and Kushina both look puzzled. I just thought of a cool name for, Mom, let's just start training. Naruto interrupts his father without hesitation. Alright. Kushina agrees with a smile. After all, even if Minato reveals his cool name, only he will remember it. Huh? Minato's face falls, his enthusiasm deflating as he watches Naruto and Kushina have already begun the training. His expression turns somewhat goofy. Scratching his head, he mumbles, well, whatever. I've got other things to do. He turns to leave. Meanwhile, Kushina switches into full teaching mode, speaking seriously to Naruto. Even though you've probably figured out some of it already, I still want to explain in detail how to use the Nine Tails chakra. First, you can draw a portion of its chakra through the seal. This filtered chakra can be used directly, and it doesn't change your appearance much, like this. Naruto watches as Kushina's chakra spikes, though her appearance remains the same. Inside Kushina's mindscape, the Nine Tails, Kurama, lets out a growl, clearly annoyed. Hey, you! At least warn me before you use my chakra. Kushina blinks, suddenly remembering. Oh, right. Kurama, I'm borrowing your chakra. Say that before you use it. Kurama snaps, his sharp teeth gnashing in frustration. Ignoring the grumbling fox, Kushina continues her explanation to Naruto. The next step is drawing more chakra, which will form a chakra cloak around your body. It'll look like bubbling energy, with a fox-like shape. As it progresses, you'll see changes like longer nails and sharper canines. Big Fox. Kushina calls out. Kurama's eyes narrow. Big Fox? Since when do you call me that? I'm used to Naruto calling you that. Just go with it, Kushina says as she opens the seal's gate. Kurama grumbles but doesn't budge from his comfortable spot in her mind. Whatever. Naruto watches in awe as a bubbling cloak of chakra envelops Kushina, and a chakra tail sways behind her. She slams her fist into the ground, leaving a crater in the rock. Whoa, super strength? Naruto asks, recognizing the technique. No, Kushina corrects. It's just raw physical power. In this form, your strength and speed increase dramatically. You also have an advanced healing ability. Naruto nods, remembering how he healed from near-fatal injuries, like being pierced by Sasuke's Chidori, without leaving a scar. Kushina continues, if you keep pushing, you can increase the number of tails, up to 3. But beyond that, when you reach the 4th tail, something changes. Changes? Naruto latches onto the word. Well, I've never gone that far, Kushina admits sheepishly. The pain when I reached the 4th tail was unbearable, so I stopped and went straight to mastering the perfect form. Kurama snorts inside the mindscape. That wasn't the perfect form. It wasn't? Of course not. You were forcefully taking my chakra. As you used my chakra, I was draining yours in return. If you used too much, you would have run out of chakra and died. Without my cooperation, it wasn't a true perfect form. Kushina frowns. What? You were holding back on me? You never asked me back then. You just threw chains at me and tried to take my chakra by force, Kurama says, clearly still irritated. I didn't know you had feelings other than hatred back then, Kushina says, her voice softening. Kurama grins, sensing victory. And you acted all high and mighty, saying, Kurama, I'll restrain you like no one else in the world. You thought you were the savior of the world. Ah. Stop. Don't remind me of that embarrassing stuff. Kushina groans, turning red. That was so cringe, worse than anything Minato has done. Kurama chuckles, relishing her discomfort. It's funny seeing you like this. Clearing her throat, Kushina regains her composure. Kurama, for all the times I mistreated you, I sincerely apologize. Will you help me train Naruto? Kurama looks at her, sighing. You're making it hard for me to stay mad. He raises a giant paw, gesturing for a fist bump. Let's put the past behind us. But don't think this means I'm going easy on you. Kushina smiles and bumps her fist against his. Deal. In that instant, a bond forms between them, and a brilliant chakra cloak, golden with hints of black, surrounds Kushina's body. Naruto stares in awe. She looks even cooler than the female superheroes. Kushina inspects her chakra-clad form and stretches out several large chakra arms. This form enhances everything, speed, strength, and even lets you use the tail beast bomb. She demonstrates this by creating a small, dense black orb of chakra, about the size of a baby's fist. This is the smallest form of the tailed beast bomb. It's harder to master than the raw Sengon. Naruto feels the immense power radiating from the tiny orb. That thing could level a mountain. This is insane. Any questions? Kushina asks with a smirk, clearly enjoying her demonstration. Naruto gulps, regretting he had asked in the first place. Chapter 95. How's this power? Why don't you find it yourself? Kushina Uzumaki tossed Naruto into the depths of the cave. Huh? Naruto immediately sensed something was off and quickly tried to stop her. Wait. Dad said I shouldn't go in there, but it was too late. Boom. An explosion echoed, and the second half of Naruto's sentence barely reached Kushina's ears. The tailed beast bomb is in here. The cave shook violently. Naruto reacted quickly, grabbing Kushina and dashing out before the cave collapsed completely. In the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze stared at his wife and son standing before him, his face full of exasperation. So, you two blew up that mountain? Ha ha ha. Kushina laughed awkwardly. Well, we did cause a bit of an explosion, but the mountain's still standing. The cave, though. It's gone. If it weren't for Naruto's flying thunder god jutsu, they probably would have had to blow up the entire mountain to escape. What could Minato do? He sighed helplessly and said, forget it. Let's find another place to train. The family of 3 arrived at a massive underground chamber. Minato explained, this was once a training base for Harut, but it's been abandoned. Let's set up a barrier and use this place for training. Alright, Kushina replied and began setting up the barrier with Minato. Naruto, watching them, realized he could help too. After all, he is a master of sealing techniques who had once trapped Jiraiya in a seal made out of a blanket. So, he joined in to assist. Soon, the barrier was complete. Its purpose was to conceal any disturbances and prevent anyone from wandering in by mistake. After all, it wouldn't do to show off their nuclear-level power so casually. Before leaving, Minato gave them one last warning, this time, don't use the tail beast bomb. Kushina and Naruto both nodded enthusiastically, like chickens pecking at rice, their movements perfectly synchronized, smiling from ear to ear. In the sealed space, Naruto followed Kushina's instructions and opened the door. Alright, let's start, Kurama. Fine. The Great Nine Tails grinned at the open door. While he couldn't escape, it felt different knowing Naruto couldn't lock him away completely. As the door opened, Kurama's and Kushina's chakra quietly intertwined. If their family lives long enough, Kurama mused, I'd be willing to stay with them for another 1,000 years. After a full day of training, everything went smoothly, but Naruto was puzzled by Kurama's unusually cooperative attitude. During the training, Naruto even slept on Kurama's back, but the fox didn't seem to mind. Naruto didn't fully understand why, but lying on the back of the Ninetales was surprisingly comfortable. In the afternoon, after they finished training, Naruto and Kushina headed home to wash away the sweat and dirt, changed clothes, and then went to Hokage's office to meet Minato, who had just finished work. Together, they went to the hospital to pick up Kinamaru. Minato handled the paperwork downstairs, while Naruto and Kushina headed straight to the ward. Naruto pushed open the door and found the room a bit crowded. The most noticeable people were the three bowl-cut heads, handing flowers to Karen. Despite their goofy appearance, they were surprisingly polite, even remembering to bring flowers for a hospital visit. If only they hadn't given a thumbs up with sparkling teeth after saying hello, Naruto's impression of them might have changed. Karen thanked them politely, placing the flowers on the table, before running to Kushina's side and grabbing her hand. Kinamaru was sitting up in bed, reading a book. When Naruto and Kushina entered, he greeted them with a smile. Hueco sat beside the bed, skillfully peeling an apple with his ice ninjutsu, turning something so simple into a graceful act. Naruto watched Hueco finish slicing the apple and leaned in to take a bite. The coolness refreshed him, but then Kushina knocked him on the head. Hueco smiled, cutting the apple in half. The half Naruto had bitten was handed back to him, while the other half went to Kinamaru. As Naruto munched on the apple, he admired the ice blade dissolving in Hueco's hand and asked, "Can you make a sword for me?" "What kind of sword?" Naruto described it roughly. Hueco created a long ice sword and, under Naruto's direction, adjusted it. Everyone watched Naruto tinker with the ice sword, not quite sure what he was up to. When Minato finally came in, he found Naruto waving a beautifully crafted ice sword, proudly discussing how it resembled Frostman, the legendary weapon. Minato raised 2 fingers, effortlessly stopping the blade before it grazed his hair. Frostman? That's an impressive name. I wonder, if we altered the wind element, could we create a windman? A group of 9 people left the hospital together. The bowl-cut trio declined the Namikaze family's dinner invitation, declaring that youth must never slack off and that even night was a time for sweating in training. On the way home, Naruto handed Frostman to Konohamaru, whose eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the sword, and said casually, "This sword is so powerful, even the 4th Hokage had to stop it. Go challenge your grandpa before the ice melts. It'll give you strength." Konohamaru grinned wildly, dashing off toward home with Udon and Mogi in tow, their eyes filled with envy. Was that okay? Hueco, who had created the weapon, hesitated. Isn't his kind of dangerous? Naruto didn't seem concerned. It's fine, Hueco. That kid's usual pranks are worse than any ice sword. Besides, he's always pulling stunts on Grandpa Third. A little action will do the old man good. Naruto then turned to Minato. Hey, Dad, aren't the pervy sage and Tsunade coming today? They're busy with something. We'll meet up after the Chunin exams in a couple of days. I want to go camping. Naruto said. He never experienced a real camping trip before. He had wanted to camp in the Forest of Death last time, but his teammates didn't agree. Sure, Minato said, smiling. I know just the spot. In fact, I helped create that place. When did you do that? Kushina asked, puzzled. When did you team up with Kurama? Minato explained, and Naruto suddenly understood. It had happened 12 years ago, on the night Naruto was born. The Ninetales had wanted to celebrate with fireworks on Hokage Rock, but Minato, enforcing fireworks safety regulations, had moved Kurama's celebration to a distant mountain. The resulting explosion not only carved a massive crater but also uncovered a hidden water vein. After the river was connected, it created a beautiful artificial lake. Perhaps it should be called Fox Lake? In any case, this scenic 5A level spot near Hidden Lee Village had mountains, rivers, and breathtaking views. If they promoted it, it could be packed during Golden Week. With no objections from anyone, Naruto enthusiastically agreed. Alright. Let's go. With the Chunin exams only 2 days away, Naruto suddenly thought peaceful days are short. What is Orochimaru planning? Chapter 96. Today is the day when the 3rd round of the joint Chunin exam officially began. As Hokage, Minato had to oversee everything, including receiving important guests, such as the 4th Kazekage, though Minato suspected he might be an imposter, possibly Orochimaru in disguise. Despite both Minato and Kushina having sensory ninjutsu, they couldn't confirm whether it was truly Orochimaru. The rogue ninja may have altered his chakra over time due to frequent body changes. Kushina needed to visit the barrier team to ensure all security measures were in place, and then she would head to the arena to watch the matches. After 2 days of rest, Kimimaro had nearly recovered from his training. Following the patrol route laid out by Minato, he teamed up with his 3 comrades from the Gurren squad to patrol the village. The Team Gurren was well known, regularly passing through various parts of Hidden Leaf Village. They blended in with the daily bustle, making them one of the least conspicuous patrols. Meanwhile, Hueco and Karen stayed at home. Though both planned to continue their careers as shinobi, Hueco had yet to officially join Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces, and Karen still needed to work on her fundamentals. With the possibility of conflict in Hidden Leaf Village, it was safer for them to remain at home. Besides, once the seals around their house were activated, it offered protection equivalent to the village's shelters. Of course, Naruto is set to compete in the exams. He created 4 shadow clones to spread out across Hidden Leaf Village, planning to handle communication duties. Though Minato may have arranged for the Yamanaka clan to manage communication, Naruto wanted to be prepared. After all, wasting a bit of chakra wasn't a big deal. The Land of Wind, a nominal ally of the Land of Fire, had also sent important dignitaries to observe the exams. Since Naruto arrived early at the stadium, the audience stands were still mostly empty. The arena resembled the kind of battlegrounds seen in competitive mobile games, where only the strongest survived. In the waiting area, only Genma Shiranui was present, chewing on his ever-present senbon, looking as calm as usual. "Genma-san, are you the head proctor today?" Naruto asked. "Naruto, you're early and yes, I'm the proctor today." "Don't expect me to go easy on you," Genma replied, the senbon in his mouth twitching slightly as he spoke, almost as if it might fall. "That's fine. But tell me, do you really not have a sister named Mai Shiranui?" Genma Shiranui, one of the Hokage's personal guards, was someone Naruto had grown familiar with over time. Along with Raito and Hidden Stone's Villachi, they were part of the elite squad capable of using the Flying Thunder God formation, an adaptation of Minato's Flying Thunder God jutsu, albeit one that required a team effort. "You've asked me that 100 times, and no, I don't have a sister, let alone someone named Mai Shiranui," Genma replied, though he made a mental note that it wasn't a bad name if he ever had a daughter in the future. Compared to Naruto's name, it seemed more grounded. The day before yesterday, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had failed his attempt to wield Frostmourne, said, "You're too naive, where's Hyuga?" "I didn't get a chance to settle things with him after our last encounter," Naruto asked, recalling the coughing proctor from previous exams. "He's been assigned another task," Genma explained. "Can't have someone coughing through the whole exam, it wouldn't look good for Hidden Leaf Village's reputation." After some light banter with Genma, Naruto finally spotted his first teammate arriving. "Shikamaru. What are you doing here so early? Where's Choji?" "Choji ate so much last night that he ended up with a stomachache. He's in the hospital now," Shikamaru sighed. Shikamaru had calculated his timing perfectly that morning, planning to laze around at home. But after a scolding from his mother and some complaints about the Nara clan's laid-back attitude, he figured it was better to leave the house early to avoid further nagging. Typical Choji, Naruto chuckled. He could already imagine how Kiba would react upon hearing that Choji missed the finals because of overeating. One by one, the other participants and spectators arrived. In the stands, Hinata sat with Hayashi, Hizashi, and Hanabi. The rest of their friends who didn't make it to the finals were also scattered throughout the audience. At this point, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in a ceremonial robe picked out by his wife, stood behind Minato. Though he had passed the title of Hokage to Minato, Hiruzen still made public appearances during important events. As the fourth Kazekage took his seat, Minato greeted him. "It's an honor to have you here, Kazekage-sama. I hope your journey went well." The Kazekage briefly glanced at Minato, then shifted his gaze to the third Hokage. "It's been a long time, Lord Fourth, and I see the third is still in good health. Though I've aged, it brings me joy to see Hidden Leaf Village's future generations flourish," Hiruzen replied, thinking the Kazekage's words were just polite formalities. He glanced down at the arena, where the Hidden Leaf Village candidates dominated the roster, reassured that his decision to entrust the village to Minato was the right one. As the crowd settled, Minato stepped forward and announced in a clear voice, "Thank you all for attending the joint Chunin exams. The third round of the exam will now officially begin." A roar of cheers erupted from the stands. Genma stood before the 8 remaining participants, reading from a sheet of paper. Dasu and Seku from the Sound Village are disqualified for not showing up. Choji Akimaki from Hidden Leaf Village is absent due to illness, so the matchups have been adjusted. Please confirm your opponents. Naruto glanced at the updated list. Sasuke vs. Rock Lee in the first match, Neji vs. Kankuro in the second, Naruto vs. Gaara in the third, and Shikamaru vs. Shino in the fourth. After the participants had taken note of the changes, Genma announced, "Sasuke Uchiha and Rock Lee, please remain on the field. The rest of you, head to the waiting area. As Naruto made his way off the field, he glanced up at the sky. It was a clear, sunny day. He looked over at Sasuke, who wore his usual serious expression. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if Sasuke would be able to handle Lee's speed and power. Don't underestimate your opponent, Sasuke. Be careful, Naruto called out, offering a friendly reminder. Chapter 97 I won't lose to this guy. When Sasuke laid eyes on the green jumpsuit, bowl-cut ninja, he was reminded of the 3 lesser-known Uchiha. Though he was furious, he had to admit that these odd-looking shinobi were quite formidable. If Naruto were here, he'd probably sum it up by saying, that green jumpsuit freaks are terrifying. Sasuke would never underestimate this thick-browed opponent. Rock Lee stood tall and said earnestly, Sasuke Uchiha, my seniors, Gen, Gi, and Gero, are also from the Uchiha clan. I hope you won't tarnish their names. You bastard, it's because of them that I've been humiliated. Sasuke snarled, clenching his teeth. He swore on the Uchiha name that he would win this battle. Sasuke knew his brother was watching. As he entered the arena, he scanned the crowd, confident he could spot Itachi in his Anbu gear. No mask or cloak could conceal him from Sasuke's sharp eyes. Genma raised his hand and announced, the first match of the Chunin exams, Sasuke Uchiha vs Rock Lee, begin. Leaf Whirlwind. Lee started with his signature move. It was a test of strength. If you couldn't handle it, you were done for. If you could, then you deserved his respect. He's fast, Sasuke muttered to himself, impressed but not overwhelmed. He had seen this move before and had copied it using his Sharingan. Naruto loved to use it in their sparring matches, but Sasuke found it didn't suit his fighting style, so he hadn't practiced it much. Recalling his fights with Naruto, Sasuke opted to dodge and hurled 3 shurikens at Lee. Lee dodged the shuriken with ease and charged forward, hands on the ground as he launched an upward kick toward Sasuke's chin. Sasuke blocked with both arms, stepped back, and countered with a sweeping kick. Lee leapt into the air, flipped, and aimed a sharp kick at Sasuke, who sidestepped the blow, leaving Lee's foot to create a small crater in the ground. The two traded a flurry of blows, 20, 30 moves passed. Just as Sasuke was about to smirk, Lee suddenly stopped and glanced up at Gai-sensei, who stood watching from the high platform. Gai flashed his trademark grin and gave Lee a thumbs up. I approve, Lee. You can take them off. Yes, Gai-sensei. Lee squatted down and removed the weights from his legs, gently placing them on the ground. Sasuke, in a rare show of honor, didn't seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. His pride wouldn't allow it. He thought to himself, weights? Even with those, he was that fast? I can't underestimate him now. Lee rose with one hand behind his back, the other outstretched. Sasuke-kun, prepare yourself to witness my real speed. In an instant, Lee vanished from sight. Nani? Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan and barely managed to tilt his head in time to avoid Lee's punch. The force of the wind from Lee's fist ruffled his hair. Sasuke's eyes widened, his mind racing. I won't let him mess up my reputation in front of brother. Lee appeared at Sasuke's side, delivering a powerful side kick. Sasuke blocked it with his forearms, skidding backwards from the impact. He winced slightly but then smirked, I can see you now. Dodging a few more of Lee's attacks, Sasuke's confidence grew. You're fast, but not fast enough. With these eyes, I can see all your movements. Up in the stands, Naruto slapped his forehead. That idiot. Is he seriously getting cocky right now? He should hit him with some ninjutsu before Lee gets serious. Lee paused, realizing the situation. So, it's the same Sharingan as Gen, Gi, and Gero? This won't be easy then. Guess I'll have to use it. 8 gates released formation, the first inner gate, the gate of opening, open. 8 gates released formation, the second inner gate, the gate of healing, open. At the same time, Sasuke seemed to remember he knew ninjutsu, forming hand seals rapidly. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a dozen small fireballs, strategically aimed to give Lee no room to dodge. Just one hit. And then I'll have him. But to Sasuke's shock, Lee's speed increased, allowing him to weave through the fireballs effortlessly and charge straight at Sasuke again. A fist loomed large in Sasuke's vision, the Sharingan's dynamic sight slowing it down just enough. Move. Sasuke's body crackled with lightning, and in a split second, he activated the Chidori-enhanced reflexes, narrowly dodging the blow. Now both fighters were in full flow, trading punches and kicks at blinding speeds. Sasuke could keep up with Lee's pace but knew he couldn't match his raw power. I can't win this with taijutsu alone. And at his speed, most ninjutsu won't hit him. Even Chidori might not be enough. Suddenly, Sasuke had an idea. What about Genjutsu? He locked eyes with Lee, attempting to trap him in an illusion. Lee's body wavered, his eyes drooping as he fought against the urge to fall asleep. Yet, his body moved on instinct, still attacking. Sasuke was stunned. What is this? Is he still fighting in his sleep? Finally, Sasuke found an opening and delivered a solid kick to Lee's abdomen, sending him flying back. Lee recovered quickly, standing up with a hand on his stomach. Ah, Genjutsu. I let my guard down, Lee muttered, recalling Gai-sensei's advice to avoid looking into a Sharingan user's eyes. Sasuke was filled with regret. Why didn't I learn more powerful Genjutsu from Itachi? Since illusions weren't effective, Sasuke thought back to Naruto's advice about overwhelming opponents with ninjutsu. Without hesitation, he formed seals and unleashed his largest fire-style attack yet. Fire-style, majestic flame annihilation. A massive wave of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, spreading across the arena like an inferno. The crowd gasped in awe. Even those who couldn't follow the earlier taijutsu exchange could appreciate the grandeur of Sasuke's jutsu. But would Lee survive such an attack? Then, a voice rang out from within the flames. 8 gates released formation. The first inner gate, the gate of opening, open. 8 gates released formation. The second inner gate, the gate of healing, open. 8 gates released formation. The third inner gate, the gate of life, open. 8 gates released formation. The fourth inner gate, the gate of pain, open. Lee's chakra exploded, pushing the flames aside. He stood, enveloped in energy, his eyes filled with determination. The lotus of Hidden Leaf Village blooms here. Chapter 98. Naruto was pleased with Sasuke's performance. Though the scale of the fire style isn't on Madara's level, it's still strong enough to roast a layer of skin if used on the one-tailed Shukaku. As the flames dissipated, a figure stood in the center. Rock Lee, arms crossed in front of him, hair spiked, skin reddened, and his clothes tattered. In the stands, Kakashi looked at Gai in shock. You actually taught him that technique? Gai grinned proudly. Lee and I are similar, but his perseverance surpasses even that of stone, iron, and steel. You're insane. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, revealing his Sharingan to observe Lee closely. How many gates can he open? The 5th gate. Lee is my most prized student, Gai said with a thumbs up. But don't worry, Lee won't use the 5th gate recklessly against comrades. Sasuke was startled at the sight of Lee. Is he cooked? No, his Sharingan could see the chakra surging through Lee, intense and erratic. What is this? This technique was meant to defeat an edgy. Sasuke-kun, you're strong, but I want to win. Lee's foot struck the ground, shattering it as he charged towards Sasuke. Uh-oh. Sasuke immediately recognized Lee's speed was beyond his own. Using the fastest seals he'd learned in 12 years, he created a dozen clones to scatter. Lee struck a clone, only for it to disappear. A clone technique? Even my eyesight can't tell the difference, but if I break them all. Lee moved like an afterimage, smashing through Sasuke's clones, but none were the real ones. What is this? Sasuke's voice echoed around Lee. It's my body flicker jutsu. None of these are real. Or maybe they all are. Isn't his Shishui's signature move? Kazekage commented, glancing at Shishui behind Minato. Exactly, Shishui replied, while Minato did not object. Sasuke's talent is remarkable. Kazekage watched Sasuke with admiration. Such talent. Sasuke Uchiha, eh? I'll have to find an opportunity to bring him under my wing or maybe his body. In the arena, Lee continued his assault, but he couldn't catch Sasuke. Despite his speed, Sasuke's strategy was making Lee desperate. Sasuke, for his part, is genuinely frightened. Even with the Sharingan, he could barely track Lee's movements, and his body couldn't keep up. If his real position were exposed, one punch from Lee would be the end of him. But Lee's body had reached the limit. Opening the 4th gate had torn his muscles, and the strain on his bones was immense. Sasuke noticed Lee's movements becoming sluggish. When Lee's fist passed through another clone, Sasuke suddenly appeared, grabbing Lee's wrist with his left hand. He hadn't anticipated the sheer force behind Lee's movements. Sasuke barely managed to stay standing and immediately struck Lee in the face with his right fist. At the same time, Lee's knee smashed into Sasuke's abdomen. Lee collapsed to the ground, the violent chakra dissipating. His hair and skin returned to normal as he struggled to stand. Sasuke was thrown back, coughing up blood, but he managed to rise first, breathing heavily as he held a kunai to Lee's neck. Lee's eyes dimmed as he said, I lost. The winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Genma announced, and the crowd erupted in applause. Sasuke sheathed his kunai and extended a hand to Lee, who looked up at him, his eyes dull. Rock Lee, you're incredibly strong. If you had gone all out in that last attack. Sasuke trailed off. He knew Lee had been at his limit, and if the final blow had been at full power, Sasuke wouldn't be standing. Next time we meet, I'll be even stronger. Lee grasped Sasuke's hand and stood. Me too. Sasuke helped him to the stands, stopping the medics. He waved to Sakura in the audience, trusting her medical ninjutsu more than the team's. The medical staff recognized Sakura as a disciple of Tsunade and allowed her to assist. After examining them, she said, Sasuke's injuries aren't serious. Just a few days of rest. But Lee has torn muscles and a small fracture. He should go to the hospital for proper treatment. Lee was placed on a stretcher, his spirits low as he passed by Guy. I'm sorry, Gai-sensei, for letting you down. That's right, Lee. To punish you for losing to Kakashi's student, run 500 laps around the training field. Gai declared dramatically. But, Lee, youth is defined by failure and tears. Never let a single defeat stop you. Oh, Gai-sensei. Lee, reinvigorated, tried to jump off the stretcher, but the medics pushed him back down. Stop messing around, you idiot. One of the medics snapped at Guy. If you're his teacher, let him rest properly. Huh? Gai blinked, stunned as if someone had unplugged his power.